Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Al Ain International Kart Circuit. We are into day 2 of round 3 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. We're bringing you all of the action today from the pre-finals and the finals, all the important stuff today. If you were watching yesterday, you will have saw very dramatic and intense racing. Well, we expect the intensity to absolutely go through the roof today. The weather is fabulous. We're going to see highs of 28 to 30 degrees. The track conditions are absolutely perfect for what we're about to do. My name is Joe Bradley, and alongside me all day long will be my erstwhile colleague, Henry Baudet. Henry, things were intense yesterday. I'm expecting people to start to be even more intense because there's a trophy up for grabs and, even more important, championship points for grabs.
Absolutely. There is a breeze in the air which is cooling the spectators, family members and drivers in the paddock. However, that breeze will not lend itself to cooling the action on the track. A very busy day yesterday, 3 heats and time qualifying, so a maximum of 100 championship points were up for grabs yesterday. Just the 2 races today, the pre-final and the final. Pre-final worth the same amount of points as a heat race. The final obviously worth a bit more. So 70 points up for grabs today. In micro, it was a simple case of Liam O'Hanlon via Samar Chopra chopping and changing positions at the head of the field. They are still well clear of the competition in Micromax, although Adam Al-Sheikh, who didn't compete at Al Fassan because of his broken arm, he's back, so he's gaining a lot of points. He's not featuring, at the moment at the head of the championship table, but when dropped scores come into play, that's when Al-Sheikh will suddenly rocket his way up the order.
Now, it's our job to wax lyrical about machinations of championship positions, etc. How much thought do you think those youngsters and those drivers are going to be putting towards where they are in the championship, especially the drivers that you've just mentioned there? I mean, they astound me. They may be only between 8 and 11 years old in respect of the Micromax class, but they are so clever. They're out there on track. They're not just hitting their braking points and apexes. They're actually working out where they are in the field and how many points they're going to gather.
Yeah, and they're doing that because last year the Micromax Championship was won on the last lap of the last race by a total of 2 points. 2 points. Now that could be the difference between, qualifying inside the top 5 or between qualifying 5th, which pays 2 points, and 6th, which pays no points. So yeah, it is on everyone's mind. That is for certain. Now DD2, Tyler Harris continuing his strong start. Theo Kakati winning everything yesterday, although he's not necessarily a championship contender. In Masters, we saw Maurice Knoppers retire from one race, so Kyle Blockley was able to gain a little bit of ground on him there. For me, the 3 main classes in terms of the amount of different drivers that can contend: Mini, Junior and Senior. Now in Mini, Albie J. Stubbs came into the day with a 3-point advantage over Attica Mir. However, Attica had her problems in qualifying and then had to fight her way back up. So Attica is now 16 points behind Stubbs, and Benjamin Karajkovic has leapfrogged Attica into P2 into the standings.
And then we're going to bring in dropped scores by the time we get to the end of the championship.
We'll get the drop scores a bit later
on.
We'll
talk about drop scores later, much later on in the season, because, quite frankly, Henry and our tiny minds can't cope. Right now we're talking. And the thing is, Henry, all right, we tend to focus on the front of the championship, but there are inter-series championship battles going on all the way down the field, and it's you're 15th in the championship. I want to beat the guys. I want to get in the top 10.
Exactly.
And there's all of that going on within that drama and intensity out there on track.
For drivers in any class other than senior or DD2, if they're in their second year as a junior, for example, last year they were 10th. This year they're obviously aiming a lot higher. Junior Rotax was the class that was blown wide open, obviously, because Connor Clancy, winner of the first 3 rounds, He's moved up to senior. That left Mitan Jain in the lead of the championship at the start of the day yesterday.
Now, what we've seen so far in this championship, Mitanj Jain has been the driver that has been right on the rear bumper of Conor Clancy.
Yes.
And my thoughts yesterday was that Conor Clancy, having disappeared from the juniors,
would
now
open the door for his teammates.
He's going to, yes, but he had
shocker.
a massive trials and tribulations for Mitanj.
Yes, to the point where 55-65, he was 28 points ahead of Via Chopra at the start of yesterday. At the start of today, he's 8 points behind. A huge swing in points. Also now with Clancy gone, Jaden Hidding and Aaron Mason move into third and fourth in the standings. Hidding is third, 38 points behind Via Chopra. Senior, this is where, now, George Nassar arrived with a sizable advantage in the point standings. Conor Clancy arrived with 0 points, but Nassar, next to Nassar, Clancy scored more points than anybody else. Nassar now has a huge lead, 366 points, next to compared to Oscar Lambert's 291. Now
he had a strong day yesterday, George.
I mean, the fat lady is not singing just yet.
Not
it's a long way to go. However, the orchestra are beginning to tune themselves up. You just have to hope, for Nassar's sake, that one of the band members doesn't snap a string.
Well, talking of snapping banjo strings, what we've got in store for you is a pre-final. Now, the pre-finals and indeed the finals are a little bit longer than what we've seen so far in the UAE RMC. For instance, the Micromax pre-final is over 10 laps. The Micromax final is 14 laps.
Compared
Juniors,
to 6 laps yesterday.
Yes, compared to 6. Now, it is hot out there. It's not so hot for the locals, but it certainly is for us lot coming from Europe. It's still height of summer, height of Mediterranean summer.
Yes,
it's very warm. And we kind of take for granted the human element. We talk a lot about tyre pressures and kart setup and caster and camber and the like, as we've got the Micromax coming out on track. So we'll have a look at their grid in any second now and see who's where. But, Henry, I'm going to get to the point I was wanting to make. The pre-final, the result of the pre-final is what's going to set the grid for the final.
And just the result of the pre-final. It is not an accumulation of points gained yesterday and in this race. It is one race, one final, one result. Here we go, your starting lineup.
Here's the grid then. On the pole position then, Samar Chopra alongside Liam O'Hanlon. That's going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? Adam Al-Sheikh and Alexander Feinstein on row 2. Row 3 is Saif Al-Khalifa and Cameron Harvey. Looking further down the grid then, on row 4 is Amar Tabatsa, Enzo Falzerano alongside, Evans Voronins and Vaihab Ponna, with Ivan Jankovic and Jensen Kelly on row 6. Row 7, Rud Rabatab Shekhawat and Tadeusz Prochaska, Abdulaziz Al-Saraf and Saif Al-Mina share row 8. Row 9 is Ayansh Patel and Rufina Duwambi on row 9. Row 10 is Thayab Haroun and Felix Sousa Jebjerg, with Zhu Kanyi and Vladimir.
Not Vladimir.
Yes, Vladimir's out, isn't he?
Yeah, Tverdoklebov is out.
Here we go then. We're racing for the first time today. Day 2 of round 3 of the UAE RMC gets underway, and Micromax, absolute shenanigans there going across the bump, and it's about 3 or 4 wide there in the mid-pack. However, this has allowed Chopra to get into the lead from pole position as they head off now down into the turn 3 hairpin. Slight variation this weekend. It's the F1 circuit here at Al Ain that we are on this weekend, Henry.
Yeah, we've kind of christened that the Formula 1 hairpin at turn number 3. This is the F1 circuit variation. I think it may have been Jensen Kelly that was very, very wide going over the bump. We had 5 wide at one point. Already, though, you can see a 4-kart breakaway on this, the opening lap. Now, Samar Chopra pulled off the best move of the day yesterday at this corner on Liam O'Hanlon, who runs 4th at the moment. And it looks like Alex Feinstein, fresh off his first career podium last time out at Al Fassan in the motorscape kart, running in what is third position as we go over that bump there. The top 4 clear of number 67, Ivan Janickiewicz.
This is, as ever, a very intense battle beginning to develop now. Almost a 4-kart train of karters here. Sama Chopra, Adam El-Sheikh, Alexander Feinstein, Liam O'Hanlon. Beginning to drop off the tail of these three. He'll be wanting these three to stop working so much together and allow him to gain, and he has indeed. Literally in a moment, he's back onto the rear bumper of Feinstein and looking like he might challenge from that 4th place. It's a big ask though for young Liam. We get a chat to Liam in the Paddock show coming up at lunchtime, Henry, and it's an interesting little chat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. Now, of course, with fixed gearing for the micro and mini class, something that I learned yesterday, then tyre pressures are really the key elements that the teams and the mechanics are working with over how to manage the race distance. You will see a lot more bigger variation in terms of karts going off very quickly and then maybe coming back to the pack as the race goes on, and likewise karts not being great at the very start of the race, potentially like Liam O'Hanlon, who has got past Feinstein but is still, losing a few kart lengths here and there. At the moment, he needs the slipstream to even stay in touch. I think his kart will get stronger and stronger as the race progresses. Samar Chopra appealing to Adam El-Sheikh to no, don't defend, let's go.
Yeah, he's wanting to break away. He's waving to him. What he's trying to say to Adam El-Sheikh is, don't worry, I'm not going to take the position off you. Let's work together.
Yet.
They've now got... Yet. Good point, Henry. Very good point. I'm not going to take the position off you yet. Here they are then, nose to tail down the straight as they come through this section here, across the bump. El-Sheikh leads. Chopra still sits on his rear bumper, though. He's doing what he said in the agreement, and he's sitting there. He's not challenging. And Liam O'Hanlon now joins in. So these three beginning to use the science and the physics and the aerodynamics to pull away and leaving behind Alexander Feinstein, who just cannot get back on terms.
And now you're seeing, O'Hanlon's kart that was not at the races the first couple of laps, running lap number 4 now, and the pressures are on, and he's far more comfortable. Feinstein is the one that is struggling now to hold on, and I've got to say, Ivan Janickiewicz is doing a good job in 5th position. Lee Taylor has got that kart set up very nicely and is, the 5th place kart is trying, but he's pulled away from the 6th place battle, which is led there on our new camera angle for the day in the final corner. Great view of the karts, setting themselves up for the run down this straight. Falterano, Vaibhav Ponna, Shekawat, Tabatsa, Voronins, and a good run from the start. P11, Cameron Harvey, and then Prochatska.
These Micromax karts can pretty much pick and choose a different line through the corners here at Alain. They're a little bit different. They're quite underpowered for the level of grip that they've got. So it's a completely different way of going racing here. And all of a sudden there, the first three, with Liam O'Hanlon now ahead of Chopra. Chopra's deal with Adam El-Sheikh just hasn't quite come off, and Liam O'Hanlon has spoiled that little party. Well, with that move change into second from O'Hanlon, that's now allowing Alexander Feinstein to get back in this game. We've got a 4-kart train beginning to eke out now. We are at half distance, Henry, so it's still 5 laps remaining. And if anything, it looks like Adam El-Sheikh and Liam O'Hanlon are pulling a gap to that 3rd place Samar Chopra.
Now that's something very interesting I saw. Coming down the straights towards turn number 11 last time, Adam El-Sheikh, he tried to break the slipstream. He just eased to the inside and then gently came back out the outside as we see a new move, a new 3rd place driver. That's Feinstein passing Chopra, and now El-Sheikh under a lot more concerted pressure from O'Hanlon. But last time around, he wasn't defending, was Al Sheikh. He was simply trying to break the toe, which is obviously something he's been told to do from his XL team. Wonder if he does it again. He'll come off the corner. Yeah, he goes to the inside. Now, he's not defending there, although he now has to defend. He was simply trying to break the slipstream from O'Hanlon, who now gets stuck on the outside. Freudenstein capitalises. O'Hanlon forces Freudenstein wide on the exit of the final corner. Chopra passes Freudenstein from third, and Janicevich joins the party at the head of the field.
Janicevich for Axel GP. He's got Lee Taylor. Lee Taylor's forgot more than anybody knows about how to set up a kart, and he's got that kart going absolutely splendidly for even. First weekend here for Axel, the Taylor brothers over from England to Spanner on the Axel GP team karts. Attica May has been looked after by his brother Jay, isn't he?
Yes.
But Lee has got that kart, and he's got him in contention here, because even is now getting onto the tail of the top four, and we're getting to the part of the race, Henry, which is the important part of the race. It's towards checkered flag now. We're on lap 7. It'll be 3 more laps to go when we've completed this one. And if anything, what we're seeing is Adam El Sheikh, I don't want to say commanding the lead, but he seems very composed there, and he's able to pick his line, try and break the toe as you described there. And now we've got that situation where Liam O'Hanlon and Adam El Sheikh are breaking away from Freudenstein, Chopra and Jankovic. And as I say that, I'm expecting that gap to disappear absolutely in an instant the moment the two leaders start squabbling.
Well, yeah, Freudenstein, Chopra and Janicevich, they have to be smart now, because if they start squabbling, they're not going to be able to capitalise on what we're seeing happen right now, and that is O'Hanlon starting to have a little poke around his options behind Adam Al Sheikh. Already Freudenstein has caught them. Janicevich has gone past Samar Chopra for P4. The rest of the top 10, Falzerano, Ponna, Tabatsa, Shekawat, Veronins, but they're a long way behind this on your screen. Now Al Sheikh is defending. Watch for Freudenstein. He's going to set up O'Hanlon, although O'Hanlon takes matters into his own hands. Great move.
Great move, and you saw Liam there, the kart absolutely slewing in. The kartshop.me replay will show this. Just look how he moves off the curb there. The kart is going too fast to take the corner. He didn't panic. He just let that kart breathe, gathered it up, got control of it, and here we are, still maintaining the lead for Liam O'Hanlon, and it's that important part of the race. It'll be 1 lap to go aboard next time by, and look at this. 5-kart train beginning to develop towards checkered flag.
Yep, we've got George Gibbons Motorsport, XL Motorsport. Then we've got Motorscape, followed by Matthias Legem Motorsport and Axel GP. 5 karts, 5 drivers, 5 different teams. And we have got less than 2 laps to go. In fact, about 1.5 laps to go. Less than that now, as O'Hanlon has to defend. And watch for Freudenstein again. Now, he had a think about it a lap ago. He can't quite get the crossover through the final corner on the penultimate lap. Now they'll see the last lap screen on the digiboard. And it's game on in Micromax.
Yeah, it just astounds me how composed these youngsters are. Immense pressure now going into this final lap for not just Liam O'Hanlon at the lead, perhaps Adam El Sheikh, Alexander Freudenstein, Samar Chopra, Ivan Jankovic are going to be, their heart rate is going to be right up there, because they're going to be looking for every little opportunity they have. All deals are off now. Nobody's going to follow each other around. If the gap is there, and we're seeing it, Freudenstein down the inside and into second place ahead of Al Sheikh. Tripping over me words here, I'm getting so excited. This has allowed Liam O'Hanlon to break a little bit freer than he has been, and this is right where he needs it to be, Henry, onto the back straight for the final time.
Yep, he's only got 1 kart to think about. He hasn't got, the 3rd or 4th kart in line. It's how to deal with the 1 kart of Freudenstein. And Freudenstein has it. Now, if that was the final, Freudenstein, I think, would have committed more. But as this just sets the grid, smart driving from Alex Freudenstein. Because he said, you know what, second on the grid of the final is better than trying to go for pole and ending up 12th.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I mean about how intelligent these drivers are. You know, it wasn't worth the dive bomb there, was it? I'm not sure he had the momentum to get him even alongside O'Hanlon. O'Hanlon is very, very good around those final turns at 11 and 12. There's the result then. Winner, championship leader, Liam O'Hanlon, continues to be the driver to beat in Micromax, and he will start on pole position for the all-important final. Alexander Feinstein, great drive from Alex, getting into that second spot. Sama Chopra, he'll be wondering, he'll be analysing what went on there, and Adam Al-Sheikh even more so, because he controlled the lead of this race pretty much the whole race long. Great drive from Jankovic for Axel, and getting into that fifth spot and getting onto the tail of that lead battle. Sixth place was Enzo Falzerano. Then we've got Vaihab Ponna. Amar Tabatsa was in eighth. Ninth was Rud Rapatab. Shekawat, Evans, Voronins rounded off the top 10. There's the rest of the field on screen there that you can check out who you are supporting and where your driver came from. All 20 karts finished the race. We didn't see Jensen Kelly start, and we know all about Vladimir, who had that issue yesterday.
I think Jensen Kelly did start. I think he pulled it at the end of lap number 1. He's certainly here.
He didn't complete a lap, Henry.
Oh, right, yeah, pulled it at the end of lap number 1, possibly. I've got to say, good drive from our Chinese novice, Zhu Qianyi, who is here running it with Sam Pollitt Racing under the very experienced and watchful eye of Karol Dabski, who has been in this sport for a long time, both as one of the top drivers back in the era, the KF2 era. Karol Dabski, one of the world's leading KF drivers, has been around the sport, now a sports car team owner with Unique Racing, and he's overseeing the burgeoning and very new career of Zhu Qianyi.
Well, Zhu Qianyi was at the back of this field yesterday.
And that's
an improvement already.
16th in that one.
Yeah, 16th out of 20 already. And again, being able to race amongst these other youngsters within the Micromax class, learning all the time. It's a big learning curve here when you start karting. Zhu Qianyi on the novice plate, and that's a great result from him.
It is.
But well done to everybody in that one. And it was, as ever, Henry, that intense battle at the front. Going into that final lap there, 5 karts.
Yep.
I mentioned there that all bets were off, all deals were off, and any gap that transpired, we were going to go through. And that's exactly what we saw. And because we had the 3rd and 4th place karts begin to try and swap positions, that allowed O'Hanlon and Feinstein to just break away and not be under threat from 3rd, 4th and 5th.
And O'Hanlon looked and noticed that very, very quickly indeed. It's one thing when you're just defending from one driver, because you can set that driver up, you can defend in a certain way if you're defending against just one driver. You have to defend in a different way if there are 3 or 4 of you in the same queue, because it's all well and good defending against the first driver behind you, but you then have to worry about whether the 3rd place driver is going to try and do some sort of monster undercut.
How many times have we seen that?
We've seen several times.
2 for 1 deal, isn't it?
Yes, a special offer.
2 for 1 overtake deal.
I want to say hello to everybody watching on Karting Live TV and on the UAE Rotax Max Challenge YouTube channels.
Well, it's still very early in Europe. It's so we are going to encourage everybody out there who is watching on the stream to send us a message.
Well,
ask Henry.
I think I've got a solution here, Joe.
Have you?
Yeah. So everyone in Europe, wake up! There we are. It's perfect. There we are.
You made me laugh.
Sorry.
Yeah, Henry's walking everybody up.
Yes,
who have we got? Who have we got that's joined us so far?
Well, Alicia Gray, who is here now. She didn't come from Aberdeen to Abu Dhabi. She was already in Abu Dhabi, but she is now on site supporting Austin Gray, who is going out in the next race. Now, I'm trying to see, can I see Alicia Gray in the dark hair and dark sunglasses, watching with her family members out on the spectator gantry? I believe I can, because she's the one gone very red and giggling to herself.
So we've got another one as well.
Oh, hello.
I can't see that for that icon thing. Let's go Austin Gray. Your Scottish family in Qatar are watching you, and that's from the Hyper Hollands.
Qatar. I'm just thinking, what part of Falkirk is Qatar in? the Qatar housing estate in
the little
in
province. Just
yeah,
in the
yeah,
hills.
little province.
We've got Deborah, I think that's Deborah Wong, 688, go for a Jens. Unfortunately, Jensen Kelly was a non-starter there, Deborah.
Well, he's going to have to go for it a bit more.
Yeah, he's
going to
have to. Yeah,
but he's got 14 laps to do so.
Yeah, remember these are longer races that we've become accustomed to, maybe.
What I do really have noticed in the last 3 years of being out here and doing this, more and more family members, and not just family members but friends of family, are coming along to watch a day of karting at the circuit, and they're coming to places like Al Ain and Al Fassan and the Dubai Kartdrome because you can sit in the restaurant and have a nice meal and a coffee, and you can watch the live stream and the timing screens in various TV screens all around the facility, which makes it more of a day out. You know, you can go into the pits of the paddock, but you can sit as a spectator in comfort. You can get yourself a nice bit of sun. You can sit in the cool. You can have a nice meal. From the restaurant. It's a day at the races. And more people are bringing not just mum, dad, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, but neighbours and friends and work colleagues just to come and have a look at karting, which of course is great for the sport. It's great to see a crowded paddock.
Always helps when you switch yourself on.
Wow.
It's a fantastic facility here at Al Ain. The cafe area, the restaurant area, absolutely tremendous. And yes, what a day out. And as well as that, karting and kart racing is a very, very exciting sport to watch and spectate on. It's a very dynamic, fast. If speed is your thing, if speed isn't your thing, then it's still worth. It's quite a spectacle. And I remember people who have come out to a kart race and have said to me, I didn't realise they were as fast as that.
Yes.
And it's quite mind-blowing how fast these kids are going. And I say kids, but, big kids as well.
Young adults.
The senior level are just big kids.
My wake-up call to Europe has worked. Alexis Alzia, former driver in this championship, possibly continuing to be, watching from Switzerland, cheering on Enzo Tesluk. Alexis, I'm assuming, has got some studies going on. A lot of the drivers that are over here, they pause their racing when they have to go to university and then return later on. And obviously Alfie Ward's granddad, who I'm assuming now from Sussex.
Is that who that is? Mitchell Orrick?
Yes, Mitch Lorick from Sussex, not part of any law firm based in Sussex. Or Suffolk or Norfolk.
Yeah, good morning from Sussex. You're up early. Grandad.
Oh, yeah.
And he's Alfie's
Alfie
Ward's grandfather, yeah?
Heard my alarm call.
He did. It worked,
so.
Henry. It worked,
Yes.
Henry. We've got someone on the karting live. Good luck, Austin Great from Sajinino Oka, 8965. Great to have your support. Let us know where you are in the world. Let us know which drivers you are supporting. Keep the chat flowing. Henry and I, during the intervals between races, can always then engage. And if you've got any queries, if you've got any inquiries, if you want any questions answered.
Yes. Now,
now we've got the Minimax out.
Minimax out. I've just seen one mum sort of giving herself the cross, the praying, and sort of like, right, okay. Every parent goes through a different set of emotions watching kart racing. I think that was, we'll find out who that is. It's going to be Charlie Page lead the field alongside Benjamin Krajckovic, Austin Gray, possibly the most well-supported driver in the field, LBJ Stubbs, Attica Mia and Mikhail Mitrokin. That's going to be it. This is the first chance we're going to see, as you see the rest of the grid going through. This is the first chance we're going to see Attica's real pace.
Yeah, she didn't take part in qualifying.
Nope.
So she started all of the 3 heats yesterday from the back,
yes,
or near the back of the grid. So this is where we see the true pace and the true result. She fought her way through and qualifies 5th for the pre-final, which was indeed a great day's racing and a very, very clever way of going about things.
Well, let's see. This will be an 11-lap race.
Here they come then, out of the final turn, heading towards the lights. The lights are going out now, and we head towards turn 1. across the infamous Alain bump and into turn one. It's Charlie Page who leads into one and indeed out. And I think that's Karacevic, is it? Or Austin Gray that's slotted in behind him. I think it's all in grid order as we go into the Formula One hairpin at turn three. Out of there, through that sweeping left-hander, over the transition in the tarmac, and then head down the short straight to the it's a bit of a kink at turn 5 into a hairpin at 6. There you can just see the karts being positioned on the infield section now, Henry, as we see these two beginning to pull away, but that's going to disappear. You just know it is.
Oh yeah, that's not going to stay this way for long. Page, then looks like a phalanx of JNKD karts. Once again, LBJ Stubbs not having the best of starts. And it's Page for XL Motorsport with a trio of JNKD drivers behind him. In 5th position, it's Mikhail Mitrokin, and then it's Atakamiya. It's Gray, Karacevic, and Schutzman in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. In that order, you can see Karacevic now looking to the inside. The bright yellow and black Team UAE race suit for the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, and he sets his sights on Page, who was leading the Micromax Grand Final until he got taken out in an incident. And so, Page, say unfinished business in Micromax. He just has to say, look, I finished my Micromax career leading the Grand Finals.
World-class field here in the UAE RMC, absolutely. It's the same drivers battling it out at Bahrain just a week ago for World Finals accolade. Here we go then, the first three beginning to break away now. A little bit spaced out here. Then we've got Charlie Page, Benjamin Karacevic, Austin Gray. The driver that's bringing up the 4th, the 5th and 6th place train is Paul Schutzman from Mikhail Mitrokin. LBJ Stubbs is in there. Atakamiya, not happy I would imagine, dropping to 7th. 4-kart train there, beginning to try and get on terms with the top 3, Henry. And I think we're only on lap 3. There's plenty of time for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Atakamiya will be a little bit disappointed. She did all the hard work yesterday to get herself finally in a position where she can compete at the front from the word go, and then doesn't make the best of starts. There's the Queen of Kashmir. However, we're only on lap 3 out of 11. Time, for once, is on Atika's side.
Very out of character for a mini-max race to see a driver pulling out almost 0.4 of a second gap between first and second. And that's the driver, the XL driver, Charlie Page, who continues. It's just under 0.4 of a second, and that remains exactly the same as it has been for the last couple of laps. Benjamin Karacevic and Austin Gray. And as I say that, Henry, that 0.4 of a second absolutely just disappears. LBJ Stubbs now taking up the rush, or the challenge of getting on terms with the top 3. He's got ahead of Paul Schutzman, has Atakamiya.
Yes.
So I'm not sure what's happened to Schutzman, but he seems to have disappeared out of that 4-kart train.
He's just been edged very, very wide coming out of turn number 7.
Down to 10th.
Which has dropped him to 10th position. I have to say, we are getting position change updates not once every lap now, but once every timing sector, thanks to the efforts of Majid, the chief timing and scoring officer for this championship. A lot of work going on behind the scenes to just elevate every single aspect of this series. As we now look at Page, who has elevated himself into potentially an unbeatable position, Joe.
He really is. He's driving, he's staying composed, he's keeping the speed that he's driving flat out. There's no tyre management going on there. Yep. These drivers are absolutely flat chat. And equally so, Benjamin Karacevic and Austin Gray. You see no challenge from Austin Gray there. He just keeps a look over his shoulder. Yes, LBJ Stubbs is not that far behind, but he's not challenging Benjamin. They are working together, trying to get the physics and the science to work in their favour to catch Charlie Page, who I've got to say has come off the starting blocks absolutely on fire here. We are half a lap away from half distance, Henry, so chunk of race still to play for.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to sort of create divisions with the paddock. Please don't think that what I'm about to say is designed to do that. But of course, there is the element that Page wants to sort of prove to Karachkovich, yeah, you might be the Grand Finals champion, but you were behind me when I got taken out, and I'm just going to remind you that I'm going to keep you behind me now.
Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay here as we see LBJ Stubbs now getting involved in that second and third place battle there. He's put himself in third and got ahead of Austin Gray. He's broken up that little party that was ensuing. Now that has allowed Karachkovich to get away from that the third place kart, which is now LBJ Stubbs. The Sam Pollitt Racing driver will try all he can. I've never seen a Minimax race as spaced out as what we're seeing here. And we are 6 laps completed this time across the line. Charlie Page has got a gap of 0.8 of a second to Karachkovich. It's gone out to 0.9 of a second. And that's because of we saw that little issue of swapping places at turn 3, the hairpin.
Yes.
LBJ Stubbs, another 0.9, so spaced out, but plenty of time for that to concertina back up.
And this is sometimes the racing that you get when it's not an accumulation of points over heats and the pre-final that sets the grid for the final. Each of these drivers know, look, if I make one mistake in the pre-final, I could have won all 3 heats yesterday, but if I mess up once the pre-final, that means I start last for the final. So you do get a slightly calmer approach from some people, most of the time. I'm not going to say all the time. Oh, and there's going wide. Now, you also get tactics. Here's the kartshop.me replay of Benjamin Karachkovich.
I think that was a mistake, Henry.
It may have been a mistake.
I tell you what it is.
It's a bit early for tactics, I suppose, Joe.
Yes, and also you've got to take into account here the nature of the track surface here. The amount of drivers I've spoken to, especially the drivers coming over from the UK, are being caught out by this kind of, you've got one racing line around the track here at Lane. Off track, it's very dusty. And the moment you put a wheel off track, what we saw there for Benjamin, he put a wheel outside of the racing line by going too deep into the corner, carrying too much speed.
That's very
true.
And
that he just slid on the sand. There's a sandy, dusty surface that's unavoidable out here in the desert.
And yeah, he's now under. I mean, if he was deliberately trying to lose second place, so he starts on the inside line.
Oh, that's a bit clever.
But well, that's what I was sort of thinking. I mean, it's a bit
Surely
early in the
they're not
race.
Thinking about this.
Oh, they are.
Really?
Maybe not on lap 6, but now that if that was Karachkovich's plan, it's gone awry because he's lost third place to Attica Mia. So poor start, fast finish for the Queen of Kashmir. And here is the battle further back now for third, fourth, and fifth. It looks as though Karachkovich has got P3 back. Yes, he has. Gray to fourth. Oh no, Attica Mia from fifth up to fourth after being third. So Mia has gone from P3 to P5 to P4 in less than a lap.
That's incredible racing here. And Karachkovich now gets back into that third place. He will be startled by the pace of LBJ Stubbs. The gap is 1.8 seconds last time by as they complete 9 laps, just coming across the line, just going through the final turn there. And here we go across the line then. There's our leader, the number 114, Charlie Page, in the blue and white kart. He's got a gap of 1.9 seconds to Sam Pollitt Racing's LBJ Stubbs, who likewise has got over a second gap between himself and JNKD's Benjamin Karachkovich.
Yes, as you can see, Stubbs coming out of turn number 4 onto the back straight. He's still pushing on. You can see him hunching down behind the NASA panel, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. It's not going to amount to a hill of beans, but he just wants to...
It does count. It absolutely counts, yeah.
It counts. I mean, it's not going to help him close the gap onto Page because Page is away and gone on this lap 10 of 11. They'll be getting the 1 lap to go signal next time by. The top 5, very spread out, in fact, 6th place. Veikko Pajamäki, the driver from Finland, is there in 6th. Rian Khan Rashid, Mikhail Mitrokin, Paul Schutzman, Max Payton round out your top 10. Kia Ivanov, Adam Fleury, Mikhail Tverdoklebov, are next, followed by Zukir Turku, Rafael Zagati, and Mubarak Mohammed. All 16 starters are still running.
on to the final lap then they are, and this has been all about that driver there, Charlie Page, who is well, I can use the term dominant, can't I? Because he really has. He got into the lead. His pace was such in that XL racing kart that no one was able to challenge him. Here he comes out of the final turn, heads towards the checkered flag. It will be Charlie Page that starts the all-important final on the pole position, across the line, about 1.9 seconds behind. LBJ Stubbs takes second, Benjamin Krachkovic is third, and then the rest of the field, Austin Gray, Attica Mir, Vico Pajimaki is in sixth. And then the checkered flag, which of course is a great checkered flag. It's huge thing.
Yeah,
absolutely fabulous checkered flag that we have here at Al-Ain, the Al-Ain Raceway International Kart Circuit, to give it its full title. So that's the Minimax pre-final done, and I'm a little bit surprised, Henry, as to just how spread out that was.
Yes, it won't be that spread out in the final. That was a case of all the leading contenders making sure that they didn't undo the hard work that they did yesterday. If I was one driver that'd be mightily disappointed, it'd be Alpha San winner Paul Schutzmann, who, let's not forget, was running in the top four, chasing the leader, and you don't see him here on the first page of the result sheet. It's not just the fact that he dropped back to 10th. We're going to see the gap now on the next page of the results grid when it comes up there. That is 13 and a half seconds he lost in 11 laps. Now, I did see him get forced wide on one occasion, but certainly after he got forced wide, he didn't have the oomph to come back into contention. That's going to be something that is concerning for Schutzmann, who of course is like, hey, I'm a race winner, my teammates are winning races, so am I therefore need to be in contention with this championship like my teammates. Drivers like that though, or results like that, aren't going to help him, so he is going to be working hard with his, well, I say working hard, moaning like you know what to his mechanic about the kart after that.
Well, he should be. He's a little racing driver, and all racing drivers are never ever happy. Even the winners, when they win the race. Pardon me. That concludes the Minimax pre-final. That's our grid sorted. Provisional result as ever. They've got to get through technical inspection. We move swiftly on to the Junior Max pre-final. This is going to be a 13-lap pre-final event, and we welcome to the commentary box our Junior Max expert, let's
analyst,
call it. Analyst, yes, our Junior Max analyst. And leave Henry to introduce Faris.
Hello, Faris Haroon. How are you? Before we do come to you, Faris, I want to say a big hello to Ray Haber, who I believe is at the circuit today after fracturing his shoulder in practice. Yes, I did see a very nice jazz, Genevieve Leclerc, who is Jaden Hidding's mum, had a nice little gift bag for him as a get well soon and happy birthday gift, because I believe it's Ray's birthday either today or coming up very soon. So that was a very kind gesture. Faris, new day. Obviously, you're not out there with an arm injury yourself. After yesterday, how do you prepare yourself from one set of heats yesterday and all the racing to this morning? What would you have done last night to make sure that you were in prime condition to attack the day today?
Hi, thanks for having me again. Yeah, of course you need to get like a good night's sleep, of course, have a good meal before the race, and like get well rested, because obviously you don't want to wake up a bit too late and sometimes be a bit sleepy. You want to get a good night's sleep, and you want to maybe go over what mistakes you did on the heat so you can improve in the pre-final and final.
Now, most drivers will have GoPros, but not on their karts during the racing. So, would drivers be looking at the live coverage from yesterday to look at their mistakes, to go through with their teams? Would that have been something that drivers and teams would have reviewed last night?
Yeah, of course, it's super helpful, because now that we can't use GoPros in the race, it's really helpful that RMC UAE now has live streams, so we can see all the races and what happened. Especially like when we're losing in one place, maybe we want to fix something on the kart, we can see exactly where we're losing, and it's like really helpful.
Excellent. Okay, well, after looking at the day yesterday, we went through the championship situation. Now, Via Chopra took the championship lead yesterday from Mitans Jain. It wasn't a great day for Mitans Jain, so after having a bad day as a junior driver, how do you get over that and approach the new day with a fresh mind and not sort of remember what happened yesterday?
Yeah, of course, every year you can drop a few races, I believe, so you can't have a perfect race every time, you know. Every time there's going to be some problems, some ways that, some mistakes, you know. So all you need to do is just reset your mind and think back on what happened. If it was your fault, then just find what you could have done to improve or prevent it. But if it wasn't your fault, then just relax, try to find what's the problem and just focus on for the next race.
So Mitans Jain will be doing that, I am certain. New leader in the championship by just 8 points, unofficially, of course, Via Chopra. It's the first time that Via has led a championship. Now, you have led championships before. You've also been in a position where you've been chasing the championship leader. What's the difference between how you approach a race if you're leading a championship as if you're chasing the leader?
So obviously last year I had quite a bit of DNFs in the beginning of the season. So by the middle and the end, I was chasing the championship. The people that are chasing, they have nothing to lose. The people that are leading, they have everything to lose.
So you may see, you may see drivers be a bit more cautious if they're championship leaders. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you're championship leader, you don't need to go for crazy moves that could cost you the race. But if you're behind in the championship and you're trying to catch up, it's a different mindset, you know. You'll be a bit more aggressive and try to make get as much points as possible.
Now, okay, well, and the pre-final, you've also got to bear this in mind, that you can have a fantastic day yesterday. You could put it on pole in qualifying. You could win all 3 heats. You could start from pole position for this race. But if you make a mistake or if the kart breaks, you still start last for the final, don't you?
Yeah, of course, that's racing. Anything can happen. You can have a perfect weekend and in the final you just crash.
Or but you don't want to make the final harder for yourself by making a mistake in the pre-final, do you?
Yeah, of course. You know, some people, I know that in the pre-final, since it's a double day with 3 heats, 1 pre-final and 1 final, that some people will be conserving their tires.
Conserving their tyres.
That's an interesting point, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to ask Forrest, you'd be able to shed some light on this. We've got really long, or much longer, finals and pre-finals. And what I saw earlier on when people came out for the morning warm-up on those race tyres, and I was thinking, why are they putting all those laps on those tyres? Do you think tyres is going to be a factor in the final when the juniors, for instance, 18 laps of Alain? That's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, tyres is a huge factor in this. Of course, when you're driving, if you pushed a bit too hard, your tyres will be,
they'll be,
the tyres will be a bit overused, and you'll be a bit slower.
So we might see that become a factor.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Your starting lineup, Joe.
Yeah, here we go then. The Junior Rotax Max Challenge pre-final grid is Via Chopra and Angelina Simmons. I thought she drove really, really well yesterday, and that's proven to be the case with her starting on the front row. Aaron Mason and Alfie Ward share row 2, with Gabrielle Baracori and Jaden Hidding on row 3. Row 4 is Leo Anya and Harrison Stevens, with Oliver Spencer and Johansa Saniyaki. Flora Schenkenberg and Ari Kallenberg share row 6. Row 7, we've got Aaron Qureshi and Giuseppe Montanari. Mitans Jain, he'll not be happy with being all the way down there on row 8. Abdul Razak Al-Khoury and Aaron Setti. Derek Rivera, row 9. Row 10 is Sam Turner and Pierre Abu Dewan. And then 21 kart field, rounded off by Murad Baravov.
To give you an idea of yesterday in Junior Rotax, the top 4 in the current championship standings, in the 3 heat races, the top 4 combined for a total of 1 win, and won second place. So there were an awful lot of drivers playing their way potentially into championship contention in a very topsy-turvy day yesterday. Oh dear, and somebody has, well, it's not a tops, it's a turf for that driver who is very, very unhappy.
He's oiled up, hasn't he? He's oiled up. His engine is oiled up. This very slow pace being adopted by Via Chopra and Angelina Simmons, bringing the field round in very controlled fashion, has not worked for one of our field. We'll identify who that is when they come through, because right now we are heading towards the red lights. We expect them to go out. Lovely pace from the pole sitter Via Chopra. Now he gets his foot down, and Via Chopra has the inside line. Angelina Simmons, the M&M teammate of Via Chopra, on the pole position. I'm not sure if Angelina was able to follow him through.
Abdul Razak Al Qureshi sits forlornly in the marshal post, having his cart broken on the rolling lap. The remaining 20 contenders head down to turn number 6, now led by new championship leader Via Chopra. And over the hand signals beginning now,
yeah,
Joe.
this is more like it, Henry, isn't it? Absolute nose-to-tail kart racing is what we've become accustomed to, and that's what we're seeing in the Junior Max. But the hand signals, what do they mean? What are they talking about? Well, they're trying to indicate to the drivers ahead of them and behind them that we're not going to squabble, we're not going to battle. Aaron Mason and Alfie Ward didn't get that memo because they've swapped positions straight away as they crossed the line then. Via Chopra, Aaron Mason, Oliver Spencer it was who went ahead of Gabriel Barracordi. Angelina Simmons will be kicking herself from the front row of the grid down to 5th on that first lap, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see Chopra taking a defensive line against Aaron Mason. Up into 3rd position, Oliver Spencer. Now, Oliver, you can signal to work all you like to Oliver. Oliver is going to do his thing, and he has got one goal, one mission, and that is to pass, lead, pull away, win. Simple.
You can easily see Oliver Spencer with that luminous yellow of the UAE team, the international team. He's got his World Finals overalls on, and it's easy for us to spot at the moment. Struggling with a bit of grip there through that sweeping left-hander at turn 11. And you saw how much that has cost him, because he's now dropped off the rear bum. And there's a move down the inside. Aaron Mason down the inside. Textbook that, Farris, wasn't it?
Yep. So tell us what he was doing.
That was a great move down the inside, huge dive bomb by him. I think he saw that Oliver Spencer was catching up to him, and it was at that point in his head he's thinking overtake or be overtaken.
That was the kartshop.me replay. There might be another kartshop.me replay coming up soon, because it is now kicking off. Spencer to the inside of Mason, who has lost the lead already. Back to Chopra. It's now Chopra, Spencer, Barracordi, Mason, Simmons. In fact, 2, 4, 6, 7 in the lead group with Leo Aina and Arhan Qureshi now joining the pack at the front of the field.
We've still got 10 laps after this one.
Yeah,
we've still got 10 laps, and surely they can't keep this sort of pace and this kind of place swapping up for 10 laps. They're going to prove us wrong. There's a move down the inside for second.
Yeah, Spencer defending now as... Spencer's, and he's not going to, he has to give Barracordi room there. He wasn't given a choice. So much what I was saying about this being a nice, calm race, so everyone making sure they didn't ruin their starting position for the finals. Now, somebody ran wide there coming off the F1 hairpin, didn't they, Faris?
Yeah, that was Aaron Mason running wide. You know, of course, if you carry too much speed into the hairpin, since the rumble strip right next to the hairpin, there's nothing to stop it other than sand right next to it.
Now, how long will that take Mason now to get his tyres back into the right shape?
I think by the time of corner 2 he'll be okay, since he didn't really go off for a long while. He just came back on.
So just 1 or 2 corners. Okay, Alfie Ward, Giuseppe Montanari, 8th and 9th. Mitan Jaid up into 10th. Jaden Hidding is down to 11th. Sadly, it seems as though we have lost Harrison Stevens from proceedings. The Matthias de Gem motorsport driver from Australia out of the race.
Yeah, he's into the pits, Henry. He's not out on track. He's actually come in. I think, as according to our screens. Now we begin to calm down. Now we begin to get our breath back as Via Chopra establishes himself in the lead of this race. The M&M driver has pulled a bit of a gap there, almost a second. In fact, that is a second last time by. We'll see what it's like. Gabriel Barracordi for George Gibbons Motorsport is chasing him down. Not that far behind them is Oliver Spencer. Angelina Simmons begins her reclaim of that front row position that she started this pre-final for. She's up to 4th place. She's right on the back bumper now of Oliver Spencer. And if these drivers can just continue to drive as smoothly and as correctly as what's needed, then I'm pretty sure we're going to see them potentially close up, because Via Chopra is not that far away and the gap beginning to come down already by a tenth.
Yeah, not halfway yet, Faris Haroon. Do you think we're going to see Spencer and Simmons work together, or are they not the type of drivers that you would expect to work together at any point?
I think, if they were teammates, as we saw yesterday, Veer and Angelina worked together until the end. But I think Oliver's just a bit aggressive and he'll start to defend a lot now.
One other driver in the barriers at the entrance to turn number 2. It's Floris Schenkenberg out of the race, and he has gone a long way through the barriers. He's in the marshal post, but you can almost see at the very top of our camera angle there, the cart has gone through the barriers. That tells me maybe an issue with brakes, or maybe just getting clipped, and as he tried to turn in and getting spun backwards.
Faris, I've been chatting to people in the paddock. They tell me you put a wheel offline, off the racing line here at Al Ain, and the track is so dusty, it's like driving in the wet. Is that
Yeah, that's
is
really
that how
true.
tricky it is?
As we say over here, outside is suicide.
Outside is suicide. Is that
Nice,
right?
nice.
Is that, yeah.
It's basically like driving in the rain.
Yes, and that is literally just a metre too wide.
Yeah,
That's how
as you
tricky
saw,
it is.
Oliver Spencer tried to go for a bit of a late apex into the second to last corner, and he lost so much ground from that.
Yeah.
And that is and every evening you see the circuit staff here at Al Ain. They're out on circuit with these huge, big branches, they to sweep the track. But of course, the minute there's any little bit of breeze, and we do have breeze today, that just brings, sand.
I think it's the regional character
Yeah.
of racing here in the UAE, isn't it? It's like you've got to get, drivers coming from Europe where sand blowing onto the track isn't a thing.
No.
Yes, we always have a rubbered up line. We always have the racing line, which is rubbered. But I think with the nature of racing here in the desert at Al Ain, it's, the sand is going to invariably blow onto the track.
Well, we're watching. I've got another question for Faris coming up there. We're watching. No change on track, although, as I say that, Simmons is looking particularly racy behind Spencer.
Oh, she's got ahead that time.
Chopra, Barracordi. Spencer's back in front of Simmons. Mason is 5th. Then it's Aina, Ward, Qureshi, Hidding, and Mitan Shaheen. Now, Faris, you've come over and you have raced at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. As we're looking at more chopping and changing, Simmons back in front of Spencer. You said outside is suicide. So over here, drivers, they tend not to practice these round the outside manoeuvres, don't you? Because it doesn't work. In Europe, you've got to do that type of thing. How much of a disadvantage is that? Oh, here's a kartchop.me replay quickly of Aaron Mason saying, outside and suicide. I'll try the inside line to pick him a place on Oliver Spencer. Faris, not able to pass on the outside here. Does that put you at a disadvantage when you go to race in Europe?
Yeah, of course, over here. Also, sometimes, as we saw in round 1, when there was a sandstorm and everyone just went off in corner 1, it's really unpredictable. And especially some drivers that came from Europe, like Oliver Spencer, as you can see, he made some mistakes because he's still new to this. He's not used to it. He's used to having grip everywhere.
So having grip everywhere, but not here. So I mean, it's you have to be you have to be a lot more careful when you pick your moments to pass. You don't, you, Faris? Okay, now back to the action on track, Joe, and it's heating up.
It is. It's beginning to heat up. Angelina Simmons, the Iron Dames driver, is having to do everything. She's got the textbook on defensive driving at Alain out on her lap, and she's thumbing through the pages on how to defend, because she's under a massive amount of pressure from George Gibbons Motorsports' Aaron Mason, who likewise has got Alfie Ward and Leo Enner behind him. Oliver Spencer in 5th, Aaron Mason 4th, Angelina Simmons. They're the black and white cart of M&M. They're just beginning to be able to kind of break away, but that's going to disappear as we go through 9 and 10.
Oh, someone runs wide.
What happened there?
That was Mason running wide. Trying to defend and then getting onto some of the sand. This is the battle for 3rd place. It's allowed Chopra and Barracordi to break clear, but it looked as though Mason just sort of got offline in the braking zone, and the sand made him understeer, not completely off track, but he certainly lost touch with this group. It was a 5-kart battle, it's now a 4-kart battle. Yeah, and that 4-kart battle now, we're getting into we're on the penultimate lap, so it's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by. Via Chopra has disappeared up the road by about 2 seconds. He's in full control of this, just has to keep his composure. Gabriel Barracordi, likewise, he's got a gap of 3 seconds to Angelina Simmons. So 1st and 2nd, dare I say it, commentator's curse, they're going to be all right there. Via Chopra, Gabriel Barracordi heading towards a front row start for the all-important final. This is where the action is, though, as Angelina Simmons begins to break away from Oliver Spencer, Alfie Ward and Leo Anya. That's because they're beginning to squabble over what is 4th, 5th and 6th spots. Very, very quickly, Faris, if you're one of these 3 drivers on the last lap, do you risk it or do you play safe? There's your answer from Alfie Ward. Is that what you would have done, or would you have just played safe, Faris?
For me, actually really depends of the driver I have in front of me. If he's a really aggressive driver and I know he's going to do something stupid, then I'd probably just wait for something to happen and go through. But if it's a driver who I don't think is going to overtake, I play aggressive. Okay,
there we go. Thank you, Faris. Here we go. Couple of corners to go. Via Chopra is going to extend his championship lead. Gabriele Barracordi is going to take a best result of the season for him and the George Gibbons Motorsport team. There they go. 3rd, after a hard scrap, will be Angelina Simmons. Leo Aina up into 4th. Spencer, Ward, Qureshi, Kallenberg, Mason hitting Mitan Shaheen and Derek Rivera round out the top 12. Very, very close. I would say from 8th back to 15th, extremely close indeed as we look at the results grid.
Via Chopra then, a very controlled win, wasn't it, for the M&M driver. Gabriel Barracordi, likewise, once got into 2nd place, they were able to just kind of coax it on. 2-second gap there, quite unheard of, and even more so a 3-second gap to Angelina Simmons. Angelina there starting the final on the perhaps a more advantageous position than she did on the front row of the right-hand side of the grid.
Yeah, I think we'll run through the rest of the result,
we'll come back to Faris on that. So, moving down the order then, 7th was Qureshi, Kallenberg was 8th, Aaron Mason 9th, Hidding was 10th, and then we've got Mitanj Jain, Derek Rivera rounding off the 12th. 13th was Montanari, Sam Turner up to 14th. That was a good drive from him to get up to 14th.
Yeah, that's very
Pierre Abdou Diwan, Johansa Seniyaki, Aaron Setti, Murad Baravmov, Floris Schenkenberg, Harrison Stevens. There were retirements in that race, and we lost Abdul Razak Al-Khaira. With that oiled up spark plug, I would pretty much be certain of that.
Yes. Okay, Faris. One final question. You're starting the final. Would you rather start 2nd or 3rd?
Really depends which track we're talking about.
Here, today. In this next race, would you rather be P2 or P3 for the final grid?
Also, kind of depends who's starting P1 and who's starting
which brings us nicely onto a question that I had. So this is the final question. You mentioned there, whilst we were chatting, about it depends on the personality. I think you didn't quite say personality, but it depends whether you've got an aggressive driver. as a driver out there on this grid of drivers that you become familiar with, do you know the different personalities? So when you are sat on a grid, you look around yourself and you go, need to watch for him, need to be careful of her, etc. Give us a bit of insight as to what you meant by that.
So basically, when I'm going on, I see some people that are aggressive drivers, and I know they're gonna make some mistakes and try to do an aggressive move. And there's some drivers who I feel like they won't defend like crazy, and it won't be super hard to overtake them. You know, there's some people that drive super aggressive and defend like crazy. Also depends if they have pace or not, really.
Yeah. So it's not as easy as it looks, is it?
Yeah, of
all
course.
of that, all of those things that you have to take into consideration. It's just that's why, Faris, we sit here behind microphones and we leave it the racing to you guys.
It's mind games when we're out.
Yes.
It's not just driving. We have to analyze everything that's going on and make sure that our move doesn't send us into the barrier or something. We have to be smart with our overtakes.
Tremendous. Faris, been an absolute delight to have you this weekend.
Yes, thank you very much. And do you know what? Ever the politician didn't actually answer the question. Managed to avoid answering. So we don't.
Well,
we don't know what his tactics are. He's kept his preferential.
I wasn't expecting him to name names.
Close to his chest.
I wasn't expecting him to name names. Just sort of person. I didn't expect him to name the personalities. Thank you very much, Faris, and great stuff. And a lovely bit of insight there as to what goes on in these. I was going to say race drivers' heads.
Yes,
but fundamentally they're still kids.
They are kids,
but they're very mature in their thinking and tactically thinking, at high speed tactically thinking. It's incredible.
Those comments, those bits of analysis, those the things that Farah was saying, they were not things that came from the mind of a child. They're the things that come from the mind of a racing driver. Speaking of racing drivers, we may have one or a soon-to-be ex-racing driver on the live chat, Joe.
I doubt he's ever going to be an ex.
No, he says he's trying to ease his way away from the sport. It's not.
No, he's
never
finding.
Well, happen.
He's not very good at that.
No, because he was here on Friday, here yesterday, and now he's watching today.
Yeah. Hello, Tony Hogg is what we're getting back to, and Tony's comment here: dispassionately critiquing DD2 from the comfort of my armchair. What you should have been doing, Tony, is coming down here for a coffee and sat next to Henry and I and doing a Faris on the DD2 driving. You could have critiqued on the live stream and been part of the commentary team here, which isn't a bad idea going forward.
A bad idea.
We all retired from racing, didn't we? And we all became, and I became a commentator just to keep coming to the track.
Likewise. Well, we've got two pre-finals.
I did Panto. That's what got me to the track.
You did.
What do you mean you did Panto?
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh yes, I did.
Hey,
we got 2 minutes.
Yes, we have.
So, as we spoke yesterday, I used to do F1.
You were in F1, weren't you?
No background.
Did you work in Formula 1?
Do you know how I got?
Yeah, but you were a motorsport fan.
I was just a fan.
You were a Formula 1
just a fan, yeah. Do you know how I got into it? I was playing the Pantomime Dame in an amateur dramatics society in South London, and one of the cars brought their quite attractive blonde friend along.
Always a way to gravitate.
Who I obviously struck up a conversation with at the after-show party.
Gravitated towards.
And her name was Catherine, and she was Bernie Eccleston's PA.
No way.
And luckily, we only ever stayed friends.
Yes.
So I never ruined it by
Luckily,
getting
so
involved.
she didn't get a chance to dislike you.
Never got involved, never caused that problem, so we stayed friends. And then she became head of the Formula 1 Travel.
Right.
And when they started Bernie's Digital TV, they just wanted people like gophers, people they could trust, just people they knew, just to run around and be gophers. And they said, "Oh, you like F1?" Because you got me free tickets for the F1 and the MotoGP. You like F1? Oh, yeah, I like F1. Well, come along, and they're looking for some gophers just to hang around, and that's what happened.
So did you go along to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix?
Yeah.
Not expecting to be given a microphone and say, go in the pits?
I was told you can either be a pole man, because in those days the RF cameras weren't good enough to go from the garage to the receivers. So you actually had a man in the middle who basically, it was a relay station. You've got to hold the relay station. They said, we might put you on graphics, or we might need an interviewer. And I hung around for a day not knowing what I was doing, because as all went around me. And then the morning, so we were on air at 10, and at 8 o'clock I was told I was the interviewer.
Oh.
Now, do you know the extensive training that he had to go through without the?
This doesn't mean unless you can see it.
Without the Italian accent, though. So Nick was given extensive
not- it's
training
Croatian.
as to Croatian, without the Croatian accent. Nick was given extensive training
Right.
as to how to be a Formula One driver interviewer.
Okay.
Well, you kind of need the... But basically, so he said, okay. I have to the accent. He's Croatian.
You do, really. Yeah.
Because Milad is lovely. He said, okay, this is what you need to know. When you are talking, you point the microphone to you. When they are talking, you point the microphone at them.
Brilliant.
That is the sum total of my training for this gig.
Brilliant. That's outstanding. I mean, going completely off topic, you mentioned a gopher. I once ran over a gopher in my first car, which was a gold Austin Maestro.
Hang on.
License plates LBO 435X.
There's no
Have you already done that bit?
There's
That
no,
off-topic
there's
thing?
no gophers in. There's no gophers in Britain.
I just want to talk about the license plate of my
Oh, that's
first
fine.
car.
That's, that's all right. EKP 369C was my dad's.
Oh,
Anyway,
right. Yeah,
so,
there we are.
That's
There's
quite funny.
a race
By
car.
the way, I just a weird thing. Last year, we were talking about running over things. This is top tangents for the next couple of minutes.
Yes.
Last year, in 2 different countries, I rescued a tortoise.
Oh, that's lovely, yes.
I rescued a tortoise in Florida, and I say rescued. There was a tortoise walking across the road.
Yes.
Once in Florida and once in Albania. So I rescued 2 separate tortoises from 2 separate roads in the same, in fact, within about a month of each other.
That's a lovely story. I want to say hello to 649 Dan.
Who?
Good. 649 Dan.
Never heard
good,
of him.
Good luck to Oscar Lambert and his mechanic Hugh. Yes, Dan, got to get up very early on the morning to get those sort of things past me. Henry, on the other hand, he's up there, mate. He can be sacrificed at any point. So please keep them coming, Dan. We're going to come and see you when we go to Dubai next month, by the way.
I think it's now 1-1 between myself.
Do you think
and
it's
Dan.
1-1? How did you get your horn back? How do you get the equaliser?
Well, I mean, I didn't get it.
He even put the E on the end.
I just broke the news that EBC Brakes were sponsoring Max Dexter for a full season.
Yes, and they are
in the Renault Clio UAE Cup.
Yes,
which is organised by Dan 649 Dan, which I think is a very, very noble thing to
very much, yeah.
Put that much of his company's money behind a driver in the Renault Clio Cup.
Does
this year.
Max
And
Dexter know this?
Max and his father are very, very grateful. They just want to know
done,
when
Dan.
first testing. Yes.
Well done, Dan. Hello
Yeah,
to
thanks,
Supercar Henry.
Hello, Henry.
And he says, hi, Henry.
Hi, Henry. That's Henry King, by
All
the
right.
way.
Yeah.
He
Henry.
can't come and help with the commentary until he comes back and does the Rotax Championship.
Well, you've put that stipulation to him, haven't you?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
We have got the DD2s coming out next, so stand by, Tony Hogg, keeping that critique coming on the live chat. Tell us where you are in the world. Tell us who you're supporting. And keep that live chat coming. We're on Karting Live TV's YouTube live stream page, and we're also on the UAE RMC. Doesn't matter which you come in on, you are more than welcome to be part of this broadcast. And Henry and I will try and keep a look on the live stream chat to keep us all engaged with what's going on. Ask us any questions as well. If we can't answer them, then the likes of Faris Haroun, who can, the experts in the field. We are awaiting the DD2 pre-final.
Yep.
That's coming up next. That is not the DD2 pre-final.
A quick glance at the results of the previous race. Here we go. And
Can we do that again, Nick?
Theo Kakati.
Here we go. We can edit that bit out, can't we?
Yeah.
Theo Kakati, who I noticed only did 1 lap in the warm-up this morning. He's obviously saving his tyres. Tyler Harris, well, that's going to be an absolute ding-dong at the front of this field, and you can't discount those 2 drivers on the second row. Mark Bassier, Saad El Hababi, they are in contention as well. Hamza Ashisho and Adam Malik are on row 3. Row 4, we've got Sami El Assad and Kyle Blockley, with Moritz Canodiers and Greg Watt sharing row 5, and the novice driver Nicolo Cacciatore for NL Racing rounds off an 11 cart DD2 field. DD2s, Henry, gearbox carts in the Rotax family here.
Yeah, we'll see 2 things we're going to see today for sure. That is an increase in speed from Saad Al Hababi. It's only his first race meeting. This is his 3rd day in a DD2 kart ever.
It's incredible, isn't it?
And he was getting quicker and quicker and quicker as yesterday progressed. Likewise for Niccolò Cacciatore, the novice. We're also going to see Theo Cacati put under more and more pressure by championship leader and the so far 3 for 3 in finals, Tyler Harris. Lights are out, we're off and racing.
Yeah, but it's the pole position driver, Theo Cacati, who slots that kart into turn 1, leads out of turn 1. Tyler Harris there. Absolutely, I think it's Tyler Harris bolted to his rear bumper. A challenge at the turn 3 hairpin. That's going to delay everybody and allow Cacati to break free down the back straight towards the kink at 5. And Cacati has pulled out a gap already.
Yeah, Harris there in 3rd position by the looks of it. He's a much taller driver, quite a distinct upright driving style. Bassier, much more hunkered down in the car. However, Bassier is closing in already, and it looks like it is Adam Malik and Hamza Hashisho fighting over 4th and 5th positions. And that gives you some idea of the physicality of the final corners here. You see Greg Watt in the Honolulu racing entry and Niccolò Cacciatore at the back of the field. But up at the front, we've got a really good battle for the lead, Joe.
We have Swiss driver Mark Bassier now right on the rear bumper. He's caught him up, hasn't he? The leader, Cacati, is under pressure here. The tyre's not quite up to temperature. They will be by the time they finish this second lap, though. And down the inside through 5, the kink at 5. And then Cacati does the switchback. This is great racing here, swapping positions left, right and centre here. Cacati has now been shown the cards from Mark Bassier. Here it is in the kartshop.me. Look at this textbook through the kink there. But cool as you like, Theo Cacati just let him go wide and then slot it back in.
Theo Cacati has done more laps around this venue than virtually anybody else. He was telling me a story that both him and Sem Knyoppers did their very first laps here together. They were both sat on their dad's laps.
Oh, really?
Going around here in hire carts. And so Theo, there's not an inch of this tarmac that Theo does not know very, very intimately, shall we say. And it's proven so there. Bassier had the move, but then within the space of a couple of meters, Cacati had altered the trajectory of his kart to just ease himself back underneath. We had a kart off at the back of our screen. It was Kyle Blockley in the number 531. So that will elevate Greg Watt into second in Masters, and it will give Maurice Knyoppers a pretty much untroubled run to the win here.
Sat at home in his armchair is Tony Hogg, and I've got a question for Tony. He might be able to give us the answer to this. I think that Cacati was able to pull off that move because of the more stable braking process. We've got braking across the front axle on these DD2 karts. When you're only braking on the rear axle through turn 5 and 6, which we're about to come out of turn 3 here, off we go through the left-hander at 4. This is the section of track I'm talking about here, Henry. It's a bit of a fast kink, that bit there, into the braking area. You're braking and turning at the same time. And for Cacati to just let the car breathe down the inside of Bassier to retake the position 2 laps ago, I think was down to the 4-wheel or the 2-axle braking. Tony, tell me if I'm right in my thoughts there, because he was able to do that, and it didn't look like the kart was kind of breaking away from underneath him. He was able to do that in a more stable and balanced way.
And making Cacati's performance more impressive, people may not know this is a new chassis. Not as in it's a brand new frame, but it's a Danilo Rossi chassis built for DD2, which is something that is a new thing for them. And so Cacati, who now loses the lead for the first time to Mark Bassier, he's also doing a bit of chassis development for Danilo Rossi, and he's going to have to now develop that from P2. Here we go, kartshop.me replay. Bassier spots the opportunity, up the inside, takes the race lead. Still has the race lead. So Cacati wasn't able to fight back. That's smart for Bassier. He chose to make his second overtaking opportunity at a part of the track where Cacati wouldn't be able to instantly get him back.
We have completed 5 laps of this 14-lap race, so plenty of time. No need to panic, stay composed. We're not getting to that witching hour of maybe 2 laps to go. There's plenty of time for that. and we are seeing a bit of a textbook lesson in how to drive a DD2 around the Al Ain International Kart Circuit here by these two drivers at the front. Not that far away though is Tyler Harris, Adam Malik, Said El Hababi, Hamza Shisho in 6th, Moritz Knopes is in 7th. We've just had Al Hababi ahead of Shisho on that previous lap there and up to 5th ahead of him, leaving him in 6th. Behind Knopes in 7th, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt, Kyle Blockley and Nicola Cacciatore there in 11th, but he was ahead of Kyle Blockley for a little while.
I think that Cacciatore may have become the race's first retirement. We've only got 10 karts left on track, but the good news is that 7 of them are within 2 seconds of the race leader, or which is really, really good for the class, is competitiveness. Now you can see Kakati's going to get a good run down the back straight. Will he try and do to Bassier what Bassier did to him at this corner a few laps ago and dive to the inside? No, because Bassier just doesn't defend overtly, but covers just enough of the middle of the track to make Kakati think twice about getting onto the real sandy stuff.
Yeah, it gets very tight down there, especially with this one racing line around here. We are heading towards the half-distance mark then. Mark Bassier looking controlled. Thea Kakati. Here comes Tyler Harris though. He's not that far behind that third place kart there. The orange and white livery of Mumbai Falcons leads the race. It's also the livery on Tyler Harris in that third place. We've got an independent livery on Thea Kakati, as Henry described. A bit of development on the Daniele Rossi chassis going on here. But what I'm seeing, Henry, is very composed heads on these drivers now. It'll be 8 laps completed, so we're inside the second half of this pre-final. And again, there's no time to get concerned. There's plenty of time to come back and regain any positions that you might have lost, or regain any positions that you might want to take.
Well, here's something interesting, and I think Tony Hogg has given his opinion on the move between Bassier and Kakati, and this is a really interesting point. So, Marc Bassier, proven chassis, engine, team package, more experience in this class than Kakati. Kakati, more experience here at the circuit, and we've got a head-to-head battle. What do you take? Do you take, a proven package or track knowledge at this point? Will track knowledge overcome potentially the better setup of the two as things stand? Bearing in mind we are still in the very early stages of this Daniele Rossi DD2 chassis lifespan.
Here we go then, onto the back straight. It'll be 9 laps completed as they head towards the completion of lap 9. Tony, by the way, Tony Hogg has mentioned that Bassier committed to the overtake, carried a bit too much speed on entry. Theo's track knowledge played into the recovery by Bassier opening up the gap there. Thanks, Tony. Say that you could have been sat next to Henry there and verbalised that rather than sat at home with your feet up. He's probably sat in his underpants as well, won't he?
Having a lie-in and a relaxing Sunday morning.
With the aircon turned off.
Oh, dear. Don't get started.
Here we go then. This is what we were thinking was going to happen as Kakati has gathered himself up. He can see the laps ticking away into turn 6 now, the hairpin, into the turn 7 hairpin, and then making their way through to 8, through that sweep on towards the double apex, the 2 left-handers that you kind of make into one sweeping corner, and then that run down the back straight there. Bassier is in control though. He's got great pace here and just controls the kart through 11 into the final turn. 10 laps completed, 4 to go. Bassier, Kakati, Al Habibi. Tyler Harris drops to 4th this time. And whether Harris can come back at Habibi, we're going to be able to see that in the next 4 laps, Henry.
And even more impressive, the fact that Bassier and Kakati, and there's the move! There's the move. So I was just about to say, we're not seeing Kakati attack Bassier until he attacked Bassier. These two don't want to, as we look at the kartshop.me replay, and that was mirror signal maneuver, an exact replica of the move that Bassier pulled on Kakati. They're not battling frantically because Al-Hababi, Harris, Hashisho, Malik and Knyoppers are within striking distance. this late in a DD2 race, which is really pleasing to see, and it's encouraging for more and more drivers to maybe enter the fray as the season progresses.
Saad Al Habibi has pulled away from Tyler Harris. He's got quite a lonely run there in third place, and you can see the third place driver there just dropping his head behind the fairing. He is closing on Bassier. He's Mumbai Falcons teammate there in third. You can see him closing that gap. It was 6/10 across the line. I have a feeling Tyler Harris has got an issue here. He's just dropped behind Shisho and is now in 5th spot.
Oh, he's got more than an issue, Joe, because out of the corner of my eye there is a Mumbai Falcons kart and a Matthias de Gem Motorsport kart, and the Mumbai Falcons kart that has been collected or has got involved is that of the championship leader, Tyler Harris, losing points to both Bassier and Malik in this race.
Incredible. Just shows how tight things are out there. It's remaining tight at the front of the field into the Formula One hairpin at turn 3. And then out of that, Bassier not that far away. And who is this behind in third? Saad Al Habibi is coming together as well. It's going to be about to become a 3-card battle for the lead of this race going into what will be the final lap next time by. We've still got the penultimate lap to complete here, and the bright overalls, the luminous yellow of the UAE overalls, is being overtaken by Bassier, who hangs on to that kart, the Mumbai Falcons kart. They're wanting to just go off on a tangent, but now we battle towards the final lap of this pre-final. And this is going to allow Al Habibi to come back into this, Henry.
This is what we've been waiting all weekend for, a real knockdown, drag-out scrap for the win in DD2. Adam Malik was the Matthias de Gem kart that Tyler Harris collided with. Here comes Kakati to the inside of turn number 6. New leader, Theo Kakati. Can Bassier throw everything now at him over the last couple of corners?
His chances are running out. He's got one more opportunity, and that's to come out onto the back straight, gets into the slipstream. We saw him make the move last time, but defensive driving from Kakati. He's got this sailed then by defensively going into turn 11. You cannot pass through the final turn unless you made the move earlier, and it will be Theo Kakati who crosses the line first to take the win in the pre-final, maximises his points haul, but he will start the all-important final on that pole position. But what a drive from Mark Bassier, who absolutely did not let him take that one win easy and fought all the way to the flag. Saad Al Habibi, well, that was a great drive from him, and Saad was not that far away. Let's have a look at this move again, Henry.
Yep, the kartshop.me replay shows. Now, whereas Bassier went for the move on Kakati at that corner, but slightly earlier, further up the track, Kakati waited until later into the braking zone before returning the favour, which meant that there was less opportunity for him to run wide and no opportunity for Bassier to come back at him.
Great stuff then. This bodes very well for a very intense final from these DD2 drivers and of course, the DD2 Masters. Theo Kakati takes the win, will start on pole position for the final. Mark Bassier, a very strong second place there. Saad Al Habibi was third. The first of the Masters then, Moritz Canopes inherits a fourth place there. Hamza Rashisho fifth. Sami El Assad is in sixth. Seventh, a dejected Tyler Harris, no doubt, with 8th place going to Greg Watt. Kyle Blockley through in 9th. Adam Malik didn't quite finish the race, as neither did Nicolo Cacciatore. 11 karts in the DD2 field, but that was not without its action and its drama.
Now, we talked about people in Europe getting up early. Check this out. Hello to Luis Perez, who is a buddy of Theo Kakati in the USA. Now, I don't know what part of the USA. I would imagine maybe even sort of the California West Coast area, Luis.
Well, it's not, he hasn't got up early. He's just going to bed late.
He's just stayed up. He's committed. Well, there's only one more race to be. You could have a lie-in Sunday morning when you eventually get up, Luis, because there's one more race to go for Theo. I can tell you that the DD2 final begins at 1:48 p.m. local time. So you can go and do your own calculations as to how much later you can stay up, how many more adult beverages you need to
probably coffee, actually,
nurse your way through to ensure that you are still conscious by the time that Theo goes out for the final.
He's from the West Coast.
Of course, yeah, from the West Coast.
Yeah, good guess.
Well, I know Theo goes to college on the West Coast, and he's got he runs with Mike Manning Racing in the USA. So that'll be a good. Well, let's have a think now. That'll be a good 12 hours behind us.
It is 12 hours, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's 8 hours. 8 hours to the UK. 4 more hours. So it's
4 hours to the UK, and then 8 more hours to West Coast.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, I mean, it's early days. Yeah,
it is.
I mean, this
it's
is
only 11:30 p.m.
It's only 11:30 p.m. I bet you we stayed up to watch Saturday Night Main Event and John Cena's last wrestling match.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, who hasn't?
Did mention that.
Didn't, yeah.
Did you steal?
No, because it's not real. It's choreographed.
What, you didn't stay up for John Cena's last match that you
No,
kept going about yesterday?
I read it. I read the report on Bleacher Report this morning
Right.
because I am a fan of the art.
If we're honest,
professional
if we're honest
wrestling.
with the audience worldwide, Henry spent a large proportion of yesterday working out how best to fall off a chair.
Yes. I'm so glad that I was able to make a guest appearance at the Romanian Rotax Max Challenge Awards night.
It was very nice of them to invite you.
Yes. But of course,
not necessarily you couldn't because you were committed here,
but via video link.
Via video link.
Yes. Right.
But hang on, we need to go back to when the day you won the internet, or the karting internet, when during your Romanian event commentary, you've got the studio webcam.
Absolutely.
And as you're chatting, you basically fall off your chair.
I blame Armand Hamilton for pulling off a superb passing manoeuvre. And as I was extolling the virtues of him, and I simply leant back in my chair ever so slightly and maybe sort of miscalculated the weight distribution between...
You miscalculated gravity, you mean?
Gravity.
Yes.
And next thing you know, I'm staring at the ceiling, however, still with the microphone headset in.
I've got to say, Henry...
No one would have noticed unless they had a camera on.
If you were listening to that audio, you would not have guessed that you were... Had fallen off a chair, you were then for a moment on all fours, and then gathering yourself up and sitting. The absolute consummate professional, mate. You did not get your lines wrong.
I believe if you go to the Romanian Karting Federation YouTube channel after today's broadcast, and I don't mean after the last pre-final here, because then we've got the Paddock show for you to watch, and it's very good, so don't go away. After the presentation tonight, then go to the Romanian Karting Federation to watch me make a fool of myself, which I do anyway, but normally...
I was about to say, you haven't got to narrow it down to the Romanian Karting Federation, have you, really? You know, all sorts of places to find that happening.
Yes. Most of the time making a fool of myself comes with some sort of pre-event planning on my part. That just happened au naturel.
Banjo playing being the most recent one.
Well,
that was a tremendous story.
I'm learning new skills, like I said. We're piping up the band for the last pre-final. Like I said, George Nassar leading the championship by a country mile. The fat lady is not singing yet, but the band are tuning up. You just hope that nobody snaps a string.
Talking about the remainder of the championship, here we are in Allen Raceway for round 3. Round 4, 17th of January and 18th of January for round 4. Day 1 and Day 2, both championship point scoring rounds at the Dubai Kartdrome. It's an event that we are dearly looking forward to going to and seeing these karts race on the Dubai Kartdrome. From there, in February, we go to quite a unique event. The Yas Marina circuit sees the arrival of the UAE RMC, and again, 2 point scoring days there on the 14th and 15th of February. On the actual Formula One track, we create a kart track on the Formula One track using the West Hairpin section of the Yas Marina circuit, where only last week the Formula One World Championship was clinched by Lando Norris. and McLaren. It is a unique event, and as Henry was telling us yesterday, a very, very high-speed track with 90+% of it full throttle.
Yep, 90+%.
Incredible.
And what we'll come back to the Yas Marina in a minute.
Let me just finish off the calendar, then we'll talk about Yas. 8th of March, we're back at the Dubai Kartdrome for a one-day event on the 8th of March for round 6. Round 7 is back to Al Fassan on the 29th of March, and then the championship for 25-26 rounds off with the two-day event for 2 point-scoring rounds on the 11th and 12th of April, and we're back to the Alan Raceway, and we're on the track configuration which we saw at round 1.
The grand finals
configuration. The grand finals configuration, that's the designation. Getting back to Yas Marina though, Henry, you've seen this championship race there on more than one occasion, and just the fact that we're at Yas Marina on that Formula One track is quite something.
The fact that it's a Formula One track, it is not the most technical of circuits. It doesn't necessarily, it lends itself to just, single file slipstream racing because you are on, full speed. However, it is an actual Formula One track. Yeah. And what I dearly love is that on the track walk, the kids go rushing out to the West Hairpin and they're trying to find the Formula One tyre marks and guess which Formula One driver left that tyre mark that I'm just about to race on myself in my Minimax or my Micromax kart. And those are the types of memories, or those are the types of things that, doesn't matter about the style of racing. Sometimes a one weekend a year trip to a Formula One track is worth it. There is another event which we'll talk about, the Dubai O-Plate, which Karting Live TV are going to be covering at the Dubai Kartdrome. We'll chat about that later because that's got another few special little areas to it, because we're about to go racing in the senior pre-final.
We had some very, very dramatic and intense racing from the Senior Max field. An absolutely huge grid with that young man, George Nasser, who is on the pole position for the pre-final. And even more impressive is Connor Clancy. He came into this round here at Alain, leading the Junior Max class, leading that championship. However, he's then transitioned, because of his age, into seniors. And there he is, starting the pre-final on the front row. Second row of the grid is Andrea Remy and Oscar Lambert. Then we've got Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who's going to be making up for lost time yesterday. Behind him, Zain El Hamassat, Nathan Kappen, Alexander Bici, Rayan Damadasa, Antonius Haddad, Aloy Gonzalez, Rayan Qureshi. And then we've got Araf Diwan, Faisal Nashiko, Manaf Al-Balushi, Kayan Cranebull, Mohammed Manane, Shivan Karthik, Enzo Tesluk, Andrew Obaid, Ardish Mehta. There's the rest of the grid there on the screen. Kai Hunter qualifying a little bit better, the former British champion here and UKC champion, qualified 29th. Had a bit of a character-building day, didn't he? Yeah. We'll wait to see if he can continue that rebuild as we've got the field coming into our view, Henry.
Watch for row 12. Hunter and Imani Kanua. If they can get clear of any first lap shenanigans, they will be marching towards the front as the lights don't go out. And we don't go racing. False start. Yes, Kai Hunter, a character building day. Likewise, Imani Kanua. A quick, George Nassar, 2 heat wins, pole position amongst the 3 heat races. He gained points on all his rivals yesterday. However, the driver that scored the second biggest amount of points yesterday, only 12 fewer than George Nassar, was Connor Clancy. So Clancy, he gained ground on everybody in the championship apart from Nassar. Now, there's a long way to go. Joey beat through the remaining rounds, point-scoring rounds, so there is time for Clancy. Certainly, now, the likes of Oscar Lambert, who's 6th second in points, Nathan Kappen, who is 3rd in points, Jeremy Montgomery Swan is 4th in points, Rian Damadasa is 5th in points. they will be the ones instantly looking nervously over their shoulders at the progress that Conor Clancy is making.
We have the field coming back toward us. They're at the final turn here. They will turn right and go onto the main straight, head towards the red lights. The red lights shine bright. They go out, and now we are racing. And George Nasser has got the primary object of that first turn lead, and he keeps that first turn lead, but it's a GGM kart of Andrea Remy who slots in behind him, and that was from that third place on the grid, Henry. Yep. That seems to be a bit of an advantage there.
Yep, Andrea Remy, very, very impressive this weekend. If he continues in the same vein of form, he will be featuring in the battle for the top championship positions. That battle might be for second place on back, depending on how George Nassar's next couple of race days goes. However, the one thing that is, how shall I say, working against George Nassar is the size of his championship lead. Because everybody now knows that if we get to Nassar, we will not race with him. We will drag him into a fight. It's no good us just pushing away with Nassar and me taking the win and George finishing second, because that won't do them any favours in the championship. They want to drag George into a multi-kart scrap. He knows that, and it's a cat and mouse game. Yeah, he knows what everyone else wants, and he's got to make sure he doesn't give them the opportunity to get it.
George Nasser has a tendency to get his head down, optimise his opening laps, and pull a gap like we see. What helps him do that is that everybody behind him, now that we've had Jeremy Montgomery Swan ahead of Nathan Caplan there, who, by the way, came up from 7th into 2nd place, we've got Andrea Remy, who's been demoted to 4th already. And if these 5 carts continue to squabble and change, George Nasser there on the black and white M&M cart, he's going to disappear and continue to disappear. However, he's taking JNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan with him as the battle for third continues to rage.
Yes, and they are, oh wow, great 3 wide coming out of the F1 hairpin, and that was a Mumbai Falcons kart getting eased onto the curb and then eventually over the curb. Great to watch, terrible for all these drivers' chances of clawing back a point or 3 against the championship leader. Montgomery Swan is the only one that sort of escaped the madness. Caplan in 3rd. Here's Remy, Clancy, BG, the notorious BIGI, followed by El Homosani, Oscar Lambert, Rayan Qureshi, Rian Damadasa. There's yellow flags waving at turns 5, and I saw Enzo Tesluk having an off-track excursion a lap ago, but he has continued.
That blue and white cart there is Andrea Remy, who's got that youngster, Conor Clancy, from the front row of the grid, finding himself being demoted ever further down. He's 5th. He's now 6th as Alessandro Bigi gets ahead of him there, caught him out massively at the turn 3 hairpin. This is allowing Andrea Remy just to break free slightly as the M&M driver, Bigi, gets ahead of Clancy. Clancy doing all he can to hang on to it. This is the battle for 4th, beginning to spread out. George Nasser leading, Jeremy Montgomery Swan 2nd behind him. Another 2nd is Nathan Caplan, and then another 2 seconds before we see that 4th place driver, Andrea Remy, with Alessandro Bigi trying to get back on terms. Will Lee's concertina back up? Still plenty of time with 9 laps, would you believe, remaining in this ever longer pre-final.
We have lost Jules Dumont for the Telios Racing team. I think Antonius Haddad also gone. Well, Jeremy Montgomery Swan coined the nickname the debt collector yesterday for the way that he forced his way through a half-open door when given the opportunity. Well, is he looking up at George Nassar thinking, do you owe anyone any money? Have I got to come and do my thing up at the front here? Well, the gap is growing. So Montgomery Swan does have to get his head down, or by the same token, does he now simply conserve? Does he think to himself, right, the chance of me catching Nassar, slim, even though we have 9 laps to go.
And Henry, we've talked about the disadvantage you have of starting on that front row alongside pole position. Every time we see the second row of the grid the third place kart slotting in behind. I know that did happen on this occasion, but that third place was Andrea Remy, wasn't it, who got right on the bumper of George Nasser. George Nasser is controlled at the front of this field, maintaining that gap of just on about a second or a second and a bit, and he's maintaining that by keeping himself composed and absolutely driving the wheels off that car. Jeremy Montgomery Swan stays in second. Nathan Caplan's just put a purple second sector in, so Nathan Caplan, dare I say it, may be on a charge and may come back towards Jeremy Montgomery Swan as the pack there from fourth place down over through the final turn. That has still got Andrea Remy, Alessandro Bici, Connor Clancy, Oscar Lambert and Ryan Qureshi. Ryan Darmadasa, fastest lap of the race last time by Henry, and right on the tail of Ryan Qureshi.
Yep, speed has never been an issue for Rian Darmadasa, Sri Lanka's Rian Darmadasa. Occasionally, getting to the end of the races in one piece has been something that Rian has got to work on a little bit more, but in terms of his ability to put in blisteringly fast laps, Darmadasa has always had that in his arsenal, shall we say. Remy having a fantastic drive in fourth position rather, and he's beginning to edge away in that 3-4-5 kart from this group, now led by the notorious BIGI Alessandro Bici, who has just been passed by Connor Clancy, Lambert Qureshi, then Darmadasa, the kartshop.me replay over the airtime over the bump, Joe.
Textbook down the inside on the brakes there into turn one, and Connor Clancy asking himself, can he hang on to it? He's into fifth. He's took Oscar Lambert with him. Ryan Qureshi now seventh. Alexander Bici, would you believe, all the way down in eighth. He was absolutely hung out to dry there on the sandy offline part of the track. Just want to bring our attention to 15th place Kai Hunter, up 9 places. Maybe we'll see more of him in the final if he can get up the grid, having that bit of a clawback across the weekend for him. But that battle still remaining absolutely extreme for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place now.
And even more impressive than Kai Hunter, Amani Kinua, the South African driver aboard the number 317 George Gibbons Motorsport kart. Don't forget, Kinua started alongside Kai Hunter on row number 12, whereas Hunter has moved up to P15, 12 seconds off the lead. Kinua, P11, just 9.7 seconds off the lead, and now stationed directly behind El Homassani and Darmadasa.
Leader out of the final turn, crosses the line there. 9 laps completed for George Nasser. Gap's gone out to 1.7 to Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Nathan Caplan coming back towards Montgomery Swan, though. We'll keep a wary eye on that battle for second and third, with Andrea Remy, Connor Clancy, Oscar Lambert, Ryan Qureshi, Alexander Bici, Ryan Darmadasa in 9th. Rounding off the top 10 is Zain El Homassani. And this, the longer races, Henry, producing a more spread out field as the drivers, once they start tripping over one another, it can be so easy to lose ground and momentum, especially on the track here. Once you get on that sandy offline, you kind of, what was it that young Faris said?
Yeah, outside
suicide.
Yeah,
and that's what we're seeing here. So the drivers, and I think you said it earlier, thinking about the final, thinking about where they're going to start, the all-important final, and maybe not making those do or die moves to improve on just a couple of places here and there. We are driving towards the final. As a move down the inside on Andrea Remy, Connor Clancy for Mumbai Falcons has now got up to 4th place.
And I actually really like these longer races. Yes, it's not just a constant bun fight. It's not just what in karting terms people call a hack. The drivers have actually got to think a little bit more. Yes, they'll be more aware of their setup. They'll be more aware of, okay, let's not press the panic button, let's work a bit more. You get more comers and goers, as it were, and it's a little bit more tactical from the drivers themselves. And I'm not mad about that at all, personally.
And you know what, Henry? We've got a 14-lap pre-final here.
Yep.
4 laps remaining. There's going to be 3 laps remaining any moment now. The finals are 20 laps. Now, I think that driver fitness is going to be a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I mean, if this was the final, we would have just gone past half distance.
Yes.
You know, somebody's exhaust has just gone
Fell
past its use-by date by falling off. We'll find out who that driver is very shortly. We've still got, well, Jordan Schultz is last driver running in 31st. Sadly, Alicia Canessa, another driver who we're going to hear from during the Paddock show, she has had to retire. And a glance out of the window tells me, I think the driver whose exhaust is sadly...
I think that could be 331.
That would... No, that would be George Nasser, and that would be a major story.
Ah, that's not him at all. I think he's just come in the pits. The exhaust, that is.
Yes, the exhaust has come into pits. Nassar leads by 2.2 seconds. Montgomery Swan, well, we call him the debt collector. The rate of knots in which he's being caught by Nathan Cappan, Montgomery Swan might have turned himself into a bit of a bouncer, a bit of a doorman.
Yeah.
You know, instead of pushing through doors, he might have to be keeping people out. Your name's not down, you're not coming in.
I do think that even though he's going to say to Nathan Cappan, you're coming here with trainers on, mate, as George Nasser completes 13 laps onto the final lap, I think we're seeing a bit of race management going on from Jerry Montgomery Swan. The JNKD driver has been looking over his shoulder constantly, just checking on the progress of Nathan Cappan, who's been on fire. And for me, Cappan has been taking more energy out of those tyres to chase down that Montgomery Swan kart. Montgomery Swan just easing the pace, and he can see George Nasser up ahead of him. He knows he's not going to fight any kind of additional pace. Maybe he's keeping his powder dry or those tyres less worn out and less energy taken from them and saving himself for the final. He's going to start alongside George Nasser because they're about to finish in that order.
Yes, indeed. And Cappan making sure that he is not right behind Montgomery Swan, just in case Montgomery Swan had the merest inkling to maybe step aside and finish third instead of second. It's Nassar, Montgomery Swan, Cappan, Clancy, Lambert, your top 5. Changes at the bottom end of the top 10 on the last corner as El Homassani passes Damadasa for P9 behind Remy Qureshi Biji. Then the Egyptian star Zain El Homassani, Sri Lanka's Rian Damadasa, and South Africa's Amani Kanua. Now, I wasn't at Alforsan, but I am pretty sure that my memory serves me correctly in that the incident at the head of the final for the lead between George Nasser was also between Elwar Gonzalez.
It was, yeah.
Who is only 12th in this race, to show you how deep the strength in depth of the senior Rotax grid.
Here's the result then. George Nasser took the win in the pre-final from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. It was Nathan Cappan who finished in third, chasing him down he was. That young man, Connor Clancy, continues to impress by finishing fourth there. Oscar Lambert finished fifth. Sixth place was Andrea Remy. Moving on down the order to seventh. Seventh place was Ryan Qureshi. In eighth place was Alessandra Biji. Zain El Homassani with Rain Damadasa in 10th. Amani Kanua, great drive, up to 11th, as you mentioned. Eloy Gonzalez finishes 12th. Arav Diwan in 13th. Then we have Faisal Nashiko, Shivan Carter, Kai Hunter from 24th on the grid to 16th. Kian Cryinbull, Manaf Al-Balushi was 18th. Mohamed Menemene with Lewis Hartman 20th. Anish Mehta was next. Then we had Oscar Backhouse, Abdullah Al-Carter. Rain Karuz was 24th. Moving down the order to 25th is Philip Dinu, Neyman Karuja, Andrew Albright, Enzo Tesluk, Ahel Meklai. Jordan Schultz was 30th. And then the rest of the field rounded off by Leith Mominar, Alicia Canisa was a retirement, as was Antonia Haddad and Jules Demont going out early. That concludes our pre-final coverage. We are back in just over half an hour. But don't go away. Put the kettle on, make yourself a cup of tea. But you have got the Paddock show to watch. And Henry and I did our little tour. We've got some good chats coming up and some great insight as to what's going on behind the scenes here. So looking forward to the finals?
Absolutely. They're all simmered up nicely. I think that we can't predict the winner in any of them.
No, so we leave you. We'll be back after lunch. Henry and I are going to have a lie down in a dark room, and we'll be back shortly. Enjoy the lunch break, and indeed, enjoy our Paddock show.
Well, hello and welcome back to Al Ain for the second day of round three over 2 days. And I'm joined by the fabulous Henry Baudet, our lovely commentator. Henry, what's the second day going to bring us?
Hopefully a lot more excitement, a lot more action. The drivers will have got used to the new circuit layout. A lot of them would have tested here, but they now know how it races. And also, they've had a long day yesterday. Super Pole and the 3 heat races. Today, pre-final and final. This is where they turn the aggression up to 11.
Now, you mentioned the word final.
Yes.
Now, since we were last with you, there have been a lot of finals. There's been the Rotax World Finals, been the MENA Finals. I want you, and perhaps take Joe with you, to talk to as many final finalists as you can.
Challenge accepted. The 2025 Rotax Grand Finals will go down as the most successful ever for Team UAE. 2 wins. One of them was secured by this man, Benjamin Krajckovic in Micromax. First of all, Benjamin, congratulations on being the #1 Micromax driver in the world. How does it feel?
Good. Very.
I mean, first of all, let's talk about the event. It's a fantastic spectacle, isn't it? How did you feel differently when you put on the black and gold of Team UAE?
Happy to be with my team. And yeah.
It's not just about nation versus nation. The whole way that the event works is different. You don't bring your own kart and your own engine. You get given a kart at random and an engine. What's the difference between how you approach that event, knowing that you haven't got your own equipment, it's borrowed for the week, than coming here where you've tested, you've chosen the engines and everything like that? What difference does that make to you?
A bit scared because the carts are the same, but the engines are not exactly the same. It's just whoever is the best driver basically wins.
Exactly, and that happened to be you. The racing was intense. Talk us through your emotions that week.
I stayed very calm. On the final, I got overtaken by 2 people. And then I dropped back on the last lap to 7th, and then I overtook everyone back, and I finished 2nd, and I almost got him on the line.
I know, but then a post-race penalty meant that you were the champion. Talk about the relationship, because you had Matt Hopcraft there, you had Ash Deere there, who are your coach and mechanic here. What was it like to share that moment with them?
Good. They were happy. We all stayed in one hotel. And yeah, it was just so nice to stay with everyone, and especially Team UAE.
Yeah, because Team UAE then came 3rd in the actual Nations Cup, thanks to yourself, thanks to Morris and the other team members. Was that something that, the management of the team, Guy Sheffield, Tony Kakati, were they happy with that? And have they spoken to you about how proud they are of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what did they say?
Normal stuff. Good job and stuff like that.
Yep. And of course, you're in Minimax now in this championship, but we'll stay on the Rotax Grand Finals. Well, the day after the Rotax Grand Finals, because that was the Formula One title decider in Abu Dhabi. And there's not many drivers that celebrated a Grand Finals win the way you did. Tell us about your Sunday in Abu Dhabi.
Happy for Norris to win. Rather have Max, but good for Norris to win.
Oh, yeah, no, but you got to do something pretty special, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you want to tell everyone what you managed to do?
I holded Kimi Antonelli's F1 steering wheel and George Russell's seat thing, whatever it's called.
Seat insert. So you spent the day with the Mercedes Formula One team, effectively, the day after you won the Grand Finals. did you tell George Russell that his older brother Benji was a Grand Finals champion, but George never won it, and now you're there? So does that make you better than George?
Yes, I think I would beat him in a race of karting.
Excellent, excellent. Benjamin Krajickovic, now officially the number one Micromax driver in the world. Congratulations once again. Best of luck now with full-time Minimax.
Thank you. Bye.
The MENA Nations Cup is this region's biggest international Rotax event. In the same way the Grand Finals, drivers compete for their countries and they select their equipment completely at random, all provided by the chassis partners and engines by Rotax. This year, the DD2 MENA Nations Cup champion for Qatar, first time that Qatar have ever won a race at the MENA Nations Cup, is Hamza Hashisho. Hamza, firstly, congratulations. How did it feel standing on the top of the podium, not necessarily for anyone else other than the Qatari flag?
Yeah, honestly, it felt great, to be honest. It felt pretty unreal, especially like, being the first one to do it. I mean, that really felt memorable to me. So yeah, I mean, it was an unreal experience for me, honestly.
And what's going to be even more surprising is, Hamza, tell us when you actually started karting.
So it was like back in October, actually, like in 2024. It's kind of when I first started karting, started like getting into it and everything, and then I had my first race in December in Muscat.
Yeah, I was there. It was a round of the UAE Championship, December 2024, Muscat. Fast forward, December 24, your very first race. End of October 2025, an international title, and not just any international title in any class, in Rotax's ultimate class. You've not driven anything other than a DD2, have you?
No, yeah, that's correct. Nothing. I've started in DD2 and I've just continued my career in DD2, really.
So, in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, you've had a very successful start to what is effectively your first full season of karting. Tell us a little bit about your season so far, starting with the Rotax Invitational.
So yeah, I had a good invitational. I won it. I think it was really good prep for the first round. And then the first round was in the same track, so I had a lot of prep. We had amazing pace, really fast, so I was really happy with that. We secured I should have had 2 P2s, but then I took a bumper penalty on the first day, so I took P4 on the first day, and then on the second day I got a podium for P2. But we had the pace to win, but we learn, That's how it works.
You learn. You're up against, now the DD2 field is getting bigger. It started off quite small, but very, very talented. Yourself, Tyler Harris, Adam Malik, now Theo Kakati coming back, Mark Bassier as well as several more. It obviously is a really tough test up against some of the very best, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, honestly. Especially the good, now the competition is getting similar to how it was last year, especially how big the good last year was.
Yep.
Like the first few races, of course, the competition was a lot less because less drivers. But now, I mean, it's nice to have a lot of more competition. I mean, it definitely gets you into a learning phase, and then definitely gets you better when you compare yourself to these other drivers.
Now, we talk, myself and Joe and Nick on the live stream, about how physical these karts are. If you've been driving since you were, a Micromax age, by the time you get to something with front brakes, all the horsepower, top speed, over 120 kilometers an hour, DD2, your body is quite used to go-karting. What's it been like for you stepping straight into this and having to work on your fitness and your muscles to be able to cope with driving a DD2?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, of course, when I first started, it was a lot more physically demanding for me. It felt a lot harder, especially to keep up in pace because, when you're not physically ready for it, the pace is not going to be there, even if you're a good driver on the simulator or anything. If you don't have the physicality, especially for these karts, no, you're not really going to keep up with your best guys. But now, of course, over time, I practiced a lot, and then now, of course, I'm able to physically handle it, and that's why my pace has gone up a lot, over the year.
So, we've had a Rotax Invitational win. We've had a MENA Nations Cup win. When are we going to see Hamza Hashisho take his first round win in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge?
Well, I'll hope for this weekend, me and the team, we're really just working, trying to find those little bits, those few tenths, and then hopefully we can really take one home.
So there we go. Let's remember this. 1 year ago, this gentleman had only sat in a go-kart once. 12 months on, He's an international champion, maybe our next DD2 round winner, Hamza Hashisho. Thank you, Hamza.
Thank you very much.
The 2025 Rotax Grand Finals started as the most successful in the nation's history. The very first final of the day was the E20 and E20 Masters final. And in E20 Masters, this man, Maurice Knyoppers, came home as the winner. Maurice, you've been at the Grand Finals many times before. You were a podium finisher back in 2008, but this was a special day for you, not only because it was your second Grand Finals win, but it was the first that you shared with your son Sam. How do you feel?
I think it still doesn't quite sink in. I mean, we've had race wins before. You know, on the same day we both won. Here in the UAE, even in the Netherlands, we won on the same day. And then you go home and then you realize, oh, but wait a minute, this was special. You know, this was the World Finals. It's easy. It's not going to happen. You can't imagine happening it again. But of course, we're going to try. But it was special. It's super special.
Now, the event itself, talk us through race week, because you were the lone non-South American driver at the front, because you had 3 drivers from Argentina, 2 from Brazil, 1 from Ecuador, who spent most of the week sitting about 2 inches off your rear bumper. And without the sound of engines, you can hear the tyres squealing and you know they're there. How did you cope with all that?
Coping with that is what we always do in the go-karting, right? If somebody's half a second behind you, it's okay. But these guys, they were really pushing. I think even more than last year. I mean, the guys who were behind me, they were some quality drivers, you know. So yeah, that wasn't easy. No. And then especially in the pre-final, we were also hyped up for Sam's win. That made him start the final in first. And then I had to tell myself, Maurice, okay, come on now. You know, need to focus, which I didn't. You know, I messed up big time.
And that was the only race you finished second in the pre-final on the Friday night, which came just after Sam had won his pre-final. Yeah, even a driver of your experience and caliber can lose focus every once in a while, and it can cost you, as you proved.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people came to me and said, Maurice, you were saving tires, you know, but you knew if you finish second, you can start the final first. I didn't, you know, I was just so hyped up for Sam's win. I tried it all my best, and like I said, these guys were fast, you know, the guys from South America. So, but now we're back here in the UAE. Everything starts at 0 again, and I have to adapt to DD2. My son is now my coach this weekend, and I don't know if I really like that, to be honest.
Well, I can tell you something. So, Maurice won the first final of the day on Saturday for the UAE, and that was UAE's first Grand Finals win since Sean Babington won in DD2 in 2014. The second race of the day was Benjamin Karachkovic in the Micromax race. So he became so UAE, 2 wins in the first 2 finals. In the third race, Oliver Spencer crossed the line first in Minimax, then had a post-race penalty. At one point, the UAE were by far and away leading the world, weren't they?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's just proof that UAE Championship has really improved. I mean, we left in 2015 to the Netherlands. We came back last year, and yeah, the level is different. We raced 2024. We did the Dutch Championship, and no offense to my Dutch friends, but the level certainly is not less here. Yeah.
But of course, the historic moment came in the last race of the day. That was DD2. And that is when you got to watch your son, Sam, also become a Grand Finals champion. The very first father, son, or in fact, any 2 members of the same family to win a Grand Finals on the same day. I watched you as I announced Sam onto the podium, and I don't think it was possible to fit an ounce more pride into any human being, was it?
Goosebumps, you know. Yeah, again, you know.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, now, so seeing your son finish on that podium in DD2, you know, there are a lot of former winners of the Euro, of the World Finals in DD2, and the way he did it, you know, he kept his head. He beat 71 of the best drivers. Yeah, he's on it. He's on it.
He is on it indeed.
I think the chance of him repeating is higher than me repeating it again.
Well, we shall see. One thing we know this weekend, though, is Morris, his biggest fan last week was his son. His harshest critic this week, his son. Well done.
Thanks, buddy.
Here we are in the drivers' lounge at Al Ain Raceway, a place where not just the drivers, their families can come relax, rehydrate, have something to eat, but that's not why we're here. We're here because this man, Conor Clancy, is making the step up to seniors after a glittering career in juniors. Conor, junior champion in the UAE. You've won all 3 rounds of the season so far. Now the step up to senior. Why? Why now?
So I was doing the Champions of the Future Academy program, which is in Europe and UAE, and so that finished during the UAE RMC season when it was already going on. So I had to stay in junior for the first 3 rounds, but now that that's finished and I won the Champions of the Future Academy program, now I can move up to senior.
Yes, because officially we can call you Champions of the Future OKN champion. Congratulations. What's been the step up now? What's the difference between junior and seniors based on your first day or 2 of practice?
I think the racing's much harder. It's a lot harder to get a good track position as well since there's so many more drivers. But yeah, it's been quite good so far. I've been fast. So yes, I think it's going to go well.
Now, a lot of people say that, you know, juniors can be very chaotic, and by the time we get to seniors, the drivers are a little bit older, a little bit wiser. Is that something you think will help you? Because, you know, juniors is pretty frantic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good racing, and I'm up the front there, so I don't see why I can't be up the front in seniors.
Now, interestingly, because of the nature of the championship, there are dropped scores involved in the UAE Rotax Max Championship. Your mechanic, your coach, Alex Gill, said that there's still a chance that you could be senior champion this year, mathematically, with all the dropped scores. How does that make you feel after spending the first 3 rounds or 3 events in juniors?
To be honest, I don't really feel anything. If I win it, I win it. If I don't, I don't. It's my first season, so of course I want to be up there getting good results, which I think I will, but I think a championship, I'm already 3 rounds in, is going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of competitive drivers, but with a lot of competitive drivers in seniors, that means they're taking points off each other regularly. It's a big ask. However, you know, there's a chance, and therefore that's got to be your focus, hasn't it? It's got to be the motivational factor for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, anything can happen in seniors. There's so many drivers, and yeah, I think it will be good.
Obviously, with the Mumbai Falcons, as a junior, you had, you know, your teammates like Mitan Jain, who were looking up to you as a sort of the senior member of the junior team, if you catch my meaning. Now you're the junior member of the senior team in Mumbai Falcons. You've got the likes of Nathan Kaplan, who have moved up, and other senior drivers. Do you find yourself asking them for advice now, whereas before everyone was asking you for advice?
Not really. Obviously, I've got Gilly and I've got an experienced team that knows this track, knows this category. So, yeah, I think it's pretty much the same as junior, just a bit faster and the tyres are a bit grippier. So, yeah, I don't really feel too much difference.
Now, you mentioned the tyre. How much more tyre management do you have to do in seniors? How much more are you having to think about, I can't go maximum speed every single lap of every single session. I've got to, you know, be a bit more careful. How much more careful do you have to be to make your tyre last as a senior?
Yeah, well, obviously the D5s, they're quite quick to start with, and then they gradually get slower and slower. So yeah, I think tyre management is going to be a big role to play now that I've moved up, and I'm going to have to just work on that.
And are we going to see you now for the rest of the season in Rotax racing, not just here but elsewhere? Or are we still going to be dovetailing this with a little bit of other championships, say Champions of the Future? What's the plan for 2026?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I want to be doing lots of racing as much as I can. So yeah, I think every opportunity I get, I'll take it.
Because you raced for Team UAE in the Rotax Grand Finals in, let me say, it was Sarno. You've watched Team UAE have their most successful Grand Finals just a week ago. How much of a desire is there to get back to that event and put the black and gold of Team UAE on?
Yeah, well, it's an amazing event, Grand Finals. I really enjoyed it when I went last year at Sarno, and next year it's at Podium, which is one of my favourite tracks. So yeah, it does give me a hunger to win this championship and go there.
Okay, Conor Clancy, best of luck. Thanks for joining us here in the Drivers' Lounge. And yeah, 394, one to watch if you haven't done something spectacular already.
I've seen a lot of motor racing. I've seen a lot of drivers from the very high levels of this sport, and one young man that has caught my eye since we began here at Karting Live TV with the UAE RMC, and that's one Liam O'Hanlon. This young man here, Liam. You've heard what I've said there, mate, and I'm really impressed with how you've conducted yourself. You're having a pretty good season, aren't you?
Yeah, we're leading championship. Hope this weekend goes good. And
Any reason why it shouldn't?
no.
No. How did you get involved in karting then? How did you get? Are you a motorsport fan? How did it come about?
Conor Clancy started karting, and then I started karting when Conor started, and then my dad and his dad were friends. Right. And then I started karting.
Right. So when you get to Conor's age, you think you'll be quicker than him?
Yeah.
Yeah, bound to be. So, what sort of car did you start off on then?
Bambino.
Right, and was that an Miami engine thing?
Yeah.
Right. Quickly off Bambinos then and into Micromax. Much better car, I bet, is it? Yeah. What do you like about the Micromax?
It's fast and
More grip? More grip?
Yeah, more grip, and you can do more overtaking, and it's like actual racing in micro.
You know what? I've said this on my commentary. If the Formula One drivers could watch you guys, they'd learn a lot about racecraft, because you guys know how to overtake and be overtaken. That's important. You must love that bit.
Yeah, I love overtaking.
So, tell me a little bit about the track here. We've been here before. However, it's a little bit different, this one, is it? We've now inserted a bit of a hairpin. Is that something that you like?
Yeah, I like it because I'm really fast on this track layout, and it's been good today. So see how it goes tomorrow in qualifying.
We mentioned the championship. There's still miles left, isn't it? So as speaking to Liam O'Hanlon, the little race driver, which is what you are, is that where your mind is when you sat on the grid there? Are you thinking about the championship, or what are you focusing on exactly?
To win.
Is that as simple as that? Right.
Yeah.
You make it sound simple. It's not that simple, though, surely. How do you keep calm?
I know I'm going to win.
I love this attitude. I know you're probably a lot calmer on the grid than your dad is sat watching you. I can assure you that, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Liam O'Hanlon, one to watch, not just this weekend, but keep an eye out for this young man. I'm sure he's going to go far. Thanks, Liam.
There are very few privateers in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, but one of the independents, Alicia Kneiser, you've been racing a long time. Senior Rotax driver number 304. What's it like being a privateer in this paddock, taking on all the big teams?
I just find it fun. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me where I end up. I'm just here to race. And I don't feel such a big difference. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes I feel I can do it.
Yeah. Now, it's just you, your mum, and your dad here, is that right?
Yeah, sometimes my brother.
And your brother used to race, is that correct?
Yeah.
And did he stop to let you have a go?
No, he went to university.
Trying to be educated. So that, well, this is the school of life. Now, talk about your season so far.
My season has been pretty hectic with crashes nearly every session. Sometimes I'd make it to top 10, then I crashed and back, and then top 10 again. And I'm hoping for better.
But last year, we weren't seeing Alicia Kniser's name in the top 10 at all. You've obviously increased your speed to make you get you into the top 10, and now it's a case of just learning how to stay there. Is that right?
I feel I should be more aggressive and pass more.
Well, if we know anything about senior Rotax, it's pass or be passed, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, tell us a little bit about this kart, because how long you've been racing for? 10 years, is that correct?
I think, yeah.
Have you ever raced a brand new kart that isn't second hand?
Here in UAE, I have not, no.
No. So we're always racing older equipment. This could be one of the oldest karts in the paddock, couldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Daniele Rossi chassis, and they're very good. You've got nothing to lose there when you go out there, because with the greatest, everyone will be thinking old kart, privateer driver, they'll be at the back, right?
What?
That's the expectation, isn't it? When the other drivers, they think independent privateer driver on a really old chassis, they're not going to contend. So no one expects anything, do they?
I guess, yeah.
So is it nice to then surprise everybody by putting top 10 times in?
I mean, since it's always been like that for years, I come out of nowhere to the top 10 sometimes. But I think sometimes it's surprising, sometimes it's not.
Now, when you first started racing 10 years ago, how many other young ladies were there in the UAE racing Rotax?
When I first started in Bambino, there
Yes.
was just one, I think, Georgina.
Now, you see a lot more females in the paddock now as drivers, don't you?
In senior, no, but I think there's one in junior and maybe mini, yeah.
Yeah, there's more coming through. Do you feel now that you're becoming a bit of a role model for other young drivers because they see you doing it?
I don't think so, no.
Well, maybe if you don't think, but maybe we should ask some of the other drivers. Maybe we should go around and ask the other drivers, the female drivers of the paddock, whether someone like Alicia is a role model, because, you know, no young ladies are going to get into go-karting unless they see another girl racing, are they?
I guess, yeah.
I know. He's quite shy about being a role model, and that's quite good, because real role models, they don't like to brag about it. Your hopes and goals for the rest of this season?
Just to have fun, to fight.
To have fun, to fight. We're not looking at specific positions or anything like that?
No, not really.
Now, if you come back with a top 10 finish in a final, you know, what do you think, Mum and Dad and you, what would you be like?
I'd be happy, but it would depend how I got the top 10, because I just enjoy the fight.
You just enjoy the fight. Well, there we go. Alicia Kniser, she enjoys being an independent, and an independent who fights.
You've packed a van, you've got to the track, you go in your kit bag for your first practice session, and you forgot your race boots. Oh my goodness, what can you do? Well, our partners, kartshop.me, are going to save me this one, because everything from racewear to bits of kit, we've even got undergarments, we've got rib protectors. How many times you forgot your rib protector? Many times. Race boots, some frame, spot on these. How much are these, Santos?
It's 527.80.
527. Yes. Rims, sprocket protectors, we've even got micron data, we've got race gloves, fairings, and if you look in the back of Santos's van there, everything that you need. Santos, quite a range of spares.
Yeah, almost all the spares we have.
All the spares you need?
Yeah, from axles to front fairings to sprockets, sprocket carriers.
So if I forget anything, kartshop.me, they're going to bail me out, aren't you?
Yes.
Right. What's the craziest thing someone has walked in here and said, have you got? Can you think of anything that was like, you are kidding me?
We have the bare frames with us. We carry that.
Right.
Yeah.
That was what I was going to say. You forget your cart. You've got a bare frame.
We have a bare frame. So,
That's right. Yeah. So pretty much everything. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much everything. Yeah.
Right. And you are positioned in the paddock at all of the RMC UAE events?
All the events, and everywhere in the UAE we are there.
And kartshop.me are here from the practice day until the race weekend?
Until the race weekend, yeah.
Right. What time do you close up on Sunday, just in case?
the final race starts, till the final race we are there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So we make sure that our clients are getting each and every spare parts they required.
Right. If you forgot something important, Santos here and the carshop.me team are here in the paddock to bail you out. And I know I've been there many times. Thank you very much, Santos.
Thanks.
You are a very fine man. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Al Ain International Kart Circuit, where we are about to get going with our finals, the all-important finals, round 3 of the UAE RMC. And I've got a little bit of a difference in sort of structure of our finals, insofar as they are really, really long. 14 laps for the Micromax karts. That's about another third of what we're used to. We've got a 16-lap mini-max race, and then the juniors are doing 18 laps. The DD2s and the seniors are doing, would you believe, a 20-lap final. That's almost an endurance race. I don't think we'll need pit stops and refueling, though, Henry Baudet.
I mean, it's not something for a conversation for now, but I am a huge proponent of longer
we
races
know what
with
you like.
mandatory pit stops in finals to decide major karting events around the world. We've got plenty of laps here, though, to have a cracking race. Liam O'Hanlon, Alex Fryenstein, Samar Chopra, the championship rival of O'Hanlon, and Adam Al-Sheikh on the first 2 rows of the grid. Ivan Yanikchevich, watch for him. First appearance of the season. Can he cause an upset for Axel GP alongside Amar Tabatsa? The second 6 rows, Rudrap Shekawat, Evans Veronins, Vayabav Pona, Cameron Harvey, Tadius Prochaska, and Saif Al Khalifa out of position. He'll be strong. Enzo Falzarano, Abdulaziz Al Sarab, Q Kian Yi, Saif Al Mina, Rofiwa Ndwabi, and then Felix Souza Yabjerg. Final few drivers, Jensen Kelly, hopefully he'll be back out. Ainch Patel, Tayab Haroon. Sadly, we will not see Vladimir Tverdoklyabob, but we will see Vladimir's older brother in Minimax.
Here we go then, the Micromax final about to go ahead in that pole position. I hope you enjoyed the little interview we did with Liam O'Hanlon. He really is a confident young race driver, and here he is on the pole position, controlling the pace out of the final turn, heading towards the red lights that are shining brightly above the start gantry. They will go out and we will go racing. They go out indeed. We're heading towards turn 1, and Liam O'Hanlon down that always advantageous inside line. However, once again, Henry, it's the third place kart of Samar Chopra who has gone into second place by the looks of things.
Yep, Fryenstein in that black and red motorscape kart did everything he could to squeeze O'Hanlon and get across and cut in front of Chopra, but couldn't quite make it, although the number 77 kart is there in third position. That is about as good as it's possible to get from the outside of row number 1, without the poleman making an absolute Horlicks of the start. Fryenstein sitting on Chopra's rear bumper and looking to push the pair of them away as Al-Sheikh, Janicevic, in fact, I think that's Janicevic in fourth, make that fifth. Here comes Al-Sheikh.
Well, I really do believe we're going to see a high-speed game of chess with these longer races. The 3 karts at the front of the field crossing the line now to complete 1 lap. Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra, Alexander Fryenstein. Behind these 3, it's Al-Sheikh, Jancevic, Voronins, Pona, Harvey, Prochaska, and Saif Al Khalifa round off your top 10. The top 3 about to become the top 8 by the looks of things. Couldn't quite have a chance to count them all in there. But these 3, Henry, being caught by Adam Al-Sheikh, who wants to be part of this top 3. Indeed, wants to be on the podium when you can take us through our podium presentation.
Indeed, and a great start for Jensen Kelly, who has gained 6 places on the opening lap from P20 to P14. And you can see O'Hanlon being signalled to there by Samar Chopra. O'Hanlon defends. Oh, Samar Chopra, he was trying to tell fibs to Liam O'Hanlon, saying, don't defend, I'm not going to attack you. And then when O'Hanlon didn't defend into that penultimate corner, turn number 11, Chopra tried sticking his nose where it wasn't wanted.
Yeah, he may have showed his cards pretty early here, Henry, down the back straight and into turn 11. This is not where they are at the moment, though, out of turn 2 and into the Formula 1 hairpin at 3. They'll come out of here. We've got a 4-kart train now with a little bit of a gap before we see Ivan Jancevic beginning to close the gap to Adam Al-Sheikh. A little bit of time left before we see that. Right now, though, it's all about Liam O'Hanlon controlling the pace. I don't think he's doing so much. We're about to see him about to go through these 2 turns here, 9 and 10, through the left-hander, onto the back straight. He was beginning to weave left and right to break the toe. He's a move for second. Down the inside has gone Fryenstein. The Motorscape orange and black livery kart now in second place. Chopper in third. Adam Al-Sheikh in fourth.
The kartshop.me replay showing a textbook inside move. Gets the kart slowed down to the apex. Does Fryenstein after picking up P2. How long does he hold on to P2 for? Well, he's still there at the moment, and the lead group of 4 has now become a lead group of 5 because Ivan Janicevic has caught Adam Al-Sheikh, briefly swapping positions, but Al-Sheikh retaining P4 as they come through the infield section.
Janicevic for Axel. He's just made his way forward over the heats phase, then the pre-final. He's kind of been lurking like a buzzard in the sky, waiting to pounce. This is where he's about to pounce and get on terms with the 4 lead drivers. Meanwhile, with a full coming up to 10 laps remaining as they cross the line, Just saw Mark Baines, the driver coach
Signalling,
of Jančićević, and signalling there. I'm not sure what the signal was. I can only imagine Mark saying, move forward as quickly as you possibly can.
Well, looking at that handling, I think that was sit behind, push, push, push. Don't lose ground to the leaders. Get on the rear bumper and push Al-Sheikh up towards Freienstein and Chopra, because Mark isn't looking at Freienstein and Chopra. He's looking at Liam O'Hanlon disappearing up the road. And he knows, okay, the only chance they have, or his driver, Janicicevic, has of catching O'Hanlon is by working with the people in front of him. If he tries to attack, and even if he gets past the 3 drivers now, by the time he gets into second place, O'Hanlon will be long gone.
He's gaining ground all the time. And if Alexander Freienstein here in our picture, the bright red and black cart there with Sama Chopra right on his rear bumper. They're beginning to work together, though. The gap is just under 0.8 of a second. It's just over 0.8 of a second this time, though. So O'Hanlon, who's just put in another fastest lap of the race. And I can't figure why, other than he's got absolute pace out there, because these two there in second and third are not overtaking, they're not challenging, so they are optimising their lap and trying to gain that ground back on Liam O'Hanlon. However, Henry, we are still 2 laps away from half distance even.
Yeah, you talk about O'Hanlon's pace. How often in a Micromax race does the race leader get a chance to run at 100% maximum pace on the correct racing line? It's a rarity, because usually they've got to deal with the chasing pack right behind them, all clawing and scrapping their way to try and get ahead. There's Chopra, move for P2, great move. Well executed from Samar Chopra.
For the lead, though, as the Carchup.me replay shows, a little bit of an opportunist move here down the inside, using a bit of a tin opener there to make the move on that second place position. That's absolutely handed that lead even further to Liam O'Hanlon. Last time by, they were 1.6 seconds across the first sector time, 1.5 seconds. And if these two continue in this vein, Liam O'Hanlon is going to be rubbing his hands. Still a long way to go. We're heading towards the half-distance mark now, but just look at that. You don't even need a stopwatch, do you? Look at the gap that O'Hanlon is pulling, because Samar Chopra and Alexander Freienstein are squabbling for second place. They want to get their heads down. They both do indeed on that back straight, but they want to try and catch him.
One thing I did notice on the last lap is that, as frustrated as Freienstein might be at having been passed for second place, is that as they went down the back straight, he gave Chopra an almighty shove. And he's done so again there. So Freienstein, rather than, he doesn't want to get even straight away, he's saying, okay, if I've got to push you, then I will push you. I'd rather be the pushy, obviously, but I will settle for being the pusher, and let's see how that works for us. There he is again. Smart from Alex Freienstein. That is the mental strength that comes from a driver coach and a team manager like Mark Rose. Don't get angry. Wait until the end of the race, then get even.
Well, Mark Rose been around so long in karting. He is the absolute expert. I remember when he was Danny Weldon's coach and mechanic in karting. So Mark been around for as many decades as perhaps I have as well. Lovely bloke, and certainly doing a great job there with Motorscape, having Alexander Freienstein on target for a podium. They've got a gap of about a second before Adam Al-Sheikh comes along, and Adam Al-Sheikh is squabbling with Ivan Jančićević. That's allowing them to drop off the lead, or the top 3 battle, I should say. Meanwhile, it's all playing into the hands of Liam O'Hanlon. And these two drivers here, Samar Chopra, Alexander Freienstein, they've got the brain capacity to be thinking, if we don't catch Liam O'Hanlon, he came into this round 3 in the lead of the championship, and he's extending that championship lead.
Yes, he is. You could see, though, that Adam Al-Sheikh and Ivan Janicicevic, 4th and 5th, they're also, even though Chopra and Freienstein are working very well together, and therefore would be travelling 8 wheels working together, travel faster than 4 wheels working on their own. Al-Sheikh and Janicevic, there they go across the screen. They're not far behind either, which tells me that they are also working as a cohesive unit. Ivan Zvoronins, Vaibhav Ponna, Saif Al-Khalifa, Enzo Falterano, Cameron Harvey round out your top 10. Jensen Kelly from the back of the grid up to P11.
So the gap was 1.8 across the line. We're heading towards the sweep of turn 5 into the hairpin now. Liam O'Hanlon's already gone through 7. He's already heading towards the 2 left-handers at 9 and 10. These two chasing him down. That fast stretch into these 2 sweeping left-handers. They are very, very fast. 2 corners that you kind of make into 1. And then on down the back straight. Let's see what the gap is when they cross the line this time by. Liam O'Hanlon through the final turn then. It's good sector times from Sama Chopra. O'Hanlon crosses the line. 10 laps completed, 4 to go. And the gap is still at 1.8, so he's managing that gap. I'm pretty sure he's not managing it. All that Liam O'Hanlon is doing is driving that car as smoothly and as fast as he possibly can, optimizing every braking point, every apex that he's not missing and hitting absolutely accurately is benefiting Liam O'Hanlon towards this checkered flag.
Freudenstein, I think, has realised that pushing Chopra is not going to help him catch O'Hanlon. So the best he can do right now with less than 4 laps remaining is P2. So he's made the move for P2. He's saying, okay, I've tried pushing. I'm still going to try pushing, but I want track position for the final few laps. I don't want to have to try and make some sort of magical move. I'd rather defend in the final couple of laps. Al-Sheikh has broken the spirit of, there's side-by-side, Chopra to the inside, wheel to wheel. Freudenstein holds on. I was going to say, here's the kartshop.me replay.
Let's have a look at this kartshop.me replay, because I was going to speculate, did they come together? Was there slight contact? I think there was, right front to left rear for Alexander Freudenstein, just getting a little bit of a nick there from Sama Chopra. That has opened them up and up to the attention of Adam Al-Sheikh, who now joins in, the XL driver on the blue and white kart there, heading towards turns 9 and 10. That 2-card battle for second, third has now become a 3-card battle, you could say, as Al-Sheikh, the blue and white kart there, getting into the slipstream of these two. Here's a challenge. Opening the gap there through 11. Al-Sheikh's going to take advantage side by side through the final turn. He's going to run out of space there, and he did across the blue curbing there.
And now the kartshop.me replay. Chopra makes the move. Freudenstein is in front. Eases Al-Sheikh wide. Al-Sheikh not alongside. Had to concede the corner. Here comes back into the picture Ivan Janicevic, still looking for a podium. O'Hanlon's lead has suddenly leapt up to over 3 seconds.
And that's because of what we're seeing right here, Henry. These are going to, they've given up on the idea of a win now. They're not going to catch Liam O'Hanlon. The GGM driver has gone. He's disappeared. He's up the road. Now they've got to fight very hard indeed for second, third places. The final 2 steps of the podium up for grabs. Al-Sheikh down the inside. Little bit of contact there and contact there from Janicevic, who gets all mixed up there. And is that Janicevic into third place?
Here
he goes.
We'll see at the back of the screen here. Okay, they trip over each other. Janicevic is suddenly like, they're braking early. And Freudenstein wide, Janicevic into P3, not without a little bit of sticker swapping, shall we say.
Well, I'm going to say this, Henry. The results, we're on the final lap here. Liam O'Hanlon just coming through the hairpin at turn 7, getting towards the final stages of this final lap. The results that we announce are very much going to be provisional. Keep an eye on the UAE RMC website for final results, or indeed join us for our podium presentation where everything will be finalised by then. Liam O'Hanlon into the final turn now while we continue looking at this second place battle. There, down the inside, contact again. It's the XL driver that's going to come through, though, and that's Adam Al-Sheikh, who comes out of the final turn in second place. Liam O'Hanlon takes a very, very dominant win. Almost 5 seconds on the clock, 5.7 seconds from Adam Al-Sheikh. Alexander Freinstein was third. Samar Chopra. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. And the contact between Jan Cicevic and Samar Chopra there cost them dearly, cost them that podium. It handed the podium to Adam Al-Sheikh and Alexander Freinstein. Incredible action as Henry has headed off down to the Parc Fermé, where he will get a chat to that winner. The winner being Liam O'Hanlon by 5.7 seconds. Yeah, chat to top 3, I'm being told. So he will get a chat to Liam O'Hanlon, he will get a chat to Adam Al-Sheikh, and he will get a chat to Alexander Freinstein. Just outside of the top 3 and off the 3 steps of the podium is Samar Chopra. Even Jan Cicevic is 5th. 6th place was Ivans Voronins. Moving on to 7th. And in 7th place, Saif Al-Khalifa. Vaya Ponna was 8th. Cameron Harvey 9th. Amar Tabatsa 10th. 11th was Jensen Kelly. In 12th was Rudrapatap Shekhawat. Abdul Aziz Al-Saraf was 13th. Tadeusz Prochaska 14th. Zhu Kanyi was 15th, with Tayyab Haroun 16th. Saif Al-Mina through in 17th. Rofwara Nwambi was 18th. Ayanch Patil was 19th. 20th was Felix Zuza Jebjerg. And then we had retirements in the form of Elzo Falzarano out on the penultimate lap there. 13 laps completed. Not quite sure what happened to the GNK driver there. And a non-starter with Vladimir Tverdoklovov not taking the start, in fact not taking part in today's proceedings. So, all right, the lead of the Micromax was very much the property of Liam O'Hanlon, who consolidates that championship lead going into round 4, which will be at the Dubai Kartdrome in the middle of January. Behind them, though, what a race that was. It eventually went the way of Adam Al-Sheikh and Alexander Freinstein, because those 4 drivers, Al-Sheikh, Freinstein, Chopra and Jan Cicevic, absolutely squabbling till the very last moment there. Great driving from everybody. However, I'm saying that, I'm sure the stewards will have some sort of intervention there, as there was all sorts of stuff happening there. So, we move swiftly on to the Minimax final. Before that, of course, before we have a look at the grid on that, we have got Henry, who will be down at Parc Fermé. And we will be getting ourselves ready to head down to Henry any moment. Just to tell you what's coming up, Minimax final next. That's over 16 laps. We then go into our Junior Max final. That's 18 laps. DD2s, the gearbox class, will be over 20 laps. And the Senior Max also will be 20 laps. So these longer races giving us what my idea, I like to call it a high-speed game of chess. And we very much are going to see that with regards to how our drivers go about this. Let's head down to Henry now, who's down in Parc Fermé. Henry Baudet with our winners in Micromax.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. There's an awful lot of engine noise still down here, so I'm assuming that you've thrown down to me, and if not, I do apologise for interrupting. However, we have got our first winner of the day, Adam Al-Sheikh, who finished second. He's just having a little bit of help getting his crash helmet taken off because the strap was a bit tight. He'll be joining us now. We've got Alex Freinstein here after another podium. But firstly, well, Liam, as Micromax races goes, that was pretty easy, wasn't it?
Yeah, we got a gap on the start, and then I was setting good laps, I think. And then, yeah, the gap just got bigger and bigger. And then they started fighting behind.
But I mean, before they started fighting, you already were able. Here comes Adam. Before they started fighting, you already had a bit of a jump. What do you put that down to? A good start, tyre pressures, or just driving?
Just driving, and they was fighting.
Just driving, there's fighting. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my sisters, Lockie, Jacob, George, Zabir, everyone that like supporting me and helping me.
Brilliant. Well done. Now, we'll come across here. Adam, you pop in here, right in the middle. Just stand by there. Now, you weren't racing at Alpha San because you had a broken arm. That's not a bad way to make your comeback, is it? I know you're a little bit disappointed, but let's look at the positives. That was excellent.
Thank you. I want to thank my team, my coach, my dad, my mom, my family, everyone.
How does your arm feel?
Much better.
Much better. Nothing like a podium to make your arm feel better, is there?
Yeah.
Now, during that race, there was battles between you, Samar, Alex, even Ivan got involved. But let's be realistic. Could you have caught Liam even if you weren't battling?
I think yes. Because I would have a chase on him and I would have much more speed to catch up. Because I would put my head down and just try to catch up.
Well, that's one thing. We'll never know, but still, well done for P2.
Thanks.
Now, we'll move you guys down a bit. Alex, you come in here. Alex was on the podium last time out. Your first podium at Alpha San, wasn't it? So come in, just come by here. Your first podium at Alpha San, yeah?
Yep.
Podium number 2 straight away afterwards. What do you think?
Good. I feel good, and who I want to thank is my coach, my team, and my dad, and my mom, and my sister.
Okay, well, we've had the thank yous. Now, let's talk about your bit, the racing. You were battling second, third. You were trying to push Samar Chopra as much as you could. Then you got into second, and then it all got a little bit hairy, didn't it? But are you happy to come away with another podium?
Yeah, I'm happy.
You're happy. I know P2 is better than P3, but still, 2 podiums in 2 rounds.
Yep, that's good.
That is good. Now, the next question is that between you, Adam over by there, and Samar, you've all got your eyes on this man. What do you think about being, Liam? What do you think about being the man that everybody's targeting because you're the driver in pole position to go and emulate what Benjamin Karaichkovich just did and become Micromax Grand Finals champion?
Yeah, I hope the championship goes well. I think we're leading it still. See in the next round how it goes.
How it goes indeed. Well, Liam O'Hanlon not concerned about being the Micromax driver with the target on his back.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations once again to Liam O'Hanlon, Adam El-Sheikh and Alexander Feinstein, who formed our Micromax podium there. We'll see them later on. Don't forget that when the racing is finished, we have a bit of about a half an hour break for the results to become official, and then we'll say that again, Nick.
You will be entertained.
You shall be entertained.
You shall be entertained. We have a selection.
Well,
we'll play yesterday's lunchtime show because not everyone saw it.
All right, great.
And then we'll play a selection of historically marvellous interviews from before.
Excellent. And after that, we've got our
podium ceremony.
Our podium
with our top cameraman, Joe Bradley.
Yes. Working motorsport commentary, they said. It's very glamorous.
Oh, it is. You can zoom in and zoom out, both of them.
Yes, you'll see a lot of zooming in and out. Minimax coming next, Nick, and 18 laps. Henry making his way back from the...
18 laps? Wow.
Yes, mate. 16 laps.
I'd say it seems a lot.
Yes, 18 laps for the juniors, then 20 laps for the seniors.
For the adults.
Last minutes, last seconds of fist pumping and high fives to the Minimax drivers. We're going to have a look at their grid any moment now as we've got the 30-second to start board going up there. The drivers in the collecting area keeping out of the hot sun here. It's very hot out there. Highs of 30 degrees. Nick, you
I'd go for a run just a second ago.
You want to go for a run a second ago.
Replace the battery.
Yes, and it's very hot out there,
it's
isn't it?
Boiling.
Yes, great. That's what we like. It's December in England, And we're here in the UAE for the RMC in absolutely splendid conditions here at the Al Ain International Raceway. As we have got the clear grid board and we'll be releasing the grid. Charlie Page will lead everybody off on the pole position, the British drivers. In fact, it's an all-British front row with XL and Sam Pollitt Racing, with LBJ Stubbs for Sam Pollitt Racing alongside. Benjamin Kraczykowicz, the very recently crowned Rotax World Finals Micromax champion, shares row 2 with Austin Gray. Vico Pajamaki is on row 3 with Rayan Khan Rashid. And then we've got Mikhail Mitrokin and Attica Mir on row 4. Max Payton and Paul Schutzman on row 5. Row 6 is Kurt Ivanov and Adam Fleury. Row 7, that's Mikhail Teodoklebov with Zuhair Turki, Rafael Sagati and Mubarak Mohammed rounding off a 16-kart mini-max field. They're already on the back straight. They've done their tyre weaving. They've gotten energy into their tyres to get them up to operating temperature. And we're about to go racing. Elisa Gray, go Austin. Good to have you here. And I know that Elisa is actually at the track, so she's going to be watching this live, not needing YouTube this afternoon. Here we go then, heading towards the red lights that shine brightly above the start gantry. They will go out and we will be going racing. They have gone out, Henry, and we are racing indeed. And once again, the pole man and third place man down the inside, and that is Kraczykowicz into the lead.
That is what a Grand Finals title does for a driver's confidence. It gave Benjamin Kraczykowicz the confidence to be aggressive, pinpoint accuracy at the start. First time all weekend we have seen P3 become P1 by turn number 1. Now the nature of the closest the class comes in, because P1 is now P2. No, maybe P1 again.
No.
As it's game on early here between Kraczykowicz, Page, and that's the one. Is that the 128 of Mikhail Mitrokin? It is, you know.
Where has he come from? He was way down the field.
Seventh.
Yeah, Attica Mir started behind him and alongside him. As these three now, we confirm the running order as they cross the line to complete one lap of 16. This is a very long race for these youngsters. It is Kraczykowicz, Charlie Page, Mitrokin, Rayan Khan Rashid up to 4th. Paul Schutzman, where did he come from? Up to 5th. Vico Pajamaki, Austin Gray down to 7th. Kurt Ivanov, Max Payton 9th. LBJ Stubbs has come round very dead last. So I'm not quite sure what happened there to Albie.
He has just not been able to get handle on the starts. For whatever, if it's been just track position, whether it's been assistance from other drivers, or whether it's been Albie just not positioning himself in the right place at the right time. The starts have been LBJ Stubbs' Achilles heel, because the championship leader, and he still is the championship leader, has left himself with oodles and oodles of work to do once the racing has got underway. Now, when you're as fast as LBJ Stubbs is, that is not such a massive problem as it would be for others. However, it has effectively ruled him out of the battle for victory, unless Kraczykowicz, Page and Mitrokin start to squabble about now.
Well, they are. They haven't really stopped squabbling. LBJ Stubbs up from 16th to 14th on that lap, but that's a big ask for LBJ to get anything back and get anywhere near this podium. Paul Schutzman has dropped to 6th. Austin Gray regaining ground up to 5th. But these three here, Kraczykowicz, Charlie Page, Mikhail Mitrokin, Rayan Khan Rashid, just dropped off the back of the top three and coming under massive pressure from Austin Gray and Paul Schutzman, whilst at the front, Benjamin Kraczykowicz showing composure, isn't he? But I think, Henry, there's an element of high-speed chess going on here. They're not really pushing anybody into any kind of move here. They're trying to make that break.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed with the NI Racing at number 128, that red and white livery cart of Mikhail Mitrokin. We haven't had a chance to see how quickly Mikhail is right at the front until now, but at the moment, he's keeping his powder dry. The top three are 1.2 seconds in front of the next group, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, comprising Austin Gray, Rian Khan Rashid, Paul Schutzman and Kian Ivanov, with Vico Pajamaki at the end of that group. Now, Vico Pajamaki, he's from Finland, making his championship debut. On my way back up here, I walked past his mum, and his mum looked terrified. I said, I thought everyone from Finland was supposed to be nice, cool, calm and relaxed. And she shook her head and went, not this Finn, not this Finn. But it's okay, Mrs. Pajamaki, because Vico is up into the top 8 and clear of the next group of karts, which is led by Atakamiya in 9th.
Yeah, Atakamiya dropping to 9th there. We really are surprised to see the drop-off in performance from Atakamiya. She is usually right here in the top 3, and has been all season. Certainly the last time we were here at Al Ain, and then at round 2 at Al Fassan. However, this weekend she had a torrid time not being able to take part in qualifying because of a starter motor issue, and then regaining ground and struggling really. And that's the problem, isn't it, Amy? When you find yourself in that midfield pack, you've got to defend, you've got to be on the offensive and the defensive all at the same time. You haven't got the kind of the pleasurable opportunity that we're seeing the J&K driver in the form of Benjamin Krachkovic being able to just control the pace here. Oof. I say control the pace. They are absolutely on the limit as they go side by side. Charlie Page slots back in.
Yep, Page signalling to Krajcovic saying, no, let's work together. Atakamiya, again, like LBJ Stubbs, the problem starts. Every single race, Ataka has gone backwards on the start. And that leaves her, even when she was starting at the back, it took her a couple of laps before she started making progress. The kart is fast. You can see already that Ataka, from 9th position, is closing in on the Rashid, Schutzman, Ivanov, Pajamaki battle. But that battle is 3 seconds behind the... 3 seconds behind this group, the battle for the race lead.
Charlie Page could make the move at any time. However, they've just completed 6 laps now, and there is a full 10-lap race to go ahead. Krajkovic defends. There's Charlie Page saying, just go for it. Stop defending. He was on about the line that Krajkovic took through turn 1. It wasn't an optimum line, Henry. It would have cost him lap time. And Charlie Page felt that, didn't he? He felt that Mikhail Mitrokhin was there right with him, and he's coming under threat. And it's not going to be long before the J&K driver, in this time the form of Austin Gray, latches onto this top 3 and makes it a top 4 chain.
Well, last lap, 57.0, Benjamin Krajkovic. 56.6 for Austin Gray in 4th. That tells you all you need to know. And yeah, we don't need to zoom out and use a wide angle anymore to see the top 4 together. Gray has caught the leaders. 0.7 of a second, 4. And now that's why Krajkovic spent the last 3 laps defending the inside line, because the minute he doesn't, Charlie Page overtakes him.
Yeah,
there's gamesmanship for you there.
The audacity of Charlie Page to be castigating Benjamin about that. Oh, he's lost second. In fact, we've had a coming together there. I think that was Mitrokhin who had a coming together there. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. 3rd place driver, Mikhail Mitrokhin, gets down the inside of Krajkovic and then just doesn't have anywhere to go.
I mean, Krajkovic was taking a very wide entrance into turn 4 in the hope of doing the crossover and getting to the inside line on Charlie Page. And opening the door like that was just too much for Mitrokhin to take, and he thought, I've got to go for it. Then the door started closing, and Mitrokhin realised, this isn't on, gets himself crossed up, loses time, but to be fair, he avoids a potentially, litigious incident post-race?
Contentious.
Contentious.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to bring in any lawyers, Henry. We've got the JNKD team who have come together, Krajkovic and Austin Gray. Now, we know that these 2 drivers are clever enough to now work together. Rian Khan Rashid has taken up the cudgels of a 4th place charge. Mitrokhin regains his composure in 5th. But here she comes, Atakamiya. I was questioning her lack of pace. She's gone from 9th since we last looked and is now up to 6th. And if we're not careful, we're going to see her challenging and maybe having a look down the inside just behind these two.
Axel GP, Lee Taylor, Mark Baines, Attica Mia, a very, very potent combination once Attica learns how to start. Because she is now rocketing towards the front. We talked about how she was 9th and 3.5 seconds off the lead a few laps ago. She's now 5th, 1.7 seconds off the lead, and she's got momentum. And that's going to become 4th place because Rian Khan Rashid, her teammate for Axel GP, has just got agricultural coming out of turn number 3. Mia will now be P4.
So this is going to be very interesting because championship-wise, Attica Mia is regained ground on that championship points haul by getting up into that 4th spot. She's not losing out that many points-wise to the drivers ahead of her.
I forgot it's Jay Taylor. It's the other member. It's the other grand
final. You call Lee
I got
Taylor.
it, Jay and Lee. You know, I got my pandas and my
former MSUK all-plate holder.
Yeah, I got my pandas and my Merman the giraffes mixed up there from one grand final championship-winning brother to the other. Either way, Baines, Taylor, Mia, Axel, dream team. Here she comes in 4th position, the gap 2 seconds. Now she does need Karachkovic and Gray to battle, or does she? As the 168 kart of Max Patton gets the technical flag. Game over, Max Patton, and a 5-second penalty for number 172, Zuhair Turkey, one of our novice drivers, which is a tram line infringement, but Zuhair is down at the back of the field.
When are we going to see any kind of triggers being pulled from Austin Gray on his teammate Benjamin Krachkovic? They are currently working together to try and close ground on Charlie Page, the XL driver, in complete control now of the lead of this Mini-Max final, and he's pulling out a gap of just over a second. They are not gaining ground because Charlie Page has the pace to stop that happening. Meanwhile, Krachkovic and Austin Gray, when they do pull the trigger and start to swap positions, that's going to bring in Attica Mia. Mikhail Mitrikin is not that far away, and the trigger has been pulled, Henry. We have got them side by side into turn 7 through 8. And are we going to say, oh, look at that, Attica Mia now right on the back of the JNKD driver.
Yeah, I don't think Austin Gray actually pulled the trigger there. I think Karachkovic just ran a little bit wide. I think he just missed his apex, and Gray, not wanting to battle with his teammate, Gray wanting to be the team player, decided, okay, well, I'm not going to start tussling. Here's the kartshop.me replay of Attica Mia taking advantage of Austin Gray's, disinclination, if you were, to battle with his teammate at this stage, because I was going to say you've got to leave it 2 laps to the end. Lap and a half, 2 laps to go. Then I would say teammates or not, all fair in love and war. It's still not that point yet, though, although Attica Mia might make that JNKD battle a battle of a third.
She has. She's in a second, and she's going to... No, they've done the switch back. Krachkovic is very composed. Oh, and she's lost out to Austin Gray as well. She's got onto the podium, would you believe? The Axel GP team and Jay Taylor, a mechanic, have done absolute wonders and worked magic on that kart to get her into a podium contention here. Here we go, down the inside into 11 once again. She hangs it on the inside. She wants to get back onto the rear bumper of the other JNK driver. She's the meat in the JNKD sandwich here as we head towards turn 1. Gap out to 2.7 to Charlie Page, and that's because of this, what we're seeing now. Attica Mia about to fall foul towards turn number 2, and he does. Austin Gray through. Attica Mia has to slot back in through the hairpin, and these two beginning to lose ground to Krachkovic and consolidate his second place. They're going to need to start thinking about working together and battling for second rather than third.
I'm going to be going down to interview the podium finishers. And at this point, I would put my money on speaking to Charlie Page and possibly LBJ Stubbs, who at the moment is 5th, but who is closing in and is in prime position to pick up any pieces that may fall his way when Karachkovic, Gray and Atskamir really take the gloves off and sharpen their elbows.
2 more laps to go then, 14 laps completed. We are getting towards that witching hour. Opportunity time, it's all running out. If you're going to make your move, it's going to have to come in the next 2 laps. And opportunities around this Al-Ain racetrack are not that much, are not that numerous. You've got to really think about where you're going to make the move. Attica Meir, she's got the textbook on how to overtake here at Al-Ain on this F1 circuit configuration, and she's thumbing through the pages. She's trying to get back on terms with Austin Gray. And as you said, the pink and blue cart of Sam Pollitt's Albie J. Stubbs, having dropped to the very back, the tail of the field in 16th place, is now back up to 5th. And if anything, about to latch onto the rear bumper of Attica Meir as Karachkovic defends into 11. That's how concerned he is, Henry.
Yep. And Gray will now pull the trigger as they head down the main straight. Watch Karachkovic. The moment he goes over the bump, he will then jink to the inside. There he is. Perfect. Gray trying to go around the outside. That's going to open the door for Attica Meir. It's going to be a case of who's got the most momentum between Gray, Meir and Stubbs. I think that's given Karachkovic enough for gap to seal second. 3 for the final place on the podium. Gray, Meir and Stubbs.
Yes, we've got Charlie Page up the road there, 3.7 seconds. We can't take our eyes off this second place, though. It's not over. The 2 JNKD teammates now come together in what looks like the most solid second and third place we've seen, at least for the last 6 laps. It looks like they might have it in the bag as the XL driver, Charlie Page, comes into turn 11. We take our eyes off this in a moment to watch the checkered flag fly for Charlie Page, who takes the win in Minimax for round 3 of the UAE RMC as Henry heads off towards Parc Fermé. The battle for second is over, and it's Benjamin Krajkovic who will take second place. Austin Gray's JNKD teammate is in third. But what a drive to 4th place. Attica Meir, outstanding outcome to be 4th in the final after missing out on qualifying and then fighting her way through the heats, the pre-final, and now the final, where she's just unfortunately off the podium. A big round of applause. Albie J. Stubbs, great qualifying for the final. However, whatever happened on the first lap, I'm not sure, but Albie dropped to 16th place and then fought his way up to 5th place. And dare I say it, if we had another 4 laps, and it was a 16-lap race after all, Albie J might have been able to do something about it, an even challenge for the podium. Rian Khan Rashid was 6th. In 7th place, we have Mikhail Mitrokin. Paul Schutzman was 8th. Viko Pajamaki was 9th. 10th was Kurt Ivanov. Mikhail Tvdoklavov was in 11th, and in 12th, Adam Fleury. 13th was Zuhair Turki. Mubarak Mohammed was 14th. Rafael Zagati was 15th. And Max Payton, who we lost on lap 10. Max Payton, a retirement there in that Synergy kart. Well, what an intriguing battle that was. Charlie Page dominated once he was able to break free, as we've seen so many times. Once he's able to break free from the squabbling that went on, he basically was able to optimize his lap times and basically just pull out a gap. We've seen that happen so many times. Meanwhile, behind them, well, not all hell breaking loose. We saw some fantastic racecraft there. And that's the thing, isn't it, Nick? What we see with these youngsters, and I mentioned it in the Liam O'Hanlon interview in the Paddock show, I said it's about not just about knowing how to overtake, it's knowing how to be overtaken without causing yourself too much of a disadvantage and clattering into anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great racing. They did let Charlie get away in one of the earlier kerfuffles. Yeah, I mean, it was another really good race. Albie J. Stubbs, what we didn't see what happened the first, he must have gone wide and lost so many positions, and he came back with a great performance. What I quite liked was, whilst you were eulogising about the leaders, there was a real dogfight for 14th and 15th between Mubarak Mohammed and Rafael Zagati, decided by 800ths of a second. And give you an idea that in the final lap, Mubarak was 700 the second fast. That means they must have gone across the line for the last lap together. And as races, you just you can always find someone to race for. If it's towards the back, you'll find someone your pace to race against.
That's the joy, isn't it? You'll always find wherever you are in the field, you'll find people of your same experience level, the same competitive edge level. You'll be able to find someone to race.
Same part of their learning curve as well.
Same part of the learning curve. That's exactly what I mean by experience, Nick. Yeah, same part of that learning curve. And from that, you learn racecraft. You learn how to drive. You learn how to race. And it's not just about driving. Here's the difference, right? Charlie Page doesn't have to squabble. He can optimize his lap times and pull out a gap. Meanwhile, the drivers behind him who were racing, they are a completely different kettle of fish. Racecraft is different.
Let's go and talk to the racers who were racing. And not only they were racing, they were winning, seconding and thirding with Henry.
Well, 3 drivers that I've got to say look like they haven't just done 16 really intense laps of the Al Ain Raceway kart circuit. They look like they've just had a nice leisurely stroll in the sunshine. Well, firstly, Charlie Page, that kind of was a nice leisurely stroll in the sunshine, wasn't it? Talk us through that race.
Yeah, so like my start was really good, and then Ben went up my inside through the first corner, and then we just pushed until like 9 laps to go, and I went down the inside at turn 1. Yeah, and then it was a really good race.
Now, I'll get your perspective on this, and I'll get Benjamin's perspective, because for several laps, you were chasing Ben, and you came over the bump, and Ben would dive to the inside to cover his line, and then you on the back straight would signal to Ben, no, don't defend, go, go, go. The minute that he went to the outside, you dived up his inside and passed him at turn 1. Was that something that you were thinking about?
No, like I thought Ben was like holding me up a bit, and I looked behind, and then there was a cart behind me, so I was like, I think I need to go down the inside, because if I don't, maybe the guy behind me is going to go down the inside. So then I went up the inside.
Okay, first, one more thing. Number 1, who would you like to thank? And number 2, we're now 7 days on from you being taken out of the lead of the Micromax Grand Finals. Your first race now as a full-time Minimax driver ends in first. How much does this help get over last week?
Yeah, like it gets over it a lot. Like last week, it wasn't great because obviously Deanne Sink-Bahal went over me, and it wasn't like his fault because he went up the inside when there was no gap. So. It
wasn't deliberate, but it was it wasn't it was not your response, not your fault, but it wasn't deliberate. But there we go. So this makes up for it. Okay, well we'll bring Benjamin in. Charlie, don't go away. We'll come back. No, Benjamin. Well, your first final as come a little bit by here. Your first final as the reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, and you make a demon of a start, going from 3rd to 1st inside turn 1. Was that a confidence move, knowing that, hey, I'm the Grand Finals champion, number 1 in the world, coming through?
No, I just saw a gap and I went for it, and then Charlie started pushing me, and then I felt good, but then I left the door open by mistake and he went down my inside.
So even Grand Finals champions can make mistakes. And then you had Austin pushing you along as well. Were you concerned that if you and Austin started battling a little bit too early, then the rest of the pack would close up?
No, I think he pushed me at the right time. Just we couldn't catch Charlie because the gap was way too big.
Now, coming into this weekend, the top 2 in the championship were LBJ Stubbs and Atakamiya. Neither of them are on the podium. So this is keeping the championship fight really well alive, isn't it?
Yes. Hopefully I can get P1 championship, go to grand finals, get and win it.
And who would you like to thank?
The whole JNKD team, my parents, and my 2 brothers sitting at home.
Excellent, well done. So, thank you very much. Speaking of family members, Austin, if you pop in here now, I think that of all the drivers here, there's more family members, both on the live chat and here in person, supporting you. Does that feel nice, knowing that everybody in the Grey clan, and you are a clan because you've got the Scottish emblem on the back of your helmet, that, is here supporting you?
What did you say?
I said, does it feel good knowing having your whole family here supporting you?
Yeah, it's nice.
It is nice. Now, talk us through that race.
You know, the first lap, it was a rubbish start. Went down to like P8 or something. And then I started to try work with Paul Schutzman, my teammate. And then he was kind of slowing me down, so I passed him. And then it came to another driver. I don't know who it was, but I passed him as well. And then I just started to, the gap was massive, and I had to close it quick because I knew there was like 10, 11 laps left. So I knew I had to close it fast, and I did because they started fighting a little. And I passed Mitrokovic, is that
Mitrokin, yes.
Mitroki. And then, you know, I catched Ben, and then I was pushing him along. You know, I think I could have went for the move on Ben a little bit earlier, but, you know, I just didn't. So.
Well, a top 3 finish, really solid championship points. Well done. Now, Charlie, final words before our next final gets away. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Ben. Charlie, we had a bit of a bet that, you know, grand final time, there would be some multicoloured wigs. Is that bet over, or have we got something else that you kind of like, you know, mum and sister think about depending on how this season goes?
Oh, I don't really know.
We'll have a think about this, because it's it's a motivational factor, isn't it, getting your mum to look like an idiot on camera?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, there we go. Thank you very much. Your Minimax top 3, Austin Gray, Benjamin Karajkovic and Charlie Page, who's thinking about wigs.
Thank you, Henry. Great driving from our Minimax runners. We're out with Junior Max next in the grid already, forming up, about to be released. In fact, they have been released. Via Chopra leads the field away on the pole position with Gabriel Baracori alongside. Oliver Spencer and Alfie Ward share row 2. Row 3 is Aaron Qureshi with Ari Kallenberg alongside on row 3. Row 4 is Jaden Hidding and Derek Rivera. Angelina Simmons, expect her to move up the order. She's alongside Giuseppe Montanari in that 10th spot. 6th row of the grid is Leo Anya and Sam Turner. Pierre Abu Diwan and Aaron Mason share 7. On row 8, Mitanj Jain and Johansa Saninyaki with Aaron Sethi and Murad Bararamov on that next spot. 10th row is Floris Schenkenberg and Harrison Stevens with Abdul Razak Al-Qurashi rounding off the field. Here they come then already. I was going to say walking pace. They're slower than walking pace. There'd be something wrong with you if you walk that slow, but being very, very controlled by our pole position man, the M&M driver, the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver, controlling the pace through the final turn. It will be here that they will open up those Rotax 125cc water-cooled motors towards the lights that stay red. They will go out and we will be racing. They have gone out, and here we are towards turn 1. It's Chopra on the inside, and down the inside has gone Oliver Spencer, or is that Aaron Qureshi? Somebody chopped down the inside from, I think, the 3rd row back. And it looks like, I'm just going to try and see if I can see the number as we head out of turn number 4, head towards the hairpin, through the kink at 5, into the hairpin at 6. And that looks like a Mumbai Falcons livery to me. It is the 242, and that is Oliver Spencer. We got that one right. Oliver Spencer, who is with Mumbai Falcons down in the wrong team on my screen for this weekend, where he's changed, and that's what confused me. Oliver Spencer from that 3rd place position on the grid, once again showing that's the place to be, because once the poleman Via Chopra opened up the gap to optimise his line through 1, he went down the inside, did Oliver Spencer, and he's leading. It's a Mumbai Falcons 1-2, Henry.
Yes, if Oliver Spencer is eyeing a permanent move to the world of OK Junior racing and leaving Rotax behind, then he wants to go out on top. He finished on top of the world in Bahrain, only for a penalty to see him relegated off the podium. So this would be the full stop and the exclamation point, not for him personally, but just to remind everybody else of his credentials if he chooses to make the move. He has got Arhan Qureshi sitting on his rear bumper. Arhan Qureshi had a terrible day yesterday. I went and spoke to the Mumbai Falcons team, and I saw Mrs. Mumbai Falcons, and she was looking a bit glum, and with a sort of smile on her face. I was like, not happy, Mrs. Mumbai? And she was like, ridiculous children. Jokingly, while Arhan Qureshi and useless children. In a joking way. It was not a good day yesterday for Mitansh and Arhan, and they're making up for it at the moment, because where is Mitansh Jain? The answer is, well, he's 10th, which was higher than what he was most of the day yesterday.
Yeah, 10th, Henry. This is an 18-lap race, which is 25 kilometres of racecraft is what we're asking of these youngsters. As Via Chopra, his tyres have now come back into play. We're 2.5 laps around, so everybody's tyres up to that operating temperatures. Down the inside at turn 11 goes Qureshi. He certainly left the powder dry. The cartshop.me replay will show that textbook move on the brakes into that sweeping turn 11. And there he is, makes it stick by the time to get the final turn at turn 12, and he leads across the line. Oliver Spencer second, or is that now Spencer drops back to the front, and Qureshi, I think, Henry, has gone down to third, because that is Via Chopra into second place. Simmons up to third. Where is Qureshi? He's down to seventh. While we were looking at that cartshop.me replay,
things happened.
Things happened indeed.
And things are continuing to happen as Chopra and Angelina Simmons now begin to think about who's going to be next in line to challenge Spencer. I'll make a prediction here that Oliver Spencer will be a very tough nut to crack. He's in a final. He's in the lead. He's in the mood, and someone's going to have to pull something pretty special off to get past Spencer, because working with other drivers, not in Spencer's vocabulary for this particular race, as we can see, and he's backing them up. He's doing the George Russell and backing everybody up until he hears the doop of a bumper of a front nose going to his rear bumper, then he's going to go.
It was the M&M bumper, or front bumper of Angelina Simmons, that made that thump against the M&M bumper on the rear of Via Chopra. There, Simmons trying to not trip over, and that's what it was. Nothing deliberate there. Defensive driving on lap 5 of an 18-lap race, and this is just everyone's just chopping in amongst everybody. That is Alfie Ward, who's now up to second.
And now you'll see the defensive driving from Oliver Spencer stop. Why? Because his plan has worked to perfection. Everyone else has tripped over each other. The gap, head down, checks over his shoulder, no defensive line at turn 1. Now Spencer will hit the afterburners. Check his lead. 0.78 of a second. Cartshop.me replay. Move for P2. Ward has it. Simmons wants it. Simmons got it. Hitting into P3.
Great driving there, but it's not over, is it? And that is just a tactical masterclass from Oliver Spencer, who was off and into the lead. 100%. Here, heading towards it, really was off into the lead by 9. I saw him look over his shoulder, Henry, and you were describing what he was doing, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But that has paid off massively, and now he can control the pace. Angelina Simmons needs to optimise her line. She's broken free. Third place is still very much up for grabs as we come out of the final turn. 6 laps completed. That's a third of this race over, and it's Alfie Ward, Via Chopra, Jaden hitting 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Sam Turner. Where has he come from? The KA driver, the karting Advisor Academy driver, up to 6th place. That's a great turn of events for him.
So we talked about a longer race. We talked about how there'll be tactics involved. We talked about how, if it's not this kind of knockdown, drag out, lap after lap pass fest that we used to, doesn't mean it's not exciting. Now, this is the exciting bit. Spencer's lead was 0.8 of a second. Then it went out to 1.1. Now it's down to 0.7 of a second again. It's only 0.7 of a second to Angelina Simmons, but Spencer, his defence might not be over just yet.
2 purple sectors from Simmons in second place. She's going to bring that gap down. There they go across the line. It's 0.5 of a second, Henry. Simmons is going to start feeling the toll very soon from the rear bumper of Oliver Spencer as they head towards turn 2 now. Through the left-hander, into the hairpin. Simmons almost can breathe the exhaust fumes there from Oliver Spencer ahead of her, because she's now gained ground and is back on terms. Oliver Spencer's going to have to get the tactics manual out and think about what he can do, because he's got one driver looming large behind him, and that's Angelina Simmons.
I think it's going to be rinse and repeat. I think the next time Spencer looks over his shoulder and sees Simmons closing in, he'll then begin to defend. Right, okay.
There it is.
He's not going to defend into this corner, but he is going to defend into turn number 1. That's going to back Simmons up. Simmons, though, knows his game and knows that he doesn't give Oliver Spencer a chance to do it. New leader, Simmons.
That's Costa Daly on straight line speed, and it's her M&M teammate, Via Chopra, who gets into the lead. She slots back in. She's not going to duke that out. Spencer, that didn't pay off. I think he was doing exactly what you said, Henry, and was thinking about backing everybody up. Angelina knew what he was up to, and she knew she had to make that move back there.
Absolutely.
It cost her dearly coming out the final turn, but now she can focus on the lead again. However, it's a new leader, and this time the relationship dynamic has changed because it's an M&M teammate. This is fantastic driving from these youngsters.
It is indeed. Alfie Ward up to P3 for JNKD. The Mumbai Falcons, number 242, Oliver Spencer, now 4th. You can see Spencer hunched down, now trying to attack again. Jaden Hidding and Arhan Qureshi in 5th and 6th are next. Mason, Barakordi, Aina, Montanari, Jain, Senanayake, and the rest. We've still got 19 of the 21 starters still running. We have lost Azerbaijan's, let's have a look, who was that? We've lost Arhan Sethi, sadly, and we have lost, who was the other gentleman that we have lost? It is Baramyov, yes.
Yeah, they have dropped out a few laps ago. I think lap 1 actually. Meanwhile, with 10 laps about to be completed, that still gives us 8 laps of racing. Here's Alfie Ward. And Angelina has to defend from Ward. She optimises the final turn though, and wants to get back in that tow of her teammate Via Chopra. She isn't quite there. There's about 2 karts gaps. Here comes Spencer down the inside for 3rd. Oliver Spencer on the orange and blue liveried Mumbai Falcons kart there. You can see his fluorescent arm from his UAE team overalls, and there defends into 3, costing him dearly and costing everybody behind him even more.
Well, I mean, Spencer defends, but at least now he thinks, okay, I've given myself a lap's grace to make up that gap to Angelina Simmons without having to worry about being overtaken. Sometimes a driver will calculate, okay, I can sacrifice this lap because the next 2 laps I'll be able to, to do what I want to do. But and there's another driver retiring from the race. That is Giuseppe Montanari, whose parents provided all the drivers in JNKD with a Christmas present, and whose mum cooked the most amazing tiramisu with decaf coffee for the kids that I was able to sample last night.
Of course you were.
Well, just journalists.
Didn't see any back here in the booth for me and Nick, though, did we?
I mean, I'm a man on the ground, I have to. I'm embedded with the troops.
Verbal warning, Bodette. Verbal warning: not bringing cake back to booth.
Thank you, Nick. 12 laps will be completed at the end of this one. It's the number 219 Via Chopra for M&M, being followed around by Angela Simmons, his M&M teammate, who has broken free from Oliver Spencer in 3rd place. That's the leader through 11 now. Angelina Simmons is doing all she can. These drivers absolutely flat chat on this track here. 12 laps completed. 6 laps to go of this 18-lap, 25-kilometre race. And it looks, Henry, as though if these 2 drivers at the front can maintain this pace, it's going to be a big ask for Mumbai Falcons' Oliver Spencer to gain ground on these.
No, that is true. Alfie Ward has closed back into Oliver Spencer. Now, Spencer looks like, in terms of outright pace, has he been amongst the 2 or 3 fastest? I'd say no. In terms of grit, determination, and sheer bloody-mindedness, definitely Spencer is up there. He's got Joe Bleakley mechanicking for him this weekend, and they were the new team. and they're working as hard as they can. Sometimes the entire sort of package isn't quite there, so it's down to the driver to those last couple of extra hundreds is down to the driver.
Yeah.
And that would be the case this weekend for Spencer.
It's the mechanic's job to give the drivers a balanced car. They are happy to drive on the edge of adhesion. Here is the battle for the lead beginning to kind of boil up, isn't it? It's gathering momentum as Angelina Simmons gets towards the rear bumper of her teammate Via Chopra. Chopra doing all he can to just remain composed. He's got 5 laps. It'll be 4 laps at the end of this one to go. So you can see the clock ticking down. Meanwhile, Angelina can see opportunity to perhaps challenge Via Chopra for the win. This has been a great drive from the Matthias Najim Motorsport team, as we've got there 2 karts at the front of the field. Meanwhile, back in 3rd and 4th, Oliver Spencer and Alfie Ward. That's still to play for as well, isn't it? 3rd and 4th.
Oh, yes.
Final step, the podium still up for grabs.
Yes, now Simmons. Well, in the previous race, we saw Atacamia fighting for a place on the podium. One race on, we see Angelina Simmons fighting for the race win. When I spoke to Alicia Canessa, I said, do you feel like a role model? And she said, no. Well, maybe not role model, but maybe a little bit of inspiration for the next generation of young female drivers in this region. As we watch Simmons closing in inch by inch. Via Chopra, well, now Simmons didn't do the first weekend. Remains to be seen how many more rounds of the championship she will do. Via Chopra, the new championship leader, will that have a bearing on whether Simmons attacks with the same amount of vim and vigour that she might do if she was a full season championship contender along with her teammates?
And Angelina, I've got to say, if you're a sports car fan, as we know the three of us are,
yes.
She's with the Iron Dames programme.
Yes.
And so, keep an eye on that name, Angelina Simmons. We know how quick the Iron Dames sports car team are, class winners in the World Endurance Championship and at IMSA Sports Car Racing. Angelina Simmons, you never know, might see her at the wheel of a GT3 car in the not too distant future. At the moment, though, her distant future, her near future, is whether or not she can attack and overtake her teammate. It'll be 16 laps completed, 2 more laps to go. Angelina Simmons now, she's finding that slipstream. She's closing the gap, Henry, through turn 1. The slipstream's bringing her back towards the rear bumper of Via Chopra. Time running out, she's going to have to pull the trigger.
Yeah, she is. They are now 6 seconds in front of Oliver Spencer, who, as I look out of the corner of my eye, Spencer has turned that Mumbai Falcons kart into a London bus. And he has got a sticker on the back of it saying, "Thou shalt not pass." He is now absolutely, it's white line fever for Spencer against 2, 4, 6, 8 other drivers. 2 to go up at the front. It's a 1-2 for Matthias Najim Motorsport, that is for certain. We're not quite sure which is 1 and which is 2.
Well, I'm going to quote Murray Walker here as we head into the final lap of this Junior Max final here at round 3 of the UAE RMC. It's one thing catching the driver ahead of you, it's a completely different thing to overtake. And with these 2 drivers absolutely flat chat, when is the move, if at all, going to come? Out of turn 3, into turn 4. She drops back slightly. That's how quick Via Chopra is driving. You can see how he's optimised. Into the hairpin now at turn 6. Time and opportunity running low for Angelina Simmons.
Last corner, Joe.
It's got to be.
She's going to drive Chopra wide. She's going to drive him wide so that he's got no chance to cross her over.
This is the slipstream down the back straight. Both drivers putting their head behind the fairing. Angelina Simmons has got to be challenging out of this turn 11. Is she going to chop across? No, she can't. It's going to be a drag race to the flag. It's an M&M 1-2, whichever way it finishes, as Via Chopra takes the win. Angelina Simmons on his rear bumper at the finish there, and it will be 3rd place. That's dropped to 10 seconds behind, and it's Alfie Ward. Where's Oliver Spencer? As Alfie Ward takes 3rd, Oliver Spencer in fourth with a gaggle of carts behind him, being led by Gabriele Baracordi, Aaron Mason, Aaron Qureshi, Mitanj Jain 8th, Jaden Hidding 9th, and Ari Kallenberg 10th.
What was Spencer's last lap time?
Spencer's last lap time was a 57.5.
What was our winner's last lap time?
53.5. 4 seconds
He
difference.
obviously decided just to hold everyone up.
I don't know whether he did that or whether he made a mistake.
He was still fourth.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So I wonder if he just had slid wide or something. Because he was with Alfie Ward going in that
I
final
think
lap.
Ward got past him and just blocked everyone else. Anyway, it doesn't matter because they weren't first or second.
That's right. The podium will be, and the Parc Fermé interview will be with Alfie Ward in third, Angelina Simmons in second, and Via Chopra, who took the win. Junior Rotax then. That's your podium. Behind them, Oliver Spencer fourth, Gabriele Baracordi fifth, sixth with Aaron Mason. In seventh, Aaron Qureshi, Mitanj Jain 8th, Jaden Hidding 9th, Ari Kallenberg was 10th. Then we had Leo Anya in 11th. Johansa, I've lost him off my list. Johansa Senanyaki was 12th. Abdul Razak Al-Qureshi was 13th. Sam Turner dropped to 14th. He was up there in the top 10 there was Sam Turner. Floris Schenkenberg was 15th. 16th was Pierre Abu Diwan. Harrison Stevens was 17th. And then we had some retirements. Derek Rivera went out on 14 laps. Giuseppe Montanari on 9 laps. And then Aaron Setti and Murad Baravamov was classified at the back of the field.
Well, a tactical masterclass that then went horribly wrong for Oliver Spencer.
It went horribly wrong for Oliver Spencer, didn't he? And Henry kind of knew the inside of that.
He was inside the boy's helmet.
He was inside the boy's helmet, absolutely was. And that didn't pay off for him that time. And perhaps, Nick, it was because of the length of the the final there.
Yeah.
If it had been a conventional final of 12 laps?
I think it was at 8 laps. It was fine.
Yeah, 8 laps would have worked perfectly. But the fact that it was a long, long final of 18 laps, 25 kilometres, that just did not. He didn't have enough time to break away and stop the pressure.
Well,
just waiting for Henry.
As he's fourth, we won't hear from him. We'll hear from the three.
No. We will hear from the top
Henry's
three.
wrangling. He's driver wrangling. We're still rescuing carts that have been variously at the sides. Even the carts that are at the sides don't look particularly damaged. I think it was a bit of a. Coming together, a few carts got squeezed off to the side, but they all seem to be able to drive them back to the paddock with a bit of a helpful hand from the marshals. Thank you to all the marshals here at Al Ain Raceway.
Kiankra is number 305 on the live stream in his downtime. 305 is Kian Cranbull. He's there watching in on the live stream and messaging. Yeah, well, it's great to have you. Good luck in your race, Senior Max, coming up.
What we want is sort of messaging when they're actually driving.
Yes, messaging in. We've got Jensen Chalk, who messaged in, good luck, Alfie Ward. Well, yeah, hang fire, Jensen, because we'll see Alfie about to be interviewed by Henry in the winners.
The thing is, there was quite a lot going on in that race. A lot of coming together, a lot of squishing up. And I'm wondering how easy it's going to be to release the drivers for conversations.
Well, yeah, there was a lot went on. Emu number 1, we're pretty sure that's Emerson McAndrew Uren, who's had an absolutely outstanding season, unbelievable season in the UK. It would be great to have the likes of Emerson. He was at the World Finals, of course, representing the UK. Huge congrats to Liam O'Hanlon, little legend. Let's go, Ari Kallenberg. He mentions there, what a manoeuvre from Emu number 1. I'm not sure what manoeuvre. We saw lots of manoeuvres there, didn't we? It's hard to pinpoint which one. Gary Pickard. Hello to Gary. Says good morning to Henry.
And Henry is wrangling. I'm just going to say on the PA, Henry, you've got 4 minutes before the next race starts. 4 minutes. And now down to Henry with just 4 minutes, Henry.
Well, Via Chopra was mired deep back in the pack. I think a slow celebration lap there, Via, but a well-deserved celebration lap. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Talk a little bit about the race. Firstly, Oliver was defending, you got ahead, you were able to break away, and then it was defending against your teammates.
once I was able to get back into first, I saw that it was my teammate behind, so we could push and try and break away from the pack, and that's exactly what we did.
Exactly. Now, with Connor moving up, that meant the championship is wide open. You came into the weekend second in points behind Mitan Shaheen. You leave it as the new championship leader. Everyone else is saying, what's that coming over the hill? It's...
Via Chopper.
Exactly. Thoughts on the rest of the season now?
Just put my head down and try and maintain the lead.
Talk a little bit about the action in the early stages out there, because it was very, very hectic, wasn't it?
Pretty difficult and frustrating, of course, with Connor over there as well, and quite a few incidents that happened. But I'm happy that I'm able to win a race, and now I just have to keep P1. Now
you've won a race, you know how to do it, you can win a lot more.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Via. We'll bring Angelina in. Well, Angelina, a podium in the Dubai Sunshine. Because you're not a full season competitor, or are you now going to be a full season competitor?
No, I'm not going to be a full season competitor.
Did that play on your mind that number one, Via's your teammate, number two, Via's going for the title? Did that mean you were any less aggressive on the last lap?
No, I could have been more aggressive, but I made a mistake in one corner and that made a little gap, and then I couldn't get him anymore.
You're a member of the Iron Dames, aren't you?
Yes.
Now, is there anyone out here from the Iron Dames that's been watching you? Because you've been here for a little while now out here, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't know if they're watching, but I will.
Oh, they will be.
Yeah, I know. And I did the Champions of the Future Academy race here a few weeks ago.
So, are you now going back to Spain, is that right?
Yes.
So we're not going to see you again this season, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, you know, have you enjoyed your time over here in the UAE, at Al Ain Raceway, at Al Fassan, you know, in our little part of the world?
Yeah, it's been really nice. The circuits are really nice, and it's been a great time.
And if you could persuade someone back home to come back, we'll see you again, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Runner-up Angelina Simmons. Now, 5 days ago, you had never sat in a junior Rotax kart, had you, third place finisher Alfie Ward?
Yeah, junior's it's so much better than mini. Just the speed and the grip in the kart is just so much better.
I mean, we talk, okay, speed one thing, grip of kart another thing. Driver fitness, is that the hardest race you've ever done?
I wouldn't say it's the hardest. I reckon the hardest was probably Bahrain, because we didn't have the greatest kart because the chassis was bent. But I think Mini UK is still really hard.
Mini UK is still really hard, but I mean, to be fair, you had to fight your way through a very hard grid here. Oliver Spencer was obviously defending. You managed to get past him and then pull away. Talk us through that battle where there was a whole collection of you scrapping over third.
I mean, we were all having a scrap, and Oliver's gone down the inside and he's just ran wide and we've slot in there, and then we luckily got to third on the last lap and had a nice gap, but unfortunately the leaders were we were going through the double left and you could see them on the other straight.
Well, there we go. Alfie Ward finishing third on debut. I hear the sound of DD2 engines approaching. That's up next.
Thank you, Henry, and well done, everybody in Junior Max. We've got the DD2 finalists out, being led around this track here at Al Ain, the F1 circuit configuration, by Theo Kakati, who will start on the pole position with Mark Bassier alongside. Said El Hababi starts on row 2 with Moritz Canopes starting on the 4th place of the grid, gets himself on the 2nd row of the grid. Hamza Shishaw starts on row 3 with Sami El Assad alongside. Tyler Harris, he's not familiar with being down in 7th, with Greg Watt alongside. Kyle Blockley in 9th, Adam Malik in 10th, and the novice driver Nicolo Cacciatore rounds off an 11-kart DD2 field. The question on everyone's lips is who, whether or not it's going to be Theo Kakati or Mark Bassier, who is going to spoil the Mumbai Falcons party here. We've got them in the top 3 positions on the grid here. As we head towards the lights go out, and the DD2's up the gearbox to 2nd ratio, down the gearbox on the brakes into turn 1. Kakati leads into and out, and it's a 20-lap, 27-kilometre race here. So there is absolutely an abundance of time, and we are going to see these drivers needing to perhaps nurse their tyres and nurse their physicality on how they go about their race. I was talking to Theo in the lunch break, and I mentioned, how is it going to be when you get towards the last 3 or 4 laps with a 20-lap race? Is there going to be an issue of physicality? He said, I don't know. I'm going to find out. Well, we are going to find out as they race down the back straight. We've got a challenge for the lead. Everybody staying composed. It's the 4.51 of Saad Al-Hababi into the lead when it matters. Across the line, Al-Hababi leads this race from Kakati. Hashisho up to 3rd. Tyler Harris from 7th to 4th. Mark Bassier, what happened to him? 2nd on the grid, comes through in 5th place. Moritz Knopfles in 6th. Kyle Blockley, Adam Malek, Sami Al-Assad, Greg Watt and Cacciatore, who I don't think took the start. Down towards the hairpin at turn 6, out of there into another hairpin at 7. They'll come back towards the final stages of this lap. And look at this, the DD2s absolutely nose to tail for the first time onto the back straight. Al-Hababi leading comfortably, not any kind of threat whatsoever as they come across the line then. No change in the order as we cross the line to complete 2 laps. Kakati, Hashisho, Bassier, Harris, Blockley. We have had Blockley ahead of Moritz Knopfles for the Masters lead there in 6th place overall, but Kyle taking the Masters lead as the tyres just become getting towards their optimum temperature, optimum enough for Theo Kakati to challenge for the lead. And I think Al-Hababi, as the Karchub.me replay will show, Saad Al-Kababi just tries to defend but unable to defend. And then we've got Hashisho, who I think followed him through. Here they come, out of 11. Across the line. Here it is then, Kakati leads. Not in any way, shape or form a comfortable lead as Al-Hababi, Mark Bassier, Tyler Harris, Hashisho, Kyle Blockley beginning to close up and stay in terms. There's a challenge for 2nd. That's going to absolutely compromise his exit speed for Mark Bassier as they're already out of turn through 5 into the hairpin at 6. It's a high-speed game of chess, Henry.
Already, yes. And as I was walking back up pit lane towards the commentary box, Nicolo Cacciatore was cruising in, the kart idling, but no more than that. And the novice driver just sort of shaking his head forlornly. A mechanical issue. Engine was under power, but only at idle.
That is a shame, especially when you're about to roll out for a final. And this, what an intriguing final this is. This is quite the motor race, really. With 20 laps, we are able to settle in, think about how we're driving. Undoubtedly, these drivers are optimizing everything to stay on terms with one another. And Kakati, all he can do is push on as fast as he can, optimize everything. If he needs to defend, he will, but at the moment, he does not need to defend. Saad Al-Hababi, who led this race, got a feel for that lead, is now not really getting towards that rear bumper of Kakati and not really putting himself. He's going to make me a fool here, isn't he, by drawing up to the rear bumper of Kakati? Is he? No, he's not, Henry. He stays in that position.
Watching from the sidelines, double DD2 UAE Rotax Max Challenge champion Max Dexter, alongside one of last year's front runners, Anand Jayachandran. And you would think that they're probably looking at that thinking, oh, I fancy just hopping back in when I can. Because Saad Al-Hababi on Thursday had never sat in a DD2. He was a senior Rotax driver last year. He was not off the pace yesterday, over time qualifying, pole position. In race trim, yeah, he was learning as he was going. And again, that's talk about learning on the job. You know, your first ever sort of your first ever sort of session in a kart is a race session. He's now a fast learner, is sitting behind Theo Kakati, not challenging, learning. He's taking notes. He is thinking, okay, where am I a little bit quicker? Where can I possibly try? Because, of course, you know, there's getting up to speed, and then there's a case of, right, putting all that into practice and going for a move for the race lead of a final against the driver that doesn't want to be passed, and doing it without taking the pair of you out.
You could argue, please do, on the live stream, I know Tony Hogg's watching at home, the biggest difference between these karts, I would think, is not necessarily the 2-ratio gearbox you have to play with, but the 2-axle braking system. It's a completely different way of braking. And also, Tony was telling me, you use the gearbox to slow the kart down.
Oh, yeah, engine braking,
so that,
of course.
I mean, it's complex enough driving a senior Rotax kart around any kart track, wherever it is in the world. But adding to the complexity of needing to work out what ratio you need to be in, and then using that gearbox and the lower ratio to slow you down and helping the braking. And as we see there, you kind of get a more balanced braking process into the braking areas. The kart will remain less of it will slide less. There's the move into 3.
New leader, Saad Al-Hababi. Sorry, Joe, I was just looking out of the corner of my eye, and Hababi's body language changed. And he sort of, Kakati's not having enough of that. And here comes Mark Bassier now. We go instantly to a 3-kart battle, and look at 4th, 5th and 6th. Hashisho now ahead of championship leader Harris with Malik in 6th. This could be a 6-kart battle if we're not careful, because Al-Hababi is thinking to himself, well, you know, I'm here, I may as well make the most of it.
Great corner there from Kakati, who was just so composed. He knew they were barreling up behind him as down the inside has gone Mark Bassier. He started second on the grid. He fell foul of that first turn here at Alain. That can cost you dearly if you were on the outside row of any grid start here. However, he's now back to what he feels is his rightful place, and indeed probably feeling that he's got a position here now that he can challenge for the overall lead. He just has one thing to do. Well, 2 things. He's got to catch Theo Kakati. Second thing, he's got to pass him. Big ask.
Yes, further back, Hamza Hashisho, 1.7 seconds off the lead. Adam Malik has got past Tyler Harris for 5th. Now, I think this is a legacy of 2 things. Number 1, Harris's collision with Malik in the pre-final that may have just taken that kart out of alignment. And number 2, the fact that Tyler Harris has got 2 injured fingers after he sustained them in a basketball game, which will start aching and hurting and distracting him and affecting him a lot more, because, of course, you know, you've got to use those fingers to change gears.
Kakati is just about to complete 10 laps next time by the 2 Mumbai Falcon drivers, beginning to work together, I think, in the form of Bassier there, the orange and blue kart, the white and orange and blue kart of Al-Hababi.
Is that the away strip?
That must be the away strip,
kit?
yeah. I'm wondering if he's down here as a Mumbai Falcons driver. It's a slight variation on the orange and blue theme. Maybe it's last year's livery or something.
No, but you saw, do you see him there? Flexing his hands on the start-finish straight.
Well, that's half distance, Henry.
That tells me he's getting tired. He's cramping up a little bit.
We speculated that.
Yep.
I think you were on your way back from Parc Fermé. We speculated as to what kind of factor the physicality of doing 20 laps around here is going to play. And you've just spotted there, flexing of the fingers, just keeping the grip. You don't need to grip the steering tightly. You do have to have a firm grip, but if you grip it too tightly, you're going to get it wrong. You've got to let the kart breathe underneath you a little bit.
And on that lap, on the run up towards turn 9, Al-Hababi looked over his shoulder. The only reason at this stage of the race he would look over his shoulder is because he's running out the puff and he's thinking, okay, I might not have enough to stay there. I just need to stay in 3rd place. How much of a gap have I got back to 4th? And that is a sign of a driver's mentality. He's not thinking of ahead, he's thinking of behind.
Well, his lap his lap times have fell off a little bit. He's about a tenth off where he perhaps needs. He's 2/10 off his quickest lap, but everyone around him, 52.1. However, he's 52.237 last time by. If he's not careful, he's about to be swallowed up by Hamza Rashishu and Adam Malik. Tyler Harris has dropped to 6th, by the way.
And, you know, at this point in proceedings, before we get into the final stages, I do have to point out that if there are any Motorsport UK kart licence holders based in the UK that want to become a teammate to the likes of Bassier, Al Hababi, Connor Clancy, Oscar Lambert, in the Mumbai Falcons squad at the Dubai O-Plate at the 25th and 26th of January, then there is a competition, kartcomps.co.uk, where you can win free entry with the Mumbai Falcons, kart, engine, practice, tyres, hotel, flights, airport transfer with the Mumbai Falcons for £2.17. And we're going to be making that prize draw on Tuesday, UK time, 8 o'clock. If you're not a UK licence holder and you just want a 4-night holiday in Dubai, it's the same price, £2.17, 4-night holiday in Dubai. But for the karters out there, £2.17 gets you a place in the Mumbai Falcons awning at the Dubai O-Plate in micro, mini, junior or senior Rotax.
I would suggest you get those tickets, but where can you buy them, Henry?
Kartcomps.co.uk. We've got a battle for the lead.
We have. Get your tickets bought, because we love to see you at the Dubai O-Plate. Kart and Live TV will be bringing you all the action from the Dubai Kartdrome for the O-Plate meeting the week after the UAE RMC round there. And as Henry mentioned there, we have got a race breaking out here. 7 laps remaining though, and Mark Bassier down the inside at turn 9. That was very brave. Are we seeing the physicality? You'll have another look at this in the kartshop.me replay. Are we seeing the physicality of this longer race coming into play? Oh, a little bit of a coming together as well.
Hip and shoulder.
Yes.
On the kartshop.me replay. And now Kakati trying to go around the outside. He crosses him over. Well, Kakati may not be race fit in terms of a 20-lap DD2 final. But nobody knows this track better than Theo Kakati. Kartshop.me replay, threads the needle. Great manoeuvre, and it's bringing Al Hababi, Hashisho and Malik into play. We've got a 5-kart train for the race lead. Do you know who you don't count out? Maurice Knoppers. P6, the leading Masters runner. Oh, now Kakati is going to back him up if he can. Bassier knows the drill. He understands the assignment. He's got to go for it.
Oh,
great respectful racing.
Side by side through 11. That's going to compromise everybody out of the final turn, though. And we're going to have everybody concertinaing up along the start-finish straight. We've got somebody going across the inside curb there of the bump.
Morris Knoppers.
That's who it was it?
Someone book him a chiropractor's appointment first thing tomorrow morning. Great move.
We've somehow morphed into a cadet race here, into a Micromax cadet race, because this is what Micromax cadet racing is all about. It's very rare that we see the DD2s absolutely nose to tail. And how many karts did you say we've got? 6?
7.
7 karts in a train there, where pick your winner, anywhere from 1st to 7th. The guy under pressure at the moment is our leader, Theo Kakati. He's got everything to lose. He started on pole. Having to defend with 5 laps remaining is a big ask for your focus, your physicality, of the mental focus that you need to get offline and defend is massive here.
We just saw a little bit of a bumping and barging for 5th and 6th place there. I think that might have been Adam Malik just edging Maurice Knoppers out of the way. Tyler Harris, the championship leader, is sat at the back of this group, unable to make any inroads, and I am convinced. Oh, and one driver kicking up dust there. That was a Matthias de Gem motorsport kart. Harris suffering the injured, I am absolutely convinced. The driver that has dominated the first 3 finals, 7th here, that is not a lack of fitness, not a lack of preparation, that is a lack of movement in 2 of the fingers on his right hand.
That's really caused him a disadvantage, hasn't it? These have broken up now with 4 laps remaining. It's going to be 3 laps to go next time by. Here they go through the final turn. Theo Kakati, Mark Bassier, And then the drivers behind him, Saad El Hababi. Here we go, challenges it, not quite. The Hamza Ashisho kart having to slot back into play. We've got an independent in the form of Kakati leading, Mumbai Falcons second, Mumbai Falcons third, M&M fourth, and then we've got 2 Mumbai Falcons in the form of Moritz Canopes and Tyler Harris. Got a change for third.
Not Mumbai Falcons third. Matthias Dejem Motorsport third. MENA Nations Cup champion, Qatar's Hamza Hashisho into P3 at the expense of Saad Al Hababi. Now, has Hashisho got the pace to close in? Here comes Morris Canopes. Canopes, the E20 Masters, double E20 Masters Grand Final champion. How about Morris up into P5?
Incredible drive.
P4.
And he is leading the Masters class, the subclass, in this DD2 race, of course. Up to fourth. He's almost in contention for an overall podium. However, that's going to be a big ask with the 3 karts at the front of this field. Theo Kakati, Mark Bassier and Hamza Ashisho. They're beginning to pull a little bit of a gap, but they are equidistant from one another, strengthening their position. It will be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Theo and everyone else. As we continue on the lap then through turn 9, straight into turn 10, and then down the back straight into 11. This is where you've got to keep it clean. Easy to go too deep into there, but gathers it all up. And it's 1 lap to go now for Theo Kakati. Mark Bassier, can he do anything to get back into the slipstream of that leading kart and pull himself, let the science pull him towards that rear bumper of Kakati?
Talk about a race that has had ebbs and flows. I've loved this race. This, to me, is great kart racing. Yes, you've got lots of overtaking and really, really close action, chopping and changing, but you've also got drivers managing their equipment and managing themselves, and it's resulted in a race where only now, with about 3 corners to go after 20 laps, can we say with any degree of confidence who our podium finishers are going to be, Joe Bradley?
Here we go. It's going to be Theo Kakati from pole position. He's been the driver to beat in the DD2 class all weekend, and it's the checkered flag that flies for him. He will get to talk to Henry Baudet in Parc Fermé. We'll get to see his trophy presentation after the racing is finished here. Mark Bassier, a very strong second there. It's 1 and 2 as they started. Hamza Ashisho, though, what a great drive from him to get through and into 3rd place. First in the Masters, 4th overall, though. Moritz Canopes finishes in 4th. Saad Al Hababi, he will be not very happy when he looks at this race back and thinks, I led this race. How on earth did I end up coming 5th? Tyler Harris, an injured Tyler Harris there in that 6th spot. I'm pretty sure he'll come back as strong as ever when those fingers heal up after that basketball mishap. Behind Tyler, Adam Malek, Kyle Blockley finishes 8th. Samuel Al-Assad is in 9th. Greg Watt finished 10th. And we had the retirement of Nicolo Chiacciatori, who failed to take the start. Just want to say hello to Simon Crook, who loves the DD2s. Wish we had a series in the UK. Yeah, not quite sure. Henry might be able to shed some light. Henry's already on his way down to Parc Fermé. Henry might be able to shed some light why the DD2 gearbox class just hasn't taken off in the UK. There might be a story behind. Grace Larenas, congrats, my handsome. Nanny proud. Who is it you're supporting, Grace? Adam Al-Shaikh. Adam Al-Shaikh is Grace's grandson, by the looks of it. I take it, Nanny proud. Or are you his nanny? I don't know. Nanny means grandma or grandmother in my world. But
who knows?
Grace might be Adam Al-Shaikh's nanny. Also, talking of grandparents, Dawn Sanford. Hello, Dawn.
Hello, Dawn.
Could we replay Liam O'Hanlon passing the finish line, please? We never saw him finish. Thank you. He's proud Nan. Well, Dawn, we don't have to do that for you. You can do that yourself because you can wind it back. Why not?
We didn't get it.
Oh, we missed him across the line.
Yeah.
Did you? You missed him across the line?
There was a massive battle behind.
Well, do you want to apologise?
I'm sorry, Don. However, I would like to say in our mitigation, we did interview your son in the Paddock show. Grandson. And obviously also he was interviewed on the podium. So we were following the other battle. We do try and get all the leaders over the line every now and again by a combination where everyone else is compared to him. I think we just missed. I think we actually got about just after the line. But yeah, sometimes it's not possible to do everything. But Liam's had a fantastic weekend. He's not only won the event, he's spoken to Henry and he's spoken to Joe. He's done the entire set of things you would ever want to do at Al Ain Raceway.
Dawn, I don't know if you caught the Paddock show in the lunch break here, but I had a chance to sit down with Liam in the driver's lounge here at Al Ain, and I was very sincere in my words. We've seen a lot more motor racing, Nick and I. We work in car racing at a pretty high level, World Endurance Championship. Nick's worked in Formula One. We've seen a lot of drivers.
Don't like to talk about it.
But don't like to talk about his F1 career. But I tell you what, Liam O'Hanlon, since we've come out here to do the coverage for the UAE RMC, is one of the drivers that certainly caught my eye. A very, very, very good little racing driver you've got in your grandson. And I'm sure he's bound to go far.
And if he goes all the way to the top of the tree, he'll go to DD2. And if he goes to DD2 and gets to the podium, he'll talk to Henry.
I've just learnt that Theo Kakati, his name is Midlife, because he's having a midlife crisis, coming back into the class, but showing all the youngsters how it's done. For your first race back in the championship, that was an excellent performance. You feeling it?
Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's been a while since I've been in a seat over here, but it's great to be back home. It's great to see such big grids here in the UAE, and it was fun racing with these guys. I had a little bit of a fuel tank issue midway through the race, and it started getting loose. And at the moment, I thought it was all over, but then when I was behind Mark, I was like, okay, I can start to manage it with my legs, just squeezing the fuel tank. And then, yeah, I brought it back, but yeah.
Really? So if we look back at the kartshop.me replay, we might see you sort of literally trying to hold your fuel tank in place with your knees.
It's hard to hold. Yeah, you're going to see me with the knees, trying my best. I mean, there was still at points it would go, but I definitely can't hold it with my hand because there's 2 gears on the DD2.
Now, okay, there were 7 of you in that lead battle towards the end. You've got Max Dexter and Jayan Chandran watching from the sideline. How long is it before this class gets back to full strength to where we were a year or 2 ago?
It's going to come back. I'll call them out right here. UFC, Conor McGregor call out. But, they're scared of me. What can I say? No, I'm joking.
They're scared. Well, I tell you what, 2 drivers here who, number one, were very grateful to have the bottle of water that you gave them, but who I'm not quite sure are scared of even superstar team manager Theo Kakati. Mark Bassier. Mark, I'll squeeze in here. Thank you, Theo. Mark, coming this way, that was a heck of a race. You're gaining on the championship leader.
Yeah, it was a fun race. It took a lot of bold moves to reach Theo, but now that I'm in the championship, I'm trying to, of course, win it.
Yeah, because if you pop in a bit here, so you moved from seniors last year. This is your first season in DD2. Why the change, and are you enjoying the move?
Mostly because of school. To be in senior, you need to be on the track most of the time. And I just can't afford missing too much school now. And of course, it's a little bit more relaxing in a smaller grid. So definitely, and as well, the gear changes make it more fun.
Yeah, it might not be a smaller grid for much longer if rumours are to be believed. There was a couple of crossover moves there between you and Theo. Where do you think you got it a little bit wrong and gave him the opportunity to come back?
Yeah, I mean, already overtaking him was a challenge. But definitely, I should have defended a little bit more. But I just didn't want the back of the grid to catch up. So definitely, maybe next time, I should maybe learn the track more and be as experienced as Theo.
Well, only time will tell. Thank you very much, Mark. Let's bring Hamza Hashisho in. There you go. Hamza, now, we're not going to... Yesterday, during the you've got to stay close now. You were hiding. I know most drivers try and sort of escape me, but, Podium. Well done.
I mean, yeah, honestly, it feels great.
He's already backing away. Come on, now, come in. You've got to, us Welsh, we say you've got to cut chin, right. Podium, well done.
I mean, honestly, it was a great race. I mean, it took a lot of balls to make those moves, especially. I mean, but yeah, honestly, especially battling with people like Tyler, Saad, and even trying to contest Mark over there. But I couldn't make it stick. There was not enough laps. I feel like if the race was a bit longer, I could have probably got him.
I mean, you've had 20 laps and you're saying you wanted more?
Yeah, honestly, like...
Well, that's okay. We wanted more in the commentary box. That race, at the start of the race, you were, towards the back. And you weren't as close as you were to these two as you were at the finish. How do you manage yourself during that race, especially you're only in your second year of karting, to not get too carried away, to understand that it's a long race and it might come to you?
Honestly, just get the move done and keep going, really. Like, looking back too much, those guys are going to catch back up. So just get the move done and catch up with the leaders, honestly.
Okay, who would you like to thank?
Yet again, as always, of course, my team, M&M Motorsports, and my coaches and my mechanic, and of course my parents.
Okay, look at that. Already, he's managed to escape me again. There we go, DD2. If only they were as close to me up here and staying in the centre of the camera shot as they were on the track, and we'd be laughing. Well done, guys. Here we are. Look at them.
Hey, we got to do a special mention.
You've got to do a special mention.
Massive shout out, I forgot to say this, to Guy Sheffield, my dad, Antonio Picardi, and Elaine, and the whole Allen Raceway team. Forgot to thank them when we were doing the team, thing. So
even superstar team managers can forget a couple of things. One race to go. It's going to be a good one. Senior Rotax in just a few moments' time.
You know that term, a rose between thorns? Well, it was a thorn between three roses there, wasn't it, for Henry?
The only thing the one thing I think is the benefit of that is the one race he hasn't got to stoop. You can stand up and interview these three strapping young chaps who are the same height as him. We better get to the grid for the next one.
Three handsome lads. Here we go then, the final race of the weekend, bringing to a conclusion round 3 of the UAE RMC, and it's our senior max class out on track. Look at this for a front row. George Nasser, championship leader, alongside Jeremy Montgomery in second. Nathan Caplan and Connor Clancy. It's going to be fireworks. They share row 2. Row 3 is Oscar Lambert and Ryan Qureshi. Row 4 is going to be Alessandro Bigi and Zain Al Homasani. Rayan Darmadasa, Amani Kinyua, Eloy Gonzalez and Andrea Remy are on the 6th row. 7th row is Faisal Nashik. You go Shivan Kartik. Kai Hunter, former British champion, starts on 15th. Sharing row 8 is Kian Cryanbull. Row 9, Moab Menemene and Arif D1 round off that. Row 10, Manaf Al-Balushi, Abdullah Al-Kharta, Ryan Carouse, Philip Dinu, Neyman Karuja, Andrew Obaid on the 12th row. 13th row, Lewis Hartman, Adish Mehta, Oscar Backhouse, Enzo Tesluk, Ahil Meklai and Jordan Schultz round off 15 row. 16th row is Leith Nominai, Alicia Kanisa, Antonia Sadat and Jules Dumont. After that failed to finish in the pre-final, we see Jules lining up. Look forward to Jules moving through the order. Here we go. We're already getting things underway. The red lights go out and we are racing. George Nasser, his tactic is to get ahead and push and break free from everybody else squabbling. He's got that one tick the box, looks over his shoulder. He's already got a cart's length by the time they get to turn 2. Into turn 3, the hairpin gets challenged. A massive challenge from Nathan Caplan there. Jerry Montgomery Swan, again, that outside start position as Caplan spins. I think it was Caplan. It was a Mumbai Falcons kart. It could be Caplan, Clancy or Lambert. Couldn't quite see the number. We'll clarify that, who it was that got on the dirt coming out of turn 4 and on the rundown in the middle of the straight towards 5, gets on the dirt and spins it round. They're already on the back straight now. It'll be one lap completed. A Mumbai Falcons battle ensuing there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There was 4 of them. There's now 3 chasing down M&M's George Nasser. Across the line, 1 lap completed. George Nasser leads. JNKD's Jeremy Montgomery Swan showing there in 2nd place. Nathan Caplan, Connor Clancy, Oscar Lambert, Ryan Qureshi, Alessandro Bigi. In fact, I've got a glitch on my timing screen here. That hasn't updated. We'll get that updated in a moment as we've got the field already on their 2nd lap.
Do you know what, Joe? I found the solution. 20-lap finals. Look how well behaved they all were. 34 seniors through lap number 1. Those first 3 corners, everybody behaving. It's the way forward.
I love that. We were just saying there, Henry, while you were dealing with the interviews, the longer race just gave us a different dynamic in how to go about it. And here we see, all right, we're only on lap 2.
Well, it's game on now.
And George Nasser, Oscar Lambert, Connor Clancy, and Ryan Qureshi, they are the drivers that are still massively in contention. And we know George Nasser's tactic is to break free from everyone else. He's not quite able to do that.
No, and of course, this time the difference in pressures and setup is even greater because of the longer distance. So in a heat race, if your tyres were, say, due to come on at half distance, then you've only got to sort of defend and block for, say, 4 or 5 laps. Here, you've got to defend for 10 before if you want your kart to come on the second half of the race, which means you have to drive tactically different. And here we go, the Mumbai Falcons trio. Well, it's a triple-decker sandwich. Matthias de Gem Motorsport with George Nasser and Zain El Hamasani are the crusts and the fillings. Connor Clancy, Oscar Lambert and Ryan Qureshi.
We did have one of the Mumbai Falcons drivers. It was Nathan Kappen who spun out on lap 1.
Oh, he was the only victim, was he?
He spun out on the straight towards turn 5, which is where they are now. This is where he got it all wrong and went on the outside onto the dirt and then had a 180. He's rejoined in 26. He's now up to 25th as the battle for the lead continues to rage.
Yeah, sorry, Joe. Oscar Lambert Connor Clancy went for a move on George Nasser, outbroke himself, missed the apex and allowed Lambert to take second position. And Clancy was millimetres away from clattering into the back of the race leader, but managed to just scramble wide, avoid any contact. Unlike the two drivers at the top of the picture there, who have come together, it's Ryan Qureshi is potentially one of them.
Oscar, where's Oscar? Oscar Backhouse.
3, 2,
and
4.
And Jules Demont are the drivers where their nightmare continues. Nasser gets it all wrong out of 3 and goes very wide. Here's the kartshop.me replay. Has to go down the inside to defend and then just gets it all over the curb. Just couldn't quite get the power down. However, the number 327 of Oscar Lambert says thank you very much and goes into the lead of this race. They're already through 9 and 10. And now we've got George Nasser, who's in unfamiliar territory of having a kart in front of him.
Yeah, now will Lambert try and defend and back Nasser up? This is the problem with having a very large championship lead in the early stages, because Lambert knows, hey, there's no point me running first and Nasser running second. That will gain me 5 championship points. I need to gain 85 championship points. What's the best way to do that? Drag Nasser into a dogfight where he loses more and more places, which he's just done. Nasser down to P4 with Elwar Gonzalez and Connor Clancy. Another kartshop.me replay. Elwar Gonzalez, well, there's a... Gonzalez has got a magnetic attraction towards
George Nasser
and his side pods. Yes, let's say no more.
Yes.
Nasser P4.
That all happened at Alpha San, but we're here at Al Ain now for the final race of the weekend. George Nasser dropping off the back of the leaders now and not able to do anything about it. The gap's gone out almost a second already. Here comes Jerry Montgomery Swan back onto the tail of George Nasser, though. There they are there into turn number 2, now into 3, the hairpin. They'll turn right and then head through the left-hander. That's pretty much just an acceleration zone. Driver up to 8th place from way down on the grid is Kai Hunter. He's not that far behind this train of karts that we're seeing now. As the leaders, the Mumbai Falcons duo of Oscar Lambert and Connor Clancy, they head through 9 and 10, and Clancy, the fastest kart on the track at the moment, Henry, with 2 purple sectors in 1 and 2. We wait for his 3rd purple sector, but he's gaining ground on his teammate Oscar Lambert.
I'm just looking, we've got at least 32 of the 34 entries still running. Jordan Schultz. Elwar Gonzalez has dropped to 29th. Now, where did that happen? Abdullah Al-Qaita and Antonius Haddad, the 2 retirees. What happened to Eloy Gonzalez?
I didn't notice
I
anything.
didn't see
there.
that either.
No, I didn't notice anything.
Well, it means Nassau's up to third, Montgomery Swan fourth, Clancy and Lambert battling for the lead.
Yeah, and Conor Clancy's gone ahead there into turn one. He leads around this 8th lap. Now we're well inside the second quarter of this 20-lap final. A full 27 kilometres of Rotax Max Senior Racing, and we've still got a chunk of race to go. George Nasser gets his composure back, pulls out a gap from Jeremy Montgomery Swan, and then tries to pull the two orange and white and blue carts of Mumbai Falcons in back towards him. Maybe it was a tyre pressure thing for George because he struggled for pace, certainly in the early laps. Are we going to see that kart pretty much ignite going into the second half of this race?
Well, I hope so. Excuse me here, John. I'm just going to borrow a pen here. Right, let me write that. Dear Guy Sheffield, please can we have 20-lap finals every round? They are epic. There we go.
Well, Henry, you and I are both endurance racing fans. Not quite an endurance race, but what I think you mean is
it's the racing it's creating.
The race it creates this race where it's not over in the blink of an eye.
You know,
and drivers also don't have to make rash decisions and rash moves. They can bide their time and wait and make that rash move on the final 2 laps.
Exactly. There were areas of go-karting that took a bit of a beating in Bahrain last weekend with some of the standard of racing drivers going for a title. This is really good kart racing. This is proper kart racing without the hip and shoulder and elbows out stuff on every single corner. There's a time and a place for that.
Yeah.
But that time and a place is not now because we're not even at half distance yet.
We've got Oscar Lambert coming under immense pressure from George Nasser. He held him back, which cost Nasser dearly. Now we've got Montgomery Swan and Andrea Remy, the JNKD and GGM drivers, now on the back of Nasser. Nasser has to get by Oscar Lambert. He knows. He optimised the line. The orange helmet of George Nasser is the one we're focusing on. He's on a black and white kart, heading down towards turn 11, looking over his shoulder. Oscar Lambert, he's cool and calm. Jerry Montgomery Swan moving down the inside, but Nasser hanging onto that inside line through the final turn, and he got hung out to dry, and that has allowed Andrea Remy through into third place. George Nasser now fourth. Montgomery Swan hung out to dry in fifth. Rayan Damadasa sixth. Zainal Al-Hamasani in seventh.
And look at that. George Nasser back to P5. This is the type of situation that Clancy and Lambert were hoping for, because this is where they gain not just 1 or 2 points, but more like 8 or 9 or 10 points on Nasser as things stand. But still, half distance, a long way to go. Nasser fights back.
Nasser he doesn't want to hang about at all and comes straight back at Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who I'm not going to say is caught napping because he wasn't. He was fully aware of what was going on. But he stayed composed to Jeremy, and he now latches back onto the back of Nasser. This is the battle for fourth and fifth. Clancy still leads by 2.5 seconds, Henry. Oscar Lambert in second, Andrew Remy third. This is the battle. Andrea Remy, George Nasser, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Nasser down the inside and onto the podium here with 9 laps remaining. 9 laps of this race with the kartshop.me replay showing through the kink at 5, and that's turn 2, I should say, through turn 2, and Nasser has the line for 3. And can he hang on to it out of there? He has indeed.
And it creates this type of storyline. So we know that the rest of the leaders will do everything they possibly can to drag George Nasser into a multi-kart scrap. So we know they're going to race a certain way. Nasser has to respond. How does he respond? By as soon as he can possibly spot a move to go to avoid that. So again, we have that cat and mouse element that is introduced and is magnified due to a longer race distance. And now Remy and Montgomery Swan have got to get their heads down to catch back up with Nasser. And they can't rule out Rayan Damadasa in 6th, Zain Al-Hamasani in 7th, Amani Kinua in 8th, Rayan Qureshi 9th, Shivan Kartik rounding out your top 10. Hunter is next.
Yeah, just outside the top 10, Kai Hunter. He was inside the top 10. And hello to Casper McAllister, who wishes Kai good luck. He's going to need more than good luck, Casper. as he is now beginning to drop back down the field after regaining all of those places. I'm not sure whether that's a tyre pressure thing or what, but Kai Hunter struggling now to get back into that top 10, it looks like.
Now, things have spread out a little bit. Nassar, fastest lap of the race. He is now motoring up to Oscar Lambert. The gap between them, 9/10 of a second. Clancy has gone. Clancy, I'll stand on this, 4 wins out of 4 in 2 different classes. 3 in junior, a debut win in senior incoming for Connor Clancy. Exemplary drive, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not going to be one of those juniors who graduates to seniors and then needs a good 6 months to have the last bit of junior knocked out of him, shall we say. He is proved he is mature, he will race with the more experienced drivers. That will stand him in good stead. Nassar isn't done for second, and Lambert will defend P2 for all he's worth, which means Remy and Montgomery Swan have got to be pushing as hard as they can now to make sure they're in a position to capitalise.
Well, if Oscar Lambert comes under any more increasing pressure from George Nassar, that's going to play even more into the hands of Connor Clancy. Connor Clancy, he's got a 3.5 second lead already, and we're inside 6 laps remaining. It's going to be the last quarter that we head into when we complete this lap. That's the second place driver there on the orange, white and blue cart of the Mumbai Falcons cart of Oscar Lambert. George Nassar on the black and white livery of M&M. And Nassar is coming back towards that rear bumper. Remember, Nassar started on the pole position, came in as the championship leader. It's Connor Clancy who mathematically can still be in contention for this senior Rotax championship, even though he's just upgraded to the senior class at round 3.
Yes, I mean, I know there was a joke earlier about the name of Oscar Lambert's mechanic. All I do know is he's going to need a very wide rear end now to keep Nassar at bay. But look at that already, by that one defensive move, Remy, Montgomery Swan and Dharmadasa are right back into the mix. We've also got Kinua in 8th and El Hamasani in 7th. They haven't given up either. These are the intelligent drivers. And lo and behold, with 5 laps to go, which is an awfully long time in karting, the intelligence is there at the front.
Yeah, we talk about 5 laps being, well, 4 laps now, Henry. 4 laps is still a long way to go in karting terms. However, we are inside of the last 4 laps of 20, which makes it a very short space of time. Nassar cannot get past Oscar Lambert. The width of that Mumbai Falcons kart has become ever becoming larger. Nassar beginning to trip over Lambert, and here comes Jeremy Montgomery Swan around the outside. Can he make it stick? No, he cannot.
Oscar Lambert has gone to the Oliver Spencer School of Staunch Defence.
It is a seriously dastardly tactic, by the way.
Well, I mean, he's got to do what he's got to do.
Oh,
well, there's a move.
There he goes.
Oh, someone owed Montgomery Swan some money and the debt has been collected. Podium for Jezza. Look at this on the kartshop.me replay.
Here we go. Nassar tripped up by the Oscar Lambert's Mumbai Falcons car. Jeremy Montgomery Swan says, thank you very much. I think we've got 4 karts. Where is he? George Nassar down to 8th. 4 karts overtook him. Was it not 5 karts by the time he got to turn 1? And oh my goodness, he has been absolutely mugged there.
And that is exactly what Oscar Lambert wanted to do. This is not, I'm not saying that Oscar doesn't like George as a person. George knows the game. They know the situation. This is what you have to do. They've got to somehow claw back an 80-odd point deficit to George Nassar. How do we do that? We do that by hanging George out to dry at every opportunity. How does George avoid that? By trying his best to clear off into the distance at every opportunity.
Well, it's cost him dearly as the field come round. 2 more laps to go. Connor Clancy leads, Oscar Lambert second. Jerry Montgomery Swan, there they are, they're second and third. Behind these 2, we've got Andrea Remy 4th, Rayan Dharmadasa 5th, Zaid El Hamasani in 6th, Armani Kinua
second place change. Sorry.
No, put in, yeah.
Jeremy Montgomery Swan just snookered Oscar Lambert like Ronnie O'Sullivan. He absolutely made sure Oscar defended, swept round the outside into P2. Lambert third, Remy, Damadasa, M. Hosani, Nassar down to 8th.
This is great news for the championship. Jeremy Montgomery Swan, a heat winner at Alpha San, can come back into this championship with a great finish in second place. Conor Clancy, this is his first round to qualify for the Senior Rotax Championship. We are on the final lap. Conor Clancy's up the road by 7.8 seconds. How he's done that, I do not know, but he's done it, and here we go, the battle for second. Jeremy Montgomery Swan is going to be driving defensively. That's going to allow Oscar Lambert and even Andrea Remy to maybe trip over him. He's going to have to get the defensive line out, because here he goes, Oscar Lambert, and Remy just nudging the back bumper there. The three of them, this could go horribly wrong, Henry.
Well, it could, but I think they've got eyes on championship. These are the seniors. This is a chance to judge these drivers' maturity. Meanwhile, Conor Clancy, welcome to Senior Rotax. Conor Clancy, the only driver in the frame. What a drive. And Jeremy Montgomery Swan's going to take P2, and it looks like Lambert third. I can't wait to go and interview the top three.
It is indeed Lambert who finished third, Andrea Remy fourth, Rayan Damadasa fifth, Zain El Almasani was sixth, Armani Kinua seventh, George Nasser, commiserations for dropping to it there. Ryan Qureshi is in ninth. The top 10 rounded off by Mohamed Memene, Shivan Kartik just outside the top 10 in 11th, Alexander Bigi 12th, Kai Hunter dropping down the order to 13th, with Nathan Kaplan after that spin recovering to what is 14th place. Incredibly, that concludes the racing for today. As we look at the results screen, as we see Conor Clancy taking the win as we've described, up from Junior Rotax Max into Seniors for the first time, and a duck to water. The rest of the field coming through there. George Nasser there in 8th place. Well, commiserations to him. He was on the pole position. Kai Hunter, he made some places up. He got up much higher than 13th and then faded a little towards the end. The rest of the field coming through the order there. With Jules Dumont, with a retirement in the pre-final, he was recovering all the time in the final, starting at the very back up to 21st. The rest of the field coming through. There's Alicia Canisa, the independent, being ran by her mum and dad. And the rest of the field, 34 carts there, finishing the Senior Max final. That concludes the racing then for our coverage here on Karting Live TV. Our coverage of the racing is finished. However, our karting coverage is not finished. First, we've got Henry down in Parc Fermé, who is going to have a chat to Conor Clancy, our Senior Max winner, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, our second place in seniors, and Oscar Lambert, third place driver there on the podium to meet Henry. When we've done with that, we'll have a little bit of a summary, I think, and then we'll be waiting for the results to become official, and then stay tuned for our trophy presentation.
Yes, and in between, so you haven't just look at lovely sun. We don't want to make the Europeans too envious, so we're not going to just put up lovely shots of the great weather. We'll put up lovely shots of interviews. So we'll play out yesterday's show, which was quite good, I thought, lunchtime show. A lot of talk about driver coaching, and then we'll play some chosen interviews from past events, and that should get us to the point where the podium ceremony will be happening.
All great stuff. Once again, a big thank you to all of the drivers, all of the teams, all of the parents that have made this possible. A big thank you to all of our marshals, all of the staff here at the Al Ain Raceway, as have been once again, I can't believe, that they really do get the red carpet out for Karting Live TV and really look after us here. And a big thank you to Guy Sheffield, Mujib, Lalaine, and everybody connected to the organisation of what has been an outstanding event. I kind of like the two-day format, I've got to say.
I like the long finals.
The long finals, as Henry said. They really do have a different dynamic about them.
I reckon they can definitely add 2 or 3 laps to every final. even on the single rounds.
Well, the tyres weren't an issue.
No. Timing wasn't an issue really either. We finished quite early, really.
Oh, you mean in the race programme?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the shortest event because this is the closest to the shortest day.
Ah, yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Like
Just a week away from the shortest day of the year. So as we wait for young Mr. Bodette, just to remind you, we're back in this is the third weekend, just, isn't it, of January with the next round of the championship.
Yeah, it's the 17th and 18th
where
of
Joe and I
January.
begin our residency at the in Dubai and at the Dubai Kartdrome. On the 17th and 18th, we have the round 4, day 1 and day 2 of the event of the UAE RMC. The following week, we're there for the O Plate.
Yeah, the Dubai O Plate, which is pretty much open to anybody. I want to get back to talking of the O Plate. I've lost him. There was a UAE driver who was asking Henry.
Oh, it's about his prize,
yeah.
No, you have to I'm sorry, but you have to have a British license.
It's got, yeah,
it's only
MS UK licenses. So I wonder if you're in the UAE, but you can actually get an MS UK license even though you're out here.
I think Henry is ready. I think Henry has
excellent.
at least 2. No, he's got 3 victims, so it's down to Henry for the final time today for interviews. So you will see him more on the podium. Young Mr. Bodette, take it away.
Thank you. Well, one thing to say, Connor, welcome to seniors. It's really tough, isn't it? You only won by 8 seconds, but it wasn't that simple, was it?
No, it wasn't, especially starting 4th wasn't ideal because it's outside. But the start was good. And then in the race, got shuffled back a bit because I got hit behind. But then made up the positions, got in the lead, and then, drove off.
I mean, obviously you were helped. There was a lot of action going on behind. Talk us through from the first couple of laps into making that move on George and being able to pull away. Because I think when you made the move, the chasing pack sort of pounced, didn't they?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Once I got past, I just kept my head down, didn't really look back, so yeah.
Anyone you'd like to thank after your first senior win?
My mum and dad, my mechanic Gilly, everyone at Mumbai Falcons, the dogs at home, all my family in England and Ireland, just everyone.
They're not all going to be this easy, are they, Connor?
It'd be nice if they were, but I don't think it will.
No, okay, well done. We'll have a final word with you in a minute. The debt collector came calling several times in that race. Few people owed you some money, didn't they? And you had to, come knocking on their door.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, okay, tough. You're obviously not the fastest kart out there. That was grit and determination, wasn't it? Scrambling. You know that George has got a big lead in the championship, and therefore everybody around, the minute they got a chance to go in on George, they were going in.
Yeah, for sure. It's really important that we try close the gap to him because he just seems to be having good weekends every single week.
But I think you all gained an awful lot of points on him in that final. I mean, a weekend full of, really good overtaking opportunities, overtaking moves. A particular favourite that stands out for you?
Got to be double overtake around the outside.
Can't beat a double Slim Shady, can you?
Not at all.
Excellent. Who would you like to thank? And what does this mean going forward now that you've got the usual bunch of championship rivals and a new one to consider?
I would like to thank everyone at the team, means a lot. Jazz, Paul, Hoppy, Ash, Fonzie, my parents for making me be able to do this every weekend. It means a lot. But all these championship rivals, I mean, I'm not too focused on the championship, to be honest, because then it starts getting in your head. So I'm just doing the best I can each weekend.
Excellent, congratulations, well done. What do you think about the new nickname?
Debt collector.
The debt collector, the doorman, something like that. We're happy with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Well, Oscar will come in and speak to you. At one point, it was a nice, easy Mumbai Falcons 1-2. Then George came calling. You had to really stand on the brakes at some points there, didn't you?
Yeah, for sure, especially as he's championship rival. So doing some hard defending, managed to keep the pack away for most of the race, but then unfortunately I parked it a bit too hard in turn 3 and let Jez past.
Yeah, he managed to get around the outside of you at turn 4. Are you all aware that because George has got such a big championship lead, you have to sort of back him up as much as possible at any given opportunity?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was just trying to defend to stay on the podium positions, but obviously it was an added bonus that I was keeping George behind me.
And of course, but if you were in George's position yourself, you'd expect your rivals to race you that way as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course. It's all good racing out there, clean, so it's very enjoyable.
And who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the team, but I also want to apologise for my mistake on the closing laps that put me in third. I want to thank Luca and Jim, Lee, everyone, my parents.
Okay, well, I'm sure that no one's going to be criticising you too much for a mistake. I'm going to bring Connor back in. Now, we mentioned a few times this week that there's a competition in the UK taking place to join the Mumbai Falcons at the Dubai O-Plate. A Motorsport UK licence holder, either micro, mini, junior or senior, can be Connor's teammate with full mechanical support, flights, airport transfers, hotels, mechanical support, engines, tyres, chassis. What is life like in Mumbai? How professional are the team? They've just guided you to a 1-3 finish.
Yeah, it's a very good team. Everyone's organised. Everyone has a certain job and they stick to it and they do it well. Yeah, it's very, very organised, very calm. Yeah, I think it's really good because if something's not going your way and there's a problem, they will do everything they can to find that problem to help you get up to the front again.
And if I was say, if you go to kartcomps.co.uk and pay £2.17 to enter that's all it costs, £2.17. That's not a bad deal, is it?
No, it's not a bad deal. I think you should do it.
Now, final question. You actually, unofficially, outscored George Nassar by about 2 points this week. Championship? Question mark?
Yeah, not sure. We'll know about the championship when the final round's done, so yeah.
Not counting any chickens before they hatch. Great senior race. 20 laps of excellence. Thank you, Connor.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to not just our senior Rotax podium, but all of our winners today, and commiserations to our not-so-much winners. It's been an absolutely fabulous 2 days of racing. The drama and intensity is delivered, as it always does. There's a soap opera inside of every awning in any karting paddock, and none more so than the UAE RMC. The coverage isn't over, though, everybody. We've got a replay of our paddock show coming up next. We'll bid you farewell.
It's a replay of yesterday's paddock show.
Yesterday's paddock show. It's
and
all
then
about
some selected interviews from the past.
Driver coaching, isn't it?
Lots of. Basically, we're going to keep you entertained until the most entertaining thing of all, which is Henry's podium ceremony with Joe's camera work.
Yes. We'll bid you good night from the commentary box. We'll see you in Dubai, but stay tuned for our podium celebration and our podium trophy presentations coming up very, very soon.
Well, hello and welcome back here to fabulous Al Ain in the UAE for round 3 of the UAE Rotax Championship. I'm joined by my very good friend Joe Bradley. Joe, what are you most looking forward to in round 3 of the championship?
Well, we're back to Al Ain. It's kind of become our home here in the UAE, haven't we? Round 3, championship beginning to develop and form up, but they've changed the configuration of the track a little bit. So we might be back at Al Ain, and fundamentally the track is exactly the same as it was. However, there's a big change in the infield section. That's going to change the character. Certainly it's added character with a little hairpin. That's going to be certainly an overtaking opportunity. But then we've increased the speed out of that hairpin and down that back straight, which was already an overtaking opportunity. I'm pretty sure the protagonists in the UAE RMC are going to show us whether it's done or not.
Now, of course, changing the track is going to present a challenge to the drivers and a challenge to the driver coaches. Why don't you do a couple of things for me, Joe, and you can bring Henry along as you like. I want you to, first of all, mop up some of the little incidents from Al Fusan and then find out all you can about driver coaching.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It's as if we've rehearsed that. I'm beginning to make a habit of talking to George Nassar at any of these UAE RMCs. This one, though, George, I wanted to talk to you specifically. Round 2 at Al Fusan, you were... My friend, you were unbeatable. You were on fire there, weren't you? You loved that track. The final was, as ever, full of drama, controversy, and this piece of plastic cost you the race, I think. Yes, we had a coming together off the line. We had a coming together out on track. And I just wanted to have a look at how this pod fixes, because from your perspective, George, from our perspective, we saw the pod fly off. It was clearly caused by the wheel banging and the coming together, I would say, yeah?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. It just ruined the metal bar, and the bolts here just got loose after the collision, and yeah, it just was a matter of time before it would pop off.
Yeah. Did you actually see it fly off, or were you unaware?
No, I wasn't aware. I was very confused when I saw the mechanical flag.
Yeah.
And partly devastated.
Yes. Yeah. What George means devastated. Honestly, mate, you were unbeatable there, and your mission statement was to get away from the pack as quickly as possible. However, the pack wasn't going to let you, were they?
Not that race, no. But I did get away just without this.
Yes, you did. Right. Being a racing driver, you're not thinking about the last corner or the last event. You're thinking about this one, aren't you, already?
Yeah. We've got some work to do after these practice sessions.
All right. Are we going to see a level of dominance that we saw at Alpha San, or as you say, you've got work to do? What area of work is that?
Speed-wise, we need to still find some pace. But yeah, we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
Yeah. As ever, George Nasser up for the fight.
One of the key elements in every young driver's arsenal is getting a good driver coach. Well, I'm here with one of the best, Matthew Higgins, a double British karting champion, European champion, third in the World Karting Championships, and now the owner of the Matthew Higgins Driving Academy. What are you doing here this weekend to start with?
Over the weekend, I'm just giving data and GoPro advice to Ari Kallenberg. Previously in the week, Monday, Tuesday, I've been on track with him, as well as yesterday, on track coaching, just showing the lines and also setting reference laps, getting the GoPro to show him, and also the benefit of following with the GoPro behind him. Then I can show them exactly the mistake, and also when I say it, and if I can back it up, then suddenly it carries a bit more weight and they listen a little bit better.
So your main weapon of choice is still a go-kart, because obviously you're in a go-kart, you're still driving, but now it's more about data screens, GoPros, laptops and footage. You've talked about being out on track with Ari. Now, what's your purpose of being out on track?
I mean, there's many different purposes, one of which is, like I say, reference for the data. Again, having the video to follow them and show them. And then also we quite often do a bit of racecraft training, so just really going head to head, leaning on each other, gaining confidence, making contact in the right way, side to side contact more so, but obviously leaning on one exit of the corner, for example, just building confidence around other karts, as well as gaining awareness of the karts around us.
And that might sound like strange to people saying that you'd go out, but it's very true. Karting is so intensely competitive, so close, that young drivers, they do need to have their confidence built, and you need to know when to give a corner up, but when not to give a corner up, and when to stand your ground. And that's something important that every young driver has to learn.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's again doing it in the correct way, which doesn't then lead to crashes, and kind of you show your intent that you aren't going to give up the corner, for example, and then they give up the corner and that prevents a crash, or like I say, trying to do it in a correct way that doesn't lead to crashing, like swiping on a straight is obviously not acceptable, and so as I learned firsthand, but no, yeah, just trying to teach them to do it, race hard, but obviously fair at the same time.
Now, as somebody that knows about coaching in another sport, how important do you get involved in the off-track coaching? Is there any mental coaching, mindset coaching, diet, sort of performance, being an elite performance athlete? Do you get involved in that side of things as well as just the on-track stuff?
Yeah, so the main reason I've called it Matthew Higgins Driver Academy is mostly focused away from the track, actually the preparations leading up to it. I'm actually in the process now of launching an app with someone else, Lean-X, Jack Tomlinson. So, yeah, we've worked on an app where we can control the nutrition, provide them with a nutrition plan based on their goals and weights and so on, as well as the preparation, lots of different things. There's breathing exercises, reaction tests, and yeah, just the preparation, watching other races, their past races to learn their mistakes. but no, every drive is different. So a lot of it, yes, there's the app, which is mega, but it's just being in contact throughout the weeks and kind of seeing what works best for them. I mean, some people like to be hyped up, for example. Others need to have a calm approach. So just trying to figure that and yeah, like I say, there's a lot of ways that you can achieve that and help promote that once you figure out the driver you're with to get the optimum out of them.
Now, most kids, when they say the word school, their face drops. But you are a school, effectively, outside of school. You're a second part of education. How do you get a driver who doesn't like going to school during the week, doesn't like his online school, her online school, for example, how do you get them to then switch on and see you as a school that they need to pay attention to? Because you are effectively becoming a teacher. Your subject happens to be go-karting.
Yeah, I mean, I have a bit of a different approach to maybe some people. I leave that to them. If they want to learn, then I'd love to help them, and they're the people I want to work with. But I'm pretty fortunate. If they don't want to learn, then yeah, unlucky. I'm not gonna waste my time or effort to help them. So yeah, generally, people don't like school because they don't see the benefit. Whereas if they're working with me or other coaches in karting, it's because they want to learn to win races and so on. So I think naturally they do already just have that incentive to learn and pay attention.
Now this might, I'm not sure if I'm going to get an answer out of you here, but you've got a go-kart on track.
Yeah.
You've got a laptop with data,
Yeah.
and you've got a screen with GoPro footage. Of those three elements, the go-kart itself, the GoPro, and the data screen, what is most important for a driver coach?
Everybody's different. I personally prefer the GoPro more than anything. I think you can show their mistakes, obviously watch on board with them first person. Obviously on track's really good as well, but doesn't have the same effect unless I then have the video to show them. Again, data for the final, half temp, 2 temps, so on, then it's really good. But just to really work on technique, which I think I generally try and prioritise, get the technique nailed, and then you can go any track, anywhere, and generally you're okay. So yeah, for me it's a GoPro for sure.
Now, how do you cope? Because I know that you won the British Kart Championship this year. Two drivers, at least two of your clients, Jacob Ashcroft and Emerson McCandrew-Uren, were also driving. How do you prioritise or manage your racing along with your job coaching them? Because all three of them, Matt, Em and Jacob, won the British Championship this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, that's for sure, and I say I got better at it throughout the year. Yeah, generally a big part of it is having a good mechanic in my dad, so I can kind of leave him do my car. I don't have to pay any attention to that. I just turn up on the grid and do my job. And then yeah, they again, like I say, they have to want to learn. They understand that I'm busy and have to do my job as well on track, so they have to be there and patient to make my life easier as well. But no, yeah, it is quite difficult. I mean, for sure, Dunkswell, I didn't perform as well in the final because I was just so excited that Emerson won after the hard week, and I just wasn't really zoned in. So after that, I had to learn at points through the weekend. You have to definitely be a bit more selfish and to get the most out of my racing, because it's my career I want to push at the end of the day as well. But yeah, of course, it's quite hard not to get emotionally attached when they're going for race wins and so on.
And one last question. You mentioned your career. You have to stay in the seat and active as a driver and at a high level to then attract new clients.
So are aerodynamics important on karts? Are they even going fast enough to create downforce? We certainly know they create drag. Well, I am not an expert in aerodynamics, but I have a mate who is. In fact, I have a mate who's got a master's degree in aerodynamics. And what did he do with his master's degree? He went to work for Jaguar Land Rover, the most unaerodynamic car in the world. But however, let me introduce Naz Tremorian. Naz, I need to pick your brains, mate, because the variations on the ideas of aerodynamics around these kart fairings are absolutely like through the roof. There's so many different designs. So this is ST Racing's Kart Republic in Micromax. It's Freddie Blackshaw's. Here we have a completely smooth fairing to start with. So all of that study that you put in, all of that work you do during the week, tell us, what exactly is the thinking behind this smooth fairing on this Kart Republic?
So let me just start off. This class of racing, you've got probably one of the smallest drivers in terms of age and height. So it means you don't have to work the air around the kart as hard, because the drivers are fairly short in height because of their age. So for this, it's to minimize drag as much as possible. And as you can see, the steering wheel is relatively square behind the NAS panel on this kart. And by having a single piece NAS panel, which doesn't have ducts, cuts, or vents, it means it's very cheap to manufacture probably, but at the same time, it's very aerodynamics because it doesn't need to work the air as hard. So as you can see towards the end of the NAS panel, you've got some ducts, and it basically, what it's trying to do is push the air outboard as easily as possible to reduce the drag. You want to reduce the drag because the driver is a brick going through air in a straight line, and the best way to do that is to optimize it by pushing the air around the driver.
So this is the one that I understand. It's about cutting through the air as fast as possible. I mean, we talk about aerodynamics being important, certainly we know on racing cars, but are they that important? Are we going fast enough to kind of, you know, are we creating any downforce, for instance, or is it purely, certainly for a Micromax, about cutting through that air swiftly?
So with this category, it's mainly cutting through the air as cleanly as possible. They're not producing downforce at this sort of speed. You would have to go considerably quicker, but it's trying to clean up that airflow as these guys go down the straight. And that's one of the reasons you see drivers tuck in behind the steering wheel, and it's trying to reduce that brake going through the air, which is the driver.
Yeah, right. This is the simplest one that even little Bradley's head can understand. We're going to move on and have a look at some more technically sort of advanced thinking with regards to fairings and how we're going to duct that air around that driver, which is the most unaerodynamic thing on the kart. So let's have a walk. So this is the TB kart with this is in X-Kart colours. Now this is the NASA panel, which has the air going through this huge duct here and coming out of the slot here. So Naz, what's it doing? What's the air doing this time?
So basically what they're trying to do in terms of design, what they're basically trying to move the airflow around the driver as much as possible to reduce drag. These cars don't produce downforce, but it's just trying to manage the drag. By venting the air through the NASA panel, what they're doing is trying to get the airflow up and over the panel itself and across the top of the driver's head. There's different ways of doing it, and this is one iteration of that. With this, they're ducting through the panel itself to reduce the drag again. And from what you can see, the outboard sides of the panel, they're trying to push it over the driver's shoulders as well. Again, this is a different iteration. The front bumper itself ties in quite nicely to this panel. It's a almost sealed flat floor front end, which reduces the airflow and drag across top of the panel.
So once again, it's all about getting the air around that brick-shaped driver again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Staying with TB karts, this is another variation on a theme. This time, Naz, air going through this duct here at the bottom of the panel, and it's also coming out at the top here, but these vanes, now these are new, I think, for 2025. So again, right, Naz, resident aerodynamicist, what's this one doing?
This is the 25-year iteration. So this time round, they've lifted the front up off the bumper to allow airflow to go underneath. And I think what they're trying to do is maintain flow on top surface and the bottom surface of the NAS panel. I think the reason they've put the cutouts on the top surface is to bleed some of that air which is going into the duct. By doing that, they can control the flow on the top surface of the NASA panel, and again it helps to push that airflow around the driver. Instead of having a high velocity air going around the driver, they're bleeding some air off to maintain the surface contact with the top surface of the panel.
So why is it important to maintain that air's attachment to this body part then? Is there a reason for that?
So as soon as the airflow comes off the panels, you can't control it at that point. If you maintain the surface contact...
Is that when it's called dirty air?
Yes. So if you can maintain contact with the actual surface, you can control it. As soon as you have any sort of wake where it comes off the panel, at that point you've got no control of it. So it's trying to maintain that surface contact and trying to guide the air around the driver. The other difference you can see on this iteration, the 25 model year, is they've also got cutouts on the bumper ends. So what this is doing, they're channeling the air around the front tyre and guiding it to the side panel. Again, the name of this is just a reduced drag in a straight line. Round corners, the speeds aren't sufficient, I don't think, to affect the speed and the drag. It's down the straight, and that's why you can see the drivers tuck in like motorbike riders to reduce that drag. And it's, if you imagine the driver is a brick through the air and they tuck down, and it's fine when you're a smaller driver, but when you're tall, like some drivers we've seen, 6'6", you're an air brake.
Yeah.
So it's tucked down, hide behind the steering wheel, and let the airflow go around you rather than having a flat front. So the name of the game is to reduce drag and go a bit quicker in the straight line.
So here we have the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, and again another variation on aerodynamic thinking. This one, Naz, has got a massive, duct really going up the whole of the fairing. So what's the thinking on this one?
So my view with this one, it's obviously the most basic because you've just got a channel which feeds air over the driver. But if you look towards the end of that slope, you've got a very aggressive ramp up, which means that's pushing the air up.
So this bit here?
Yeah, that's pushing the air up and over quite aggressively over the driver's head. That angle heavily depends on the driver's height. So if you have a driver which is shorter, you'd want less angle because you're working the air. Right. And the more you work the air, the more drag you produce. So this is quite an aggressive setup. I think it'll work best with a tall driver, but if you've got a shorter driver, I wouldn't say it's the best setup. But it depends on the driver and their height.
Well, this is a senior Rotax. I'm not sure who the driver is. Who's the driver, Dan? It's Elliot Dalton-Ayres with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, and Elliot is a tall lad, so that's working well for this particular size of driver.
Exactly, yeah. If you've got a tall driver, I think this is the best setup. Right. If you've got a shorter driver in terms of height, I would say go down a different route. But again, you can see on the sides of the panel, it's sculpted quite well. And again, that's to feed air around the driver's shoulders as best as possible to reduce that low pressure zone behind the driver to reduce the drag.
So again, we're back at ST Racing. This is a Cosmic chassis, but this, Naz, this is completely different, isn't it? I mean, look at the detail that's gone into here. There's a little bit of detail here on the front bumper as well. That's actually, you can't really see that, but that's contoured with little ducting going there. But these veins controlling the air, or are they? You're the expert, mate. What have you got to tell us?
So what they're trying to do, in my opinion, with this setup is they've got to control the air over the driver and around the driver, but the problem you have is how do you control that air smoothly and consistently? If you have a duct like some other variants that you see, with a duct you can control it to a degree. As the air exits, that's it. You've lost control of it. You're just hoping that it stays in the place you want it to. But having fins and veins like this, what you can do is control the air from start to finish as it leaves the panel. and instead of just having a duct through the middle which guides the air over the driver's head, you've actually got fins which guide the air over the driver by having the ramp towards the end. And also you've got angled fins which are pushing and controlling the air around the driver's shoulder.
So you're taking all of that air that's flowing across the front and you're controlling some of it around the driver and some of it over the driver, rather than just relying on the physics and the science to get rid of the air off the kart.
Exactly, and the main difference with this is, if you imagine if you're going around the corner as well, where the car is at an angle, at that point, if you've just got a simple duct, the air's going to bleed sideways.
Right.
Whereas this, because you're controlling it harder, you can control that airflow better, even around the corner. So it'll optimize in a straight line to reduce drag, but around the corner, I was a driver back in the day, and there's nothing worse than getting spray in your face. But with a setup like this, I'd be surprised if the visor of the driver is not clearer around the corner. Yeah.
Because you've got more airflow directly across his helmet.
It's going around his helmet. So so the dirty air, dirty water in spray, this will guide away from the driver's face. Wow. So it might even help with visibility. But the beauty of this setup is you're not just relying on a single duct, which can, depending on the other variants we've seen, which is an aggressive ramp towards the end. The ramp on this is quite small, so drag is even less, and at the same time, it's still achieving what's trying to do. But for me, this is the best setup.
I was going to ask you, after we've looked at a lot of aerodynamics on these front fairings, these NASA panels. Is this your favourite?
For me, this is my favourite. If you compare this to a diffuser of a racing car, where you've got fins in the middle, by splitting certain sections of the diffuser, this is working in the same way.
Controlling air.
Controlling air in the direction you want to control it. Whereas with a single duct or single ramp up towards the end, towards the steering wheel, you can't control it as cleanly as you can with this.
And just to clarify and conclude, it's not producing downforce. It's all about cutting through the air as quickly as possible, and it's all about we use the term marginal gains, and that's what we're doing here. We're looking for marginal gains, aren't we?
Absolutely. With karting, you can see if the field in the top 20 is split by 0.1 second at most.
Yeah.
So even a tiny gain down the straights can give you that difference in qualifying, and in karting it can be hard to pass. So any gain you can get, either aero or whatever, is going to benefit you in the long run.
Well, Naz, thank you very much for that tech talk. I'm sorry, but you've got to go back to trying to get Range Rovers to cut through the air as best as you can. Good luck with that. And that concludes our tech talk for this week.
2 years ago, the Dojo Moto team morphed into one of the most impressive outfits in the entire UAE paddock, the Mumbai Falcons. They're some of the most recognisable karts on track, and the team have become one of the most successful off track as well. I'm here with team boss Anjum Sheikh. Anjum, thank you for showing us round your awning. First of all, tell us a little bit about how the Mumbai Falcons came to be.
Well, we were doing well as Dojo Moto, and I got a call from Mumbai Falcons and said they wanted a karting division, and they made us an offer, and then we said, let's do it, yeah. And then now I still handle the whole team myself. It's just a different brand, and of course it's an arm of a F4 team, so we start from karting and then go into F4 and F3.
Now, obviously you're not India's national team, but you represent India in the karting world on a bigger scale than any other. So you're certainly India's most recognisable karting team, and now probably the only pathway for Indian drivers to go from karting into cars?
Yes, yeah, I would say so, because eventually we will go into India as well and have the karting team in India, and then from there we go into F4s and everything. But at this moment we're just starting as Mumbai Falcon for the last year and this year, and then graduate the drivers into F4 and then eventually into F3s and that kind of stuff.
So let's have a little look around your own, because you cater for all classes of kart. Now you've got Maurice Canyopas is coming back in DD2 Masters. You know, a famous driver in these circles, a multiple champion before, coming back in after some time away.
Currently world champion electric, no?
Yeah, and the reigning E20 Masters champion in Rotax. Over there, you've got your data thing. Now, Harry the Lion Hannum, a multiple champion, is here doing some driver coaching as well. Talk a little bit about the driver coaching side of it. How important is that been for you guys?
Well, it's very important because we have drivers coming from everywhere, and we have our local drivers as well. So it's always better to just have the champion that you've had before coach the drivers, and there's more respect and they know what they're doing. And Harry has driven in every single track in UAE and around the world as well. So it actually makes more sense, and the drivers take him more seriously. And his knowledge is, very important for us.
Okay, well let's keep having a little look around. So we've got Arhan Qureshi. Arhan Qureshi's kart. We've got Mitant Jain. Now Mitant was last year's runner-up in the junior championship. Nathan Kappen. Nathan was your first champion, wasn't he? He was the junior Rotax champion last year. He's now moved up to seniors. What was it like getting the Mumbai Falcons the name as a champion?
Well, I think if I'm not wrong, Harry was the champion first. Harry got the O-Plate championship, and then I think a few months later, Nathan got his first. So yeah, it is pretty big for us because as a rebrand, as a complete different team, you need to have some sort of championship as well. And we were hoping for more, but at least we were happy to have two.
And of course, Harry's an expat, but Nathan is an Indian driver. You can see the Indian flag next to his name. That must be something that's quite important, obviously, because India is quite an underserved nation in terms of karting. When the nation of India wakes up to the sport of karting, I've got a feeling there's going to be an awful lot of drivers wanting to join and get involved in karting, and this would be obviously their first port of call.
Yeah, 100%, because it actually opens the door for them, and then they know it's an Indian team internationally, and then Indian driver winning the championship, and we have about 5 drivers from India just flown in here just to do the race, to the championship actually. So yeah, it's paving the way, and it's actually good for the whole sport in India.
Okay, well, we'll keep moving down the order. Now, you had a really good Rotax Invitational, Oscar Lambert winning in seniors for you. We're going to try and find out one of your drivers as well. We'll keep going down through, again, the setup, the awning, very impressive. Did you take a lot of inspiration from European teams to make it look like this?
I mean, you always have to look up to people and do better. We've got in fact, it was supposed to be 4 tenths. We have 4 less drivers. Next race there'll be 4 more drivers coming in, so we'll have to do another tenth as well.
And you've got the hospitality unit by there for the mums and dads as well.
That's just keeping them out of us.
That's just keeping the parents out of the way. That's always a good tactic. Arav Diwan will come in. We've also got a grand final Rotax champion here, Scott Marsh, helping to do driver coaching. In fact, we'll try and peek in and see what Scott is saying there. But what are your hopes this year and beyond for the Mumbai Falcons karting team as we see one of your Micromax karts coming in behind us there as well? So really you're serving drivers from Micromax all the way up to DD2 Masters.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the hopes are still win every class, but we all know racing is not that easy. And but we keep trying, and we want to win everything we can, and we'll keep pushing for that.
All right, thank you very much, Anjum. Let's have a little look. As you can see, the data coaching, such an important part of modern day karting. You've got 2022 Rotax Grand Final Junior Champion Scott Marsh here. Several of the other drivers. Who have we got? So this is Nathan Kappen. Nathan, last year's Junior Champion, now up into seniors. What's Scott teaching you, and what are you learning from all these data equipments here?
I'm learning how to improve as in pace wise. So hopefully, if you get a good qualifying, you could be at the front.
What does it mean as an Indian driver winning an international championship for an Indian team?
It means a lot, honestly, like representing my country, so it feels quite good to be at the front representing India.
Yeah. This year, only 38 other seniors to deal with. How are you going to cope with that?
Just try to be quick so I could hopefully get into the lead and pull a gap and make an easy win.
Okay, well, easier said than done. But there is a look around one of the most impressive teams in the paddock and officially, India's #1 karting team, the Mumbai Falcons. One of the classes that I think is going to be one of the classes to watch here in the UAE this year is Intermax or Minimax, depending on your persuasion. Now, Oliver Butchard, you are going to be one of the contenders in Minimax this year, I'm sure. Tell us a little bit about how last season went and how you prepared for this year.
Well, last season wasn't really the best. I was aiming for third to get a trophy, or maybe even second or first. And this season, I really want to go for I really want to go for first and go to the grand finals to race for the grand champion.
Now, last year, the racing in Minimax was very close all the way through. Can you, from what you've seen so far this year, do you think it's going to be the same with a whole pack of you racing for the win all the time?
Yeah, probably. I'm probably expecting at the end like a 1-point difference like it was with Ben and Ava last year.
No, because in Micromax last year, Ben Karachkovic beat Ava Lawrence by 1 point. Ava's racing elsewhere this year. Ben's moved up with you. Is he your main title rival, do you think?
Probably, but if Wayne Gottschalk does it, then probably he will be one of my #1 targets to beat.
Your favourite track, is it Al Ain or where do you like racing?
I like Alain, Yas Marina and Alfresan.
Now, you're with the Synergy team, so this is back where you started your career, isn't it? Yeah. What is it about Synergy that makes you feel at home?
They're just a great team. They always support me and we got some pace.
Okay, well now, a lot of drivers use many different ways to stay relaxed in between races, but Oliver has got a very special skill indeed. What's one of the things that you do to keep yourself nice and relaxed between races?
Well, I usually like to play with cards and do some magic tricks with my friends over there.
So some magic tricks. Well, I tell you what, Oliver, let's try and work one of your magic tricks on me. Let's go. Okay. So here we are then in the Synergy Magic Circle, as it were. We've got Max and Cameron, our eagle-eyed spectators. Right, Oliver, talk us through what I need to do.
Well, all you have to do, I'm going to show you a card. You have to hold it, do not look at it. I'm going to pick a card, I'm going to hold it, and hopefully it changes.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to look at the card, no?
No, don't.
Are you allowed to show the camera the card?
Nope.
No? So no one's allowed to see the card. Fair enough. Okay. The table can see the card. Okay, the table can see the card. Right, okay, so there we go. So I'll take the card.
Okay, see the Queen of Clubs?
The Queen of...
Queen of Clubs. See it?
Yep, see the Queen of Clubs. There we go.
Hold it just like that.
I'm going to hold the Queen of Clubs just like this.
Do not even look at it.
I'm not looking at it.
See the Joker? Joker? I'm going to hold it like this. When we come together, like that, look at your card and show it to the camera. It's the Joker, and I got the Queen of Clubs.
Now that's impressive. Well done. Well, I tell you what, you made those cards switch places. How easy is it for you to make your go-kart switch places for you to take the lead this weekend?
Should be pretty easy.
Well, there we go. So there is Magician 101, Oliver Butchard. The 2024 Senior Rotax Grid in the UAE Rotax Challenge was easily the most competitive it's ever been. Upwards of 40 drivers competing at one time for a place not only in the main event, but just to get there itself. Our champion last year, Omar Ghannoum, you're back. Omar, what's the off-season been like? Because you're preparing to go and represent the UAE in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I did a couple races out in Europe, in Belgium, which went quite well. And obviously, grand finals in December, my first grand finals, and looking forward to representing the UAE. And in terms of off-season preparation, honestly, just going to the gym, relaxing, had a good summer, and now, back at it with the Invitational, so I don't lose my mojo with the kart. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
And I mean, talk about you being in this championship for some time. How has the level improved over the last couple of years, especially in senior Rotax?
Yeah, well, my last season in senior Rotax was my 3rd season, I'm pretty sure, and my first ever senior season, which was my first racing season, was 3 years before that, and I'm pretty sure the largest grid we got was under 20 drivers, and last season to have over 70 drivers, I'm pretty sure, is pretty amazing to see the progress UAE has had, and the growth the Paddock has seen. So to win against such a difficult grid it was an honor, and wouldn't have happened without these guys, obviously.
But now you come in for the first time as the number 1 seed, as the defending champion. Does that give you any more pressure? Do you feel any more pressure that you're the driver that everybody else has to beat?
Nah, not really. No.
And what do you think it's going to be like the first time you go to the grand finals with the national colours on your race suits?
Well, I mean, I've been told that the UAE colours are pretty popular in the Paddock, so it'll be pretty cool representing them. And obviously it's my first time, don't know how it is, but I'm ready. I'm going to be doing some preparation there, hopefully. Yeah.
So let's look at this weekend, the Rotax Invitational. Again, near 30 drivers entered. Who is your main competition? Who are you going to have to beat to win this weekend's Invitational?
I mean, there are several drivers who've shown that they can get the job done in terms of pace. Now, since we're all so close, I guess it's all down to the driver and their abilities in terms of, scrapping, all of that.
And you're doing some coaching as well, because obviously with the XL Motorsport team, we've got drivers in every class. Who are you coaching, and how are you sort of giving your experience to the younger generation now?
Well, I'm coaching Saif Al Khalifa. He's a Micromax driver. His father is a close friend of mine, my father's. And honestly, we have the connection as both Arabs to, bond together, and I'm just showing him what I've learned in my past few years on how to be pretty much a champion. That's what I'm training him to be.
Because, of course, when you first came to the UK, you had a bit of a nickname. You were known as Mr. B, because you were always in the B final. You've shaken that off, because that's a lot of hard work, isn't it? You put in a lot of work yourself on track as well as off track.
Yeah, I mean, not the brightest of names, Mr. V, but I think I've worked enough to, no longer be a B final merchant. So glad I'm no longer known as that. But no, a lot of work's been put in, and to finally show it on track it's great.
Well, there we go. No longer Mr. B. He's in fact number 301, the number 1 plate in senior Rotax, Omar Ganoum. This year, one of the drivers that I'm predicting to have a breakout season in junior Rotax is Sava Kogai. Sava, this is going to be your first real full season in juniors. You've got a new look and a new sponsor.
Yeah, Wow Hydrate. It's my sponsor. It's a very good drink, actually. So I want to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Sava Kogai. I'm 13 years old and I race for GGM, and I'm from Russia.
But you've lived over here now for a couple of years. Last year, you did a few races in the UAE. This year, you're looking a lot quicker as well, aren't you? You're constantly in the top 5, but lack of experience. We're now working on just making those top 5s on lap 5 a top 5 when the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a streak of bad luck, having crashes, unlucky moments like engine failures, and just it's bad luck. But I hope that I can improve, also just better myself with my coach, and I hope I can win some races and maybe even win the championship.
What would that mean to you to win the title? I mean, because obviously you've cottoned on, because you came over and said to me, you said, right, I've got my sponsor bottle ready. Yeah. I didn't need to encourage you. So you've learned something very important about the business of motor racing as well. You can't do too much of it because you'll get indigestion on the track. But no, you learn. What else are you learning about the business side of motorsport?
You always have to kind of be on top just to get that little bit of sponsorship. You have to promote it. You have to actually like it, because you can't really, for example, if I didn't like my sponsor, it would be quite weird if I was drinking it. I actually like it. It's very good. It's just that you have to always try to promote it as much as possible to make it more well known.
So, well, talk about okay. But what about promoting yourself now? Where did we come from? Why did we get into karting?
So my dad was a racing driver for GT3. He actually co-owns the team Ronaldo Racing. And when I was about 10, I've always loved cars in my life. And when I was 10, I started like rental karting, just more as fun than actual sportiness. And then it slowly transitioned to, oh, well, I want to try owner karts. Like, how does it feel? How is the speed? And it slowly transitioned into, well, that I actually want to race, that I actually want to have a future in motorsport. And now it's come to me racing professionally and even racing in Europe.
Okay, I mean, so I've seen you race over here the last year or so. Have you raced in Europe yet, or what is the plan for yourself this year?
So I would have been doing actually the World Cup, the OKN World Cup. I couldn't because I was sick, and I couldn't have done it because even if I wasn't sick, the Champions of Future Academy program did not let me, or they would exclude me from the whole championship, and they have races in the UAE. I've also raced in Le Mans, Italian Championship. I've raced Champions of Future, and I'm gonna race WSK soon.
Okay, but this weekend, so we're going to start off the new season. There's nearly 30 of you in the junior grid. You're probably one of the least experienced, not in terms of you were a junior last year, but in terms of how long you've been racing. How are you going to overcome that lack of experience, and what are your goals for the 2 rounds this weekend?
I'm just gonna try to push as much as possible, not think about the fact that, yeah, I might have not as much experience as others, but that doesn't mean that I can't win. I think I have enough pace and enough battle experience from being in Europe, from racing here, just to get that inch of being on the top. My main probably struggle in the whole season is that I start to worry when I'm in the lead, because of that I start to make mistakes and I get caught up. And when somebody overtakes me, I get lost, and then more and more people overtake me.
Okay, now also I've noticed that this weekend there's a new look as well. So we got a new season and a new look. Tell us about the new look.
I got my hair cut recently, about 3 days ago. I've honestly felt like quite well with it. And it's also easier because I don't have to wear a balaclava anymore. And it's less hot outside, so it's quite good.
Okay, so you learnt a lot, but of course, and you've got your Wow Hydrate to keep you hydrated as well. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
I remember many times interviewing these 2 young ladies' father in sports car racing and endurance racing. Khaled El Khabaisi went and did had a lot of success at Le Mans and in sports car racing in general. And Hamda and Amza, his daughters here, I remember you guys in karts, and also I remember you in Formula 4 in your case. You've been around the motorsport scene here in the UAE for quite a number of years. Can you tell me firstly, how have you seen it grow at all, if anything?
For sure, I could see there's a lot more local talents competing compared to a few years ago. So it has grown. We see a lot of people competing, coming from Europe to compete in the Middle East as well. So the level is becoming pretty high and it's pretty prestigious. So it's really good to see that.
Yeah, and you, I remember interviewing in a Formula 4. You looked a lot taller in your Formula 4 car. I've got to bend down. But yes, I mean, you've experienced from karting through into single-seater racing here.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, I would say. And yeah, this is where it all started, you know,
Yes.
the grassroots of racing. And it's nice to be back here in karting and to see all the kids. It's also a big number, which makes me really happy to see a lot of like how big the grids are compared to when I was racing in the past. So it's nice to see it, and I hope these kids could also progress to Formula racing one day and maybe even Formula 1.
Yes, and your sister, of course. Last time we saw you, I saw you on Netflix in the F1 Academy TV series. Firstly, how did you find the F1 Academy? Was it a good series to be part of?
Yeah, I would say a lot of track time. You go to various tracks as well. I've had the privilege to go on street tracks, which I never had the opportunity to. I had the opportunity to work with Red Bull as well, to work with F1 teams, the media side of it, the exposure side of it. I think it brings us a lot of values that once we leave F1 Academy, we could sort of carry it with us and try to find sponsors for the next series.
Yeah. Now, I get we get asked in the media a lot of, why have we got no girls and women in Formula One? You've been really close. You've been in the F1 paddock. You probably have a much more educated answer than I could perhaps say. What's your opinion on that?
I think my opinion on that is like the lack of opportunity for women. I mean, if you see in every race grid, there's maybe 1% of women competing and the rest is all boys. So the percentage for an F1 driver to come out is very little. So I think if there are more female drivers competing, then we might be able to see a female F1 driver being selected. So I would just say it's the lack of opportunity for women.
Yes. Now you're here with CRG. Are you guys helping with the driver data and the coaching from your experience?
Yeah, we're helping with all aspects, I would say, like especially also we have onboard videos, and we could also look through that with the kids, and we could see how their lines are, how much of the track they could take, a bit more of where they can break later. So all these concepts that we've been taught from other coaches, we're now like
yes,
output kind of giving it to them. So it's nice to see, and it's nice to see them listen and also apply it on track. It's it's satisfying when they improve as well.
Because you're still competing, aren't you? And do you get a lot of satisfaction of seeing your driver doing well?
I really do, and now I understand how my coaches feel, because
You mean the frustration?
Frustrating. Yeah, sometimes it's frustrating because you know their potential, and like when they don't do it, you get really frustrated.
Yes.
So now I know when my coaches were angry at me, I was like, oh, I understand now. So
Do you forgive them then?
I do, for sure.
Yeah, she forgives you.
I forgive you.
Or a not me problem? Was it a me problem? Oh, it was a me problem. Okay. Yep. We'll go through this very quickly. So this podium celebration is in, well, we'll go through the the Micromax drivers again. This is the podium celebration for round 3 of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, brought to you in conjunction this weekend only with Giselle's Jewellery, available at every kart meeting at the Mateus Najem Motorsport tent, where Giselle is helping to raise money for Dubai kids with their educational, hunger and homelessness needs. We've got our leading novice in Micromax finishing 15th. That is Xiu Qianyi. We have our third place finish. Yes, you can applaud again. We've got our third place finisher, Alexander Fryenstein for Motorscape. We've got our second place finisher for XL Motorsport in his first race back after breaking his arm, Adam Al-Sheikh. And we've got our winner and championship leader for George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon. And once again, a special round of applause for trophy presenter, Mr. Darrell Smith. Thank you very much, drivers. Off you go. Almost as though we'd rehearsed that one time before. Now we move ahead to Minimax, and finishing as the best novice in 11th place overall. Unfortunately, this driver's younger brother cracked his shoulder yesterday and wasn't able to race today, but upholding family honours in Minimax, your best novice, Mikhail Tverdokliabov. Well done, Mikhail. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for JNKD, it's Austin Gray. Finishing as the runner-up, your reigning Micromax Grand Finals champion, Benjamin Karajkovic. But your winner, starting his full-time Minimax career with a win, driving for XL Motorsport in association with Pergo, it's Charlie Page. Once again, Darrell Smith, one of the most recognizable figures in the world of Rotax karting, presents the drivers with their trophies. Drivers, if we could have the trophies in the air, please. And you, Charlie. There we go. Up we go. That's better. Ladies and gentlemen, Minimax. Drivers, thank you very much. Now we move ahead to Junior Rotax. No novices in this class, although a couple of you are driving like them, so no novices. Finishing in 3rd position on his debut in the class, driving for JNKD, Alfie Ward. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport. She's part of the Iron Dames program. It's Angelina Simmons. And completing a 1-2 finish for Mateus Najem Motorsport, and taking his very first final victory, new championship leader, What's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra. Once again, thank you very much, Daryl Smith. Drivers, trophies in the air, please. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior Rotax podium. Thank you. Thank you, drivers. We now move on to DD2 Masters, finishing in third position after a grueling 20-lap final, driving as an independent in association with Honolulu Racing, Greg Watts. Finishing in second position, driving as an independent in association with Al-Ain Raceway, Kyle Blockley. I hope I got that right. But your winner, the reigning Rotax E20 Masters Grand Final champion, driving for Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knappers. Once again, thank you, Daryl Smith. The verdict is out amongst our Masters drivers as to whether the 20-lap finals were a good or bad idea. Thumbs up, Greg. But well done, all three of our DD2 Masters, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Now we move ahead to Rotax's ultimate class. The top three separated by less than 0.2 of a second. And the grid is going to grow and grow after speaking to several returning drivers this week. Finishing in third position, driving for Mateus Najem Motorsport, it's the MENA Nations Cup champion, Qatar's Hamza Hashisho. Congratulations. Finishing as the runner-up, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Mark Bossier. But making a winning return to the championship, as well as his role as the team manager of Team UAE Racing, as an independent in association with Al-Ain Raceway, it's Theo Kakati. Once again, drivers, I know you're older. Let's have the trophies in the air, please. Come on, Mark. There we go. Don't be shy. Ladies and gentlemen, DD2. Congratulations. Thank you, drivers. We now move on to our last class of the day before we announce the team winners for round 3 here at Al-Ain Raceway. The final class, senior Rotax, and finishing in third position, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Oscar Lambert. Congratulations. Finishing as the runner-up, driving for JNKD, the deck collector, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. But your winner on his senior karting debut, he remains undefeated in finals in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge this year. Driving for Mumbai Falcons, it's Connor Clancy. Drivers, trophies in the air, please. Thank you very, very much, drivers. Can I remind all final winners, please stay back for a group photo. Thank you, drivers. Our final award is the Team Award. In every qualifying session, heat race, pre-final and final, in every class, the leading driver home for every team scores maximum heat points, so on down second, third, fourth and fifth. But only one driver for each team scores points. It's designed to encourage all teams to enter drivers in all classes, providing each team with a pathway for their customers to enjoy Rotax karting, from the very youngest in our Micromax class to the oldest in DD2 Masters. We only have the winners on the top step of the podium. I can give you the top three. Finishing in third place, scoring 534 points overall, was George Gibbons Motorsports. In second position, scoring 589 points overall, it's Mateus Najem Motorsports. All you need is a Minimax and a Masters driver, but you're winners. The only team here competing in every single category, scoring 709 points. It's the Mumbai Falcons! So we need the Mumbai Falcons, some representatives, to come up and collect the award. Zen Darua, one of the driver coaches for the Mumbai Falcons, will collect the award on behalf of the team and the management and all the drivers. Congratulations. This weekend's team contest winners, the Mumbai Falcons. Could we now invite our class winners to the top of the podium for a group photo? And runners-up, if you want to, Adam, it's not a problem. Anyone who's finished on the podium, crack on. Let's have our winners on the top step. How about P2? If you finish second, stand on P2. And if you finish, Adam, did you win?
No.
No. Did you finish second?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to go stand on P2? Look, a good boy. There we are. Okay. Third place drivers. Winner, chicken dinner. Adam, yeah. Are you still on P1? Okay. Alex, come on. There we go. There we go. You come this way, young man. Over there. Right, let's have a look. Winner. Yep, we got chicken dinners, runners-up, and third-place drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this round's podium drivers. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a Karting Live TV production of the third round of the 2025 2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Thank you very much for joining us. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful holiday season. Travel safely. We'll see you for the next round on January the 18th and 19th at the Dubai Kartdrome. Good night. Have that. Right, I'll keep these so I can write my race report.